Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Earl and the Reluctant Lady by Robin DeHart. Narrated by Rachel Beresford. Chapter 1. Agnes Watkins stepped into the ballroom alongside her mother. To outward appearances, she knew people saw the resemblance. Aside from Agnes's unusual blue eyes, she and her mother shared nearly identical features and the same lush curves. That was where the similarities ended, though. Where her mother epitomized the charming beauty, Agnes was shy and awkward. Her first 2 balls last season were admittedly a disaster, but that was only because she hadn't yet learned how to interact in public. Small gatherings had always been easier, especially if there were only ladies present. Men were an entirely different ordeal. Their deep voices hinted at things she didn't quite understand, and if they stood too close or expressed too much interest, her mother would swoop in and take over. Initially, Agnes had been appreciative, believing her mother was trying to ease her into the situations and prevent her from making a faux pas. But at the close of her first season, it became clear that her mother was intentionally overshadowing Agnes, leaving her daughter to stand in a corner like a wallflower. She had received 1 proposal at the end of her debut season, but from an Earl old enough to be her grandfather, and thankfully her mother had agreed with Agnes that it wasn't a good match. Tonight would be different, if for no other reason than she'd come to the conclusion earlier this year that she did not wish to marry. Choosing to remain single might be unorthodox for a viscount's daughter, but for Agnes it was the right choice. It meant no longer feeling as if she were competing with her mother for a gentleman's attention. Also, it alleviated the burden built into these social gatherings. Now she knew what to expect from a ball, and without the added pressure of trying to lure the attentions of a suitor, she could be more confident, friendlier, and perhaps, in doing so, she wouldn't have to work so hard to compensate for her lack of social skills. Agnes, stop frowning. Smile and roll your shoulders back. It enhances your décolletage, her mother said as they stood waiting to be introduced into the ballroom. Agnes fought the urge to roll her eyes. If her décolletage was enhanced any more, she'd be bare-breasted. Instead, she glanced to the right side of the ballroom and caught sight of another group of mothers and daughters. The mothers stood together behind their daughters, smiling and talking to one another behind their fans. Men approached the younger women, seeking dances and introductions. After she and her mother were announced, they made their way into the large room. The throng of people stifled the air, and a bead of perspiration slid down Agnes's back. She swallowed hard against the nerves and pasted a smile on her face. The moment her mother stopped to establish their spot, the men began to arrive. Her mother effortlessly smiled and flirted, never once turning the men's attention to Agnes, but began filling her own dance card. Agnes tightened her jaw in an effort to ward off the tears. Why did she even care? None of these men seemed remotely interested in her, and if they were, she'd likely say something odd or boring. "Is this your daughter, Lady Derby?" one gentleman said. His leering gaze slid down Agnes as if she'd invited him to touch her. Agnes repressed a shudder. "Yes, this is Agnes," her mother said. "You look more like sisters than mother and daughter," he said. Agnes tried to think of something to say, anything, but words failed her. "She's far too young for you, Lord Wilbanks." Her mother winked saucily. He gave Agnes one last look, then turned back to her mother. "I suppose you're right. Shall we?" He held his elbow out to her mother, and they walked to the dance floor. Agnes released a pent-up breath, her shoulder nearly sagging in relief. He hadn't seemed that old. Though admittedly he was older than Agnes, he was quite obviously younger than Mother. Without another thought, she worked her way around the room to the refreshment table. She secured a lemonade for herself, then moved into the shadows to walk back to where her mother had left her. "She's really so disgraceful," a woman whispered. "Who?" another responded. "Lady Derby. Did you see how she shunned her own daughter to steal that man's attention?" Agnes's cheeks heated with embarrassment. It was one thing for her to recognize what her mother was doing. She'd certainly heard the rumors about her mother's affairs. Humiliation spread through her as she heard the words from someone else's mouth. She hurriedly moved away from the gossip so she wouldn't have to endure any more. She could no longer pretend people might believe she and her mother to be the same as most of the mothers and daughters in this room, working together to secure a good match for the daughter. It hadn't happened last year in Agnes's debut season, so there was no reason to hope this year would be any different. That scenario was not her reality. Where most mothers work tirelessly to ensure their daughters shone to garner the attention of eligible men, Agnes's mother did her level best to upstage her daughter. Agnes had always known her mother was beautiful and charming, though that had been the extent of her knowledge. Like most well-bred ladies, Agnes had spent most of her formative years in the country with her governesses and tutors. Her mother, however, much preferred the city and tended to only visit for short amount of times, and primarily when they hosted parties. Her mother was nothing if not the consummate hostess. And when there was an audience, she was a brilliant mother, funny and adoring. That limited exposure had led Agnes to create ideals in her mind about the type of woman her mother was. Now 3 balls into her second season, and it was impossible to ignore the truth of Lady Derby. She was selfish and often cruel, and for reasons Agnes could not understand, her mother saw them as romantic rivals. Not only did Agnes have no desire to compete with her mother, she also wasn't equipped to do so. Despite the fact that her husband, Agnes's father, was alive and well, her mother seemed to crave the attention of every attractive man in London. It was unclear to Agnes how much beyond harmless flirting everything went. Now that she was in London, she'd certainly heard the rumours of her mother's many lovers. It was doubtful her father hadn't heard the same tales, yet he seemed to ignore them. He didn't attend parties with them. Instead, he busied himself with his parliamentary duties and his collections. He was far more interested in purchasing another antiquity than in the goings-on in his own home. Men often asked Agnes to dance, and she dutifully obliged them. But more than one had taken the opportunity to ask questions about her mother. It seemed as if the woman's prowess was legendary. Humiliation heated Agnes's cheeks. This year would be different, though. Agnes did not need, nor want, a husband. She was perfectly fine all on her own. A gentleman approached, and she recognized him from a previous introduction, but she couldn't recall his name. He hadn't been interested in her. Still, he smiled as he reached her, bowing slightly. "Miss Watkins." She tried to offer him a smile, but found herself incapable of the expression. Without being on the husband hunt, the point of these parties did seem lost on her. Someone should put her out of her misery. Perhaps she would speak to her father. As soon as he returned from his trip to the coast to retrieve a weapon from the Crusades that he was most enthusiastic about. He wasn't an indulgent sort, so it seemed unlikely he'd accommodate any of her requests, though he was more inclined to tolerate her presence when she showed her interest in his collection. The antique weapons were fascinating. She didn't have to feign interest. "My mother is already dancing," she said abruptly. The man chuckled. "Yes, I can see that." "You can wait for her here." Agnes glanced at the man, then quickly looked away. He was handsome, with light brown hair and light-coloured eyes. He seemed closer to her age than her mother's, but evidently none of that truly mattered. All of this would be easier if she had made friends, but she'd spent so much of her life out in Yorkshire that she truly didn't know many people in London, and her mother hadn't bothered trying to introduce her to anyone. In fact, her mother seemingly had few to no friends. Agnes suspected this had to do with envy from other women, but it also could be largely due to her mother being selfish and unwilling to be a true friend. Then another man approached, this one older, but still obviously here to wait for her mother. By the time her mother returned from her current dance, she'd have a line waiting for her. Agnes chuckled at the thought. Yes, deciding to remain single was going to make this season far better and infinitely more entertaining. Fletcher Banks, the Earl of Wakefield, surveyed the ballroom, looking for his next dance partner. Even though he'd spent the last 14 months on the continent, he'd come home to discover these events were still mundane and banal. But being an active participant at societal gatherings gave him an up-close view of the people he was supposed to be watching. He'd been a member of the Seven, an elite spy organization, for the last 2 years, but his last assignment had ended in a disaster, and he'd been blamed for the entire debacle. Now he was on probation and would likely spend the next several months with similar tasks to the one at hand. Tonight's assignment would have him dancing and flirting with the widowed Lady Fairbanks in an attempt to woo information out of her about her brother-in-law. He had yet to find her, and instead his eyes were repeatedly drawn to another woman, a younger woman. She was most likely a debutante, considering he'd never before seen her. 2 men stood near her, but they didn't seem to be interacting with her. Fletcher watched her now as she stood across the room wearing a fashionable pinkish-orange gown. The dress was modestly cut and featured no accents other than the ruffled cap sleeves and the part of the bodice that looked to be a bow tied across her breasts. Her hair was swept up atop her head, with chocolate-brown curls framing her face. Her skin was flawless, creamy, pale, and perfect. But the thing he could not look away from were her eyes. Even from this distance, he could see them clearly. They weren't almond-shaped, but were more rounded, giving them the appearance of being large, and their colour was unlike anything he'd ever seen before, a piercing blue. He'd heard tale of the unique colour of the Caribbean Sea, though he'd never seen it himself. But the descriptions of that clear blue water reminded him of this woman's eyes. He glanced around the room once more, searching for a sign of Lady Fairbanks, but again could not find her. Fletcher was no stranger to charming people to get what he wanted. He'd always suspected that had been the primary reason he'd been recruited to join the ranks of the Seven. So it was that he found himself instigating an introduction from the hostess to the blue-eyed debutante. "Miss Watkins, I'd like to introduce you to Lord Wakefield." The debutante smiled. He couldn't help but notice none of the friendliness lit her striking eyes. Still she curtsied. "A pleasure, my lord." "I can assure you it is I who has the pleasure." He smiled at her, and in doing so could have sworn he saw a weakening in her defence. Their hostess left them, and he eyed the other men standing near her, but not precisely with her. "My mother should return momentarily. You can wait with the others," she said softly, nodding to the men behind her. Her voice was sultry and rich, and immediately did things to him. Yet her words made no actual sense. "I'm sorry." "My mother, Lady Derby. She is currently dancing, but shall return." Then she levelled those piercing blue eyes on him. "I apologize, my lord, but I'm afraid you've caught me on a bad evening, and I simply don't have it in me to pretend to entertain you while you wait." "Miss Watkins, I have no notion who your mother is. I sought out our hostess for an introduction to you. I wanted to ask if you would do me the honour of dancing the next waltz with me." She eyed him suspiciously, glanced down at the dance card hanging from her wrist, then rose those cerulean eyes to his. "My lord, that is the very next dance." He chuckled. "Then it would seem I have impeccable timing." He held his arm out to her, and she accepted. Her body immediately tensed, and he looked up to find an older woman walking directly for them. She was quite obviously Agnes's mother. The resemblance was startling. My, what do we have here?" the woman asked, her voice low and sultry. "Mother, this is the Earl of Wakefield," Agnes said. "My lord, Lady Derby." "Lady Derby, a pleasure." The older woman's eyes shamelessly traversed the length of him, and he repressed a shudder. Because of certain assignments, when he'd had to feign interest in a woman to obtain information, he easily slid into the role. However, where he thought most women to be somewhat attention-seeking, this woman demanded it, craved it. Now Agnes's words after he'd first walked up to her made sense. "Lovely to meet you," Fletcher said. "I am very much looking forward to this dance with your stunning daughter." The woman's eyes widened. "Indeed? How charming of you. I do believe I could make room for a dance with such a dashing man. Perhaps another time." And with that, he pulled Agnes onto the dance floor. Thankfully, the music began to play. With his hand resting on her hip and the other cradling her hand, he could feel her curves just below the surface of her gown. Miss Watkins was, in a word, gorgeous, a perfect specimen of beauty. "I feel as if I should apologize," she said. "For what?" "My mother." He chuckled. "I get the sense she is quite the force." Agnes shrugged. "I hope she didn't make you feel uncomfortable." Then her forehead furrowed. "Or perhaps now that you've met her, you'd prefer a dance with her?" "I'm right where I want to be." She smiled up at him, and the effect was so genuine, so lovely, he could have sworn his heart cracked open. He released a low breath. "I'm certain you must hear this again and again, but your eyes are breathtaking," he said. "Thank you. I have been told they're unusual." "As blue as the flowers that grow in the fields by my family estate," he said. "Bluebells." "You flatter me, my lord." "I should hope so, as that is most assuredly my intention." Their dance was coming to an end, but he was not ready to let this woman go. "I wonder if I could persuade you to walk in the gardens with me. I'm told there are none in London quite as lovely as Winthrop's." She bit down on her lip, then resolve steeled her features. "I would love to, my lord." As soon as the song ended, Fletcher manoeuvred them into the crowd, so if her mother was keeping a watchful eye, she would lose them. Were it anything akin to protectiveness that he thought her mother felt toward her, he'd be more inclined to indulge the older woman. But he'd seen it in her face, a deep and spiteful jealousy, which likely made her rather unkind to Agnes. "Tell me, Miss Watkins, have you ever heard anything said about my grandfather, the Duke of Harcourt?" He knew if she'd been in society any length of time, she would have heard rumours. He was a vastly powerful man, but an overbearing bastard to all around him. Agnes's eyes rounded. "I have heard the name. He is persuasive in Parliament." "He is a tyrant," Fletcher said simply, "obsessed with bloodlines and other such nonsense." "Why are you telling me this?" she asked. "I want to ensure that, had you heard anything about him, that it didn't affect your thoughts on my person. One should never be judged based on the members of his or her family." Chapter 2. Agnes wasn't certain how to feel about Lord Wakefield and his obvious flirtations. She was flattered. He was dashing, and he seemed impervious to her mother's charms. His admission about his grandfather, whom her father had plenty of vicious things to say about, was obviously said to ease her worries about her mother's flirtatious behaviour. "Miss Watkins, I must admit I am rather enchanted with you." Lord Wakefield's deep voice fluttered over her skin. She smiled. "You are friendly, my lord." She couldn't help but wonder, though, if his opinion of her would change, were he to know what her mother could provide for him. He chuckled. "What is funny?" She glanced up at him. His tall frame and impossibly broad shoulders could create an imposing figure, but the softness around his eyes revealed his true character. His eyes, she hadn't decided if they were green or blue, were riveting. "Is it not customary for one compliment to be exchanged for another?" She opened her mouth, uncertain what to say. "Do not misread me, my lady. I am not criticizing. Quite the contrary. I find you refreshing, different in the very best of ways." He reached his hand out and traced a finger down her cheek. "You are not bothering to inflate my vanity?" Her cheeks heated with embarrassment. "Admittedly, I'm not good in these situations, my lord." "That cannot be the truth. A woman of your incomparable beauty must have her selection of suitors." "This is only my second season, my lord. I'm afraid I am completely unequipped to impress you with my coquettish skills." He laughed, a true and genuine laugh that rumbled through her own person. It was a most unusual sensation. "I think you're doing rather well." He led them to a bench between some shrubberies. The overhanging limbs of a great tree likely provided excellent shade in the daylight. "Look there." He pointed above them. "Do you know what that is hanging in the tree?" "Some sort of parasite, I would imagine, though it is difficult to make out the details in this poor lighting," Agnes said. "I do believe it is mistletoe," he whispered. "This is the wrong time of year, and I think it does not bloom in this part of Britain." "Miss Watkins?" She looked back at his face. "Do you know what they say about mistletoe?" He tilted her chin up and bent to kiss her. At the last minute, he barely brushed his warm lips across her cheek. Then he placed a sweet, chaste kiss to her lips. It was so light she might have imagined the entire ordeal. But when he stood back to his full height, and she saw his pleased expression. She knew she had not. "Why did you do that?" she asked. "I like you," he said simply, as if those 3 words explained everything. "My apologies if I offended you." Was she offended? No, she wasn't. She was, good heavens, could it be she was aroused? She came to her feet. "You do know that isn't truly mistletoe." His only answer was a devilish grin. "I hope to call upon you, Miss Watkins. Would that meet with your approval?" She should tell him no. A true lady would turn her back on a man who would dare take such liberties with her person. Not only that, but she wasn't looking for suitors any longer. Still, she found herself unable to do anything but agree. "I suppose." Her heart thundered. He held his arm out to her. "Shall I escort you back to the ballroom?" "Miss Watkins," a woman's voice called. She came closer. "I thought that was you." Agnes turned and found Lady Summersby smiling. She was a diminutive woman with flaming red curls that were somewhat tamed into a coiffure. She bore a striking resemblance to Queen Victoria, but people rarely mentioned it, as it was not Lady Summersby's favourite topic of conversation. "Lady Summersby?" Agnes asked. She spared a glance up at Lord Wakefield. "Lord Wakefield," Lady Summersby said, "I hope you are doing well. I'd like a moment alone with Miss Watkins, if you do not mind." He nodded. "I believe I've monopolized enough of the lady's time for one evening." He bowed and walked off, his broad shoulders impossible to ignore even in the dim lighting. "He is a handsome man," Lady Summersby said. "Indeed." Agnes shook herself when she heard the dreamy tone in her voice. When had she become such a ninny? "How are you this evening?" "I'm wonderful, my dear girl. I was hoping you would walk with me. I should like to discuss something with you, but it is of utmost secrecy." Agnes's heart jumped in her chest. More than likely her mother would chide her for being absent from the ballroom for this long. But she didn't care. Tonight was shaping up to be a most interesting evening. "You'll have my complete discretion." "Splendid." They walked through the gardens, and the crisp evening breeze smelled of freesia. "Are you familiar with the Ladies of Virtue?" "Yes, I've heard of them," Agnes said. "A charity group that provide funding for orphanages and the like?" "Yes, we do that. There is more, however, to our group. I'm not certain if you've ever heard any rumours about me, but I was put into a rather dangerous position several years ago, where I had to learn how to protect myself, physically. Essentially, I learned different fighting skills as well as some other abilities. 3 years ago, it occurred to me that there's a benefit for ladies, such as ourselves, to have such skills. Not only to protect themselves, but to also be of service. Agnes wasn't certain where this conversation was going, but tonight had already become the best of her entire life. First with that kiss, and now with this secretive conversation. I put together a group, and have slowly been recruiting, carefully selecting my girls, and then training them. Agnes nodded, then frowned. Training them to do what, precisely? We, genteel ladies, are often in positions that allow us to handle things without being noticed. Street theft is rampant, but with the proper skills it can be all but extinguished. There is more, but right now I need you to answer a question, Miss Watkins. Are you willing to push yourself to learn these skills, and can you commit to being discreet and become a member of the Ladies of Virtue?" "Yes," Agnes said, without even giving it much thought. She wouldn't have to ask her father to send her to live in the countryside or at a convent. She could stay right here in London and be useful. Lady Summersby chuckled. "You do not need to give me an answer tonight. You should consider this, as it could be quite life-altering." "There is no need to consider it. In truth, Lady Summersby, I feel as if this is precisely what I am meant to do with my life. Perhaps that's presumptuous or naive of me." "Not at all, and I know precisely what you mean." Lady Summersby smiled warmly. "Those many years ago, when I first started on this journey, I felt the same." She withdrew a calling card from the reticule hanging from her wrist and handed it to Agnes. "Please come to this address on Wednesday at approximately 2 in the afternoon." "I shall see you then." Agnes watched Lady Summersby walk away, then brought her fingers to her lips. She knew, without a doubt, that tonight her life had irrevocably changed. Fletcher had not completely unveiled everything they needed from Lady Fairbanks, but what he had discovered needed to be given to his direct supervisor. Fletcher had already been led into the man's study in his townhome and was waiting for an audience. The fact that Chris and he were only a few years apart had always irritated Fletcher. But Chris was high-ranking in the Sevens organization, and Fletcher respected him. Were it not for Fletcher's grandfather's wretched reputation, perhaps he would have advanced faster. Now he was likely going to be starting over because of the disastrous outcome of his previous assignment, none of which he could do anything about at the moment. His mind wandered back to the night before and the kiss he'd stolen from the lovely Miss Watkins. She was easily the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. More than that, though, she'd been clever, funny, and charming. He hadn't been able to get her off his mind since he'd stepped away from her. For someone who rarely lacked in female companionship, it wasn't often that a woman intrigued him. Even now, when he closed his eyes, he could see her own. That startling shade of blue, unlike any he'd seen before. Damnation! If he wasn't careful, he'd be reciting poetry soon. Fletcher Banks did not get affected by a pretty face, even if it was attached to a body made for sin. Until now. Until Agnes. Lust hummed through his veins, and his cock twitched. At that moment, Christopher stepped into the study. Impeccable timing. "Wakefield," he said, his voice tight. He stepped around to his desk and sat. "Do you have news?" Fletcher shifted, glad his fantasy had not had time to completely form, else he would have embarrassed himself. "Lady Fairbanks doesn't have the documents we're looking for, but I believe she knows who does." "That is promising news." Chris steepled his hands beneath his chin and eyed Fletcher. The man didn't like him, though Fletcher had never really understood why. He wasn't a perfect man, but on the whole, people enjoyed his company. Yet plenty of people judged him based on his grandfather's behaviour. He'd been a force in Parliament, and he'd made many enemies. "Indeed, I suspect I'll need more time with her." Chris's features tightened. "I'm certain that won't be too unpleasant for you," he bit out. Lady Fairbanks was a stunning woman, a widow who had made it expressly clear the night before that she would welcome him into her bed. Still, Fletcher hoped it wouldn't come to that. He was tired of that being the sole skill he brought to his position with the Seven. "Need information from a woman? Send in Fletcher to seduce it out of her." He blew out a breath. It wasn't that he didn't appreciate a willing woman to warm his bed, but the novelty had grown old as of late. Suddenly, he found himself wishing not only for a more challenging assignment, but that also some day he might be interested in pursuing a woman. One woman. "You seem distracted," Christopher said. "Merely have things on my mind. Such as?" Fletcher considered whether or not to say anything. The men in his team often had jesting things to say about his romantic conquests and the tasks he was given in the name of duty to country. They complained that those tasks were always assigned to him, but in truth he doubted they would trade places with him. "I am perceptive of other people. It is what makes me good at seducing women for information. But it is not my only skill." Chris's brows rose. "It is not merely your perception, but your reputation as a Lothario that brings these types of assignments to you. It is the perfect cover. You hide in plain sight and seduce women normally. So when the time comes to do so for duty to your country, I should think you could do so without complaint." He drummed his fingers on his desk. "That being said, seduction is not the only means to gather information. It just seems to be your preferred method. And I don't believe any of them have required you to toss a bag over their heads." "I'm ready for something more challenging." He shrugged. "What if I choose a bride? I can't be spending my nights seducing other women, even in the name of my country." "Do you have someone in mind?" Chris asked. Perhaps if Chris knew he was potentially serious about one woman, he'd offer him some different types of duties. "I met someone last night." He was thoughtful for a moment. "She was different. Special. If she has you pausing, considering something significant rather than a brief affair, she sounds special indeed." "I know that a brief affair with her would never be enough. I can say that with certainty." Whether or not he deserved someone of her caliber was an entirely different matter. His grandfather would certainly say that Fletcher was too stupid and incompetent to deserve a well-bred lady. "Oh, how the mighty have fallen," Chris chuckled. "Try to remember, Wakefield, that we are not friends, you and me. If you want to marry, feel free. As for your assignments, I shall consider changing some of them, but after the mess you left in Belgium, I don't have many options." "Christopher?" a woman's voice called from outside of the study. "Are you in here?" Then the door opened and in walked Agnes. Fletcher came to his feet. "Miss Watkins." Watkins? Christopher Watkins. How had he missed that connection? Her perfect bow-shaped lips parted, and her eyes widened. She looked from Fletcher's face to Christopher's. "Lord Wakefield, what are you—" "Wakefield, I certainly hope this is not the lady you were just speaking of," Chris said, his tone dark and deadly. Her eyes darted to Chris at his interruption. Her mouth opened, then closed, and a frown settled over her features. "This is my sister, Miss Watkins." Chris levelled a glare at him. Damnation. It didn't take any special training to decipher that Christopher wasn't too keen on the notion of Fletcher and his sister having any sort of relationship. He wasn't certain if he should be pleased that he'd stolen a kiss the night before, since it seemed he'd never get another, or distraught that now he'd know what he'd be missing. Because even though chaste, he'd felt a passion simmering under the surface with Agnes. As if she'd read his thoughts, her fingers went to her lips. Christopher's shrewd eyes left Fletcher and trained on his sister. "Agnes, did you need something?" She released a slow breath. "Only to tell you that Mother has requested we accompany her to the theatre this evening, since Father is still travelling. My apologies for interrupting your—" She glanced back to Fletcher, and he felt the impact of her crystalline eyes as if she'd struck him in the stomach. "Meeting?" Christopher nodded. "It would appear that you met Lord Wakefield. I'm assuming at the Winthrop ball last evening." "Yes, we danced," she asked. "He was a gentleman?" Chris asked. "He is right here," Fletcher said, annoyed at being the subject of conversation while standing in the room. He couldn't ignore the fact that he was curious as to whether or not Agnes would reveal him to be the cad that he was. Hell, had he known she was Chris's sister, he never would have kissed her, never would have even danced with her. As if Chris needed any additional reasons to hate him. Agnes's eyes never left his own. "He was." She smiled. "Lovely to see you again, my lord." "You as well," Fletcher said. "Agnes, if there's nothing else, Wakefield and I need to resume our discussion," Christopher said. "Of course." She hurriedly left the room. Christopher turned his body back to face Fletcher once they were alone again. "I know it should go without saying, but I want to make certain you understand my sister is completely off-limits for you." Fletcher eyed him. "And if I decide to court her? I understand you recognize that Agnes is special, but she's too damned good for the likes of you. She's not like your evolving door of widows there for you to seduce. I realize that, Chris. I'm not daft. I recognize enough to see that Agnes is different. I said as much before you even knew who I was talking about." Chris shook his head. "No, she's an innocent and deserves to marry a proper man, not a scoundrel like you." "Even scoundrels can be reformed with the love of a good woman," Fletcher said. Chris snorted. "Perhaps some scoundrels, but it's unlikely with you. I'd wager you've bedded more women than I've ever met. Regardless of you, Agnes has decided to remain unmarried. She is not looking for any suitors." He'd be willing to endure Chris's disapproval, but if the lady herself didn't wish to be courted, then there wasn't much Fletcher could do about that. "This is only her second season. I realize I don't have a sister, but do you feel it wise to allow her to give up on the prospects of marriage so soon? What you fail to comprehend is that no woman should be forced to marry if she doesn't want to." The vehemence with which those words came out struck Fletcher. "You feel very passionately about this," Fletcher said. Chris's jaw clenched. "It is enough to say that I knew someone once who was forced, and it has resulted in nothing but misery for her. I will not see my sister put through the same experience." He threaded his fingers through his hair. "Understand this, Wakefield. If you touch my sister, I will see to it that you are given the most menial of assignments for the duration of your career with the Seven." He paused for a moment, raising his eyebrows. "Unless your situation has changed, and your grandfather has become more forthcoming with your allowance, perhaps you no longer need this position." "Nothing has changed. Right. So while I work this job because of duty to Her Majesty, you do it to keep yourself in fashionable frocks." Fletcher barked out a laugh. Chris had no notion of what it was like to have to actually work for income. "How is it possible that we are the same age and you are such a bloody prude? Christ, Watkins, what you need is the warmth of a good woman to work some of that attitude right out of you." Chris scoffed. "And you wonder why I won't allow you to court my sister?" Fletcher slowly nodded. "Agnes is forbidden territory. I hear you." There would be no convincing him otherwise. That didn't mean he'd forget about her. No. Fletcher suspected that little minx would haunt his dreams for years to come. Chapter 3. 3 years later. Agnes strolled through the ballroom, searching for a specific gentleman, despite the fact that she already walked next to one. Her companion, for the moment, was an acquaintance through her family. Lord and Lady Barrow were friends of her father's, and their son, Michael, often sought her out for a dance or chat at parties. He was a pleasant sort, though a little shy, but kind and so exceedingly handsome he was nearly pretty. "I did enjoy them, but I admit I found some of the exhibits to be ostentatious," he said, commenting on her question about the Crystal Palace. "Do you not agree?" No, she didn't. Admittedly, she'd only asked to give them something to talk about, since he'd seemed insistent in escorting her around the ballroom. She wasn't paying him much attention as she scanned the room. "Miss Watkins?" Michael asked softly. But before she could even respond, her friend, Sullivan Chase, the Viscount Glenbrook, appeared at her side. "There you are," he said. She eyed him, momentarily confused. Then she slowly nodded. "Yes, here I am." "I'm slightly premature for our first dance," he said, then nodded at Michael. "Glenbrook," Michael said. "I didn't want to lose you in the crowd," Sullivan continued. "Of course," Agnes said. She smiled, glancing between the two men. No matter how much better she'd gotten with speaking to men, she still wasn't the kind of woman who could effortlessly diffuse an awkward situation like this one. She tried to think of something to say, something for the three of them to discuss, but nothing came to mind. Michael eyed Sullivan cautiously, then bowed and made his excuses before he skittered off to another part of the ballroom. "We don't have a dance," she said once Michael had left them. Sullivan shrugged. "You looked as if you could have used a rescue." "From Michael?" "He's odd." "Shy, Sullivan. There is a difference. Not everyone is as friendly as you are." He looped her arm around his elbow. "Shall we continue your parade around the ballroom?" She nodded. "Who have you been looking for?" he asked, his deep voice lined with an edge of humour. "You've been searching the room since you arrived." "No one of consequence." There was no need to discuss this matter with Sullivan. They were friends, close friends, but still she didn't tell him everything, especially not ladies of virtue business, which is precisely what this was tonight. She and her two closest friends, Harriet and Iris, had formed a pact with a few other members of their group to take the skills they'd acquired as members of the Ladies of Virtue into the ballrooms of London. Normally they stuck to the streets, with a few exceptions, finding petty thieves and whatnots and stopping them in their tracks. Granted, that was before the article exposing their group had been printed in London's most popular broadsheet. Though it listed none of them by name, it had bothered Lady Summersby enough that she'd put their crime-fighting activities on hiatus. That hadn't stopped Agnes from catching two young boys pilfering watches and baubles from the pockets of people wandering through the exhibits at the Crystal Palace yesterday afternoon. Thankfully, she'd been able to snag them without causing too much attention. She'd hate to get into trouble with Lady Summersby. But as much good as she and her group normally did, Harriet had recently brought to their attention the debauchery that was right in front of their eyes, directly within society's finest families. So they'd each selected a gentleman who embodied one of the 7 deadly sins. Her choice had been simple: Fletcher Banks, the Earl of Wakefield. Tall, impossibly broad, and handsome as the devil, Fletcher was the very picture of lust. Not so much inspiring it in her, she was immune to such foolery, but he made it his business to seduce nearly every widow in London. He was quite brazen about it, and his seduction skills were becoming something of legend. London's very own Don Juan. Agnes rolled her eyes. What a ridiculous notion. Tonight, though, would prove the perfect opportunity to speak to her target and begin his reform. Every year, at this precise ball, Fletcher Banks, the Earl of Wakefield, would ask her to dance. It was the anniversary of the night they met, and the only time he ever danced with her. She hadn't yet seen him this evening, but she knew he'd be there. That night, when they met, when he stole her one and only kiss, she'd foolishly thought it had been the beginning for them, that he might be different. She'd momentarily considered giving up her self-proclaimed single status. As it turned out, though, he'd never pursued her. She was nothing but another skirt in a long line of ladies who the notorious Earl of Wakefield had feigned interest in. She'd be a liar if she said she wasn't looking forward to the dance. 3 seasons later, and it was always this one waltz that she looked forward to the most. She hated to even admit that to herself. For someone who is looking for no one in particular, you are most assuredly searching quite thoroughly, Sullivan said from beside her. Don't you have some pretty lady to flirt with? She asked. He chuckled. Agnes, you know you are the most beautiful woman in the room. You make me want to swear when you say ridiculous things like that. He chuckled again. Noted. Dance with me and you can search the room from a better location. Insufferable. One of my finer qualities, I think. She allowed him to lead her onto the dance floor, and wondered for the millionth time why Sullivan didn't inspire anything in her more than friendship, perhaps even brotherhood. He was handsome, dashing even, with his tall, athletic frame and smouldering brown eyes. But that wicked gleam he shot her did nothing more than amuse her. Normally, she wouldn't spend a moment even thinking about Lord Wakefield and his scandalous behaviour. But she'd made a pact with her friends, and already 2 of them had followed through on their ends. Iris had confronted Lord Ashby about his pride, and Harriet was having a devil of a time convincing Lord Davenport that his overspending was a sin worth considering. Tonight, she would broach the subject with Fletcher. Admittedly, his sin of choice was notably more sensitive than the others. It wasn't precisely proper for her, as a lady, to discuss such matters at all, let alone with a gentleman. Still, it was time his lustful ways were reformed. It was more than that, though. As much as she loathed to admit it, she looked forward to this dance the entire season, because it meant being in his arms. They would never be anything more than friends or acquaintances, really. He worked with her brother, and she'd always gotten the impression that they weren't friends. In fact, she was certain that her brother loathed Fletcher. Fletcher's grandfather, the Duke of Harcourt, was still living, as was his father, the Marquis of Longley, which gave Fletcher the honorary title of the Earl of Wakefield. But his title came with no responsibility whatsoever, which was a disaster in the making, as it gave him nothing but time on his hands. Time and privilege combined could bring about the destruction of a gentleman. Idle hands were the devil's handiwork. It was something her grandmother had always said to her, and it had stuck with Agnes since childhood. She, herself, rarely sat still, which, being a proper lady, was a challenge. She was expected to embroider and play the pianoforte. She wasn't accomplished at either of those tasks, preferring that if she had to sit still, she'd rather do so with a book in her hand, or with her weaponry designs. You're never the chattiest of females. I suspect that is why I enjoy your company, Sullivan said. But you are unusually quiet tonight. They left the dance floor. Care to discuss? Nothing to discuss, Agnes said. My thoughts are merely elsewhere. You wound me, Agnes. That is highly doubtful. Miss Watkins. That rich voice came from behind her. Chills scattered up her spine, and she closed her eyes briefly as his deep baritone washed over her. Fletcher. She spun to face him, and her breath caught. You startled me. You shouldn't sneak up on people in such a way. His lovely hazel eyes framed by arched brows and that square jawline. Being that handsome served no purpose. Then he turned his gaze to Sullivan and nodded. Right then, I shall see you later, Agnes. Sullivan kissed her hand, then walked away. One side of Fletcher's mouth quirked upward. Are you certain that's all it was? His deep, playful voice would distract her from the task at hand were she not careful. If not his voice, certainly his beautiful face. Vigilance, she reminded herself. His cocky grin and hazel eyes spoke of nothing but absolute wickedness, and she had neither the desire nor the inclination for that. Of course, what else would it be? My devilish charm? My exceedingly handsome face? He winked at her. Winked at her. She rolled her eyes. You are a scoundrel. That won her his full smile, which nearly knocked all of the air from her lungs. Whereas some ladies experienced what they equated to butterflies flickering through their bellies at the sight of a handsome man, Agnes was certain hers was more a herd of elephants. But only Fletcher could rouse the sleeping beasts and set them loose. Did he have to be that bloody handsome? Though she supposed this was why he had the reputation he did, one did not become known as the greatest lover in London without exuding charm. Bluebell, he said warmly, I see you've missed me. Must you insist on calling me that ridiculous name? Yes, I must. It makes no sense that you hate it so. It is all rather romantic, my equating your eyes with the precise shade of a lovely flower. She rolled said eyes heavenward. There is no need for romance between the two of us. His shoulders lifted in a slight shrug. More's the pity. He clicked his tongue. It is that time. She furrowed her brow. Time for what? He brought a hand to his chest. Do not tell me you have forgotten we always dance at the Winthrop Ball. Oh, I suppose we do, don't we? I hadn't even considered it. The musicians began the waltz, and Fletcher held his hand out to her. She took his hand, and he immediately swept her into his arms, where he held her far too close. But he allowed himself only this one night a year to touch her, so propriety be damned. It is scandalous that you refuse to wear gloves, my lord, she said, her voice taking on a breathless quality. He wore no gloves because he found them irritating. Frankly, he felt the same about his cravat and his boots. But going without those in public would be far too scandalizing for the gentle sentiments of London's elite. If I wore gloves, then I wouldn't be able to feel the warmth of your body when I hold you this close, he said, leaning next to her ear. She sucked in a breath. You are a cad. I know I'm not the first to say, but you look stunning tonight, Agnes. She bristled some, her body stiffening and her cheeks turning red. Thank you. He knew that she hated that compliment, or any that sounded similar. Still, he couldn't not comment on it. She was lovely, exceedingly so, distractingly so, and he liked to compliment her because he found it so unusual that she hated it. What woman didn't appreciate being told she was pretty? It made no sense. "Are you not going to return the compliment and tell me how dashing I look?" he teased, trying to lighten her mood. Her startling blue eyes scanned his face, lingering on his eyes, then his mouth. Desire flitted through his body, but he'd long been in control of such reactions, so he easily swallowed the groan her bold perusal ignited. "Come now, Bluebell, you're taking far too long to answer that question. Either you disagree with me and don't find me dashing at all, or you're mentally cataloguing all of my finer features. Which is it?" She stared into his eyes, arching a brow. He chuckled. "The latter, I see." He leaned a little closer and lowered his voice. "I catalogue your finer features all the time, while I lie in bed." Her cheeks flamed, and desire heated her gaze. "Fletcher, it isn't proper to say such things." "I never once claimed to be proper." Nor had he said what usually happened when he lay in bed thinking of her. How his body grew hot, and his cock heavy and hard. How he had to touch himself while imagining her sweet, innocent mouth wrapped around him, taking him all the way to the back of her throat. Damnation. He needed to rein in his thoughts. "Are you still determined to not marry?" he asked. "This again? Why do you always ask me that?" "Should there come a day when you decide to marry, I should like to be the first to know. So are you still dead set against it?" She glanced at him, her eyes widening slightly. "I am. It is not different from you being a confirmed bachelor." "Aside from the fact that I can earn my own money and buy my own property." "I have my own funds. I do not need a man to take care of me." "Perhaps. But I am not so stubborn as to refuse to acknowledge that I would marry if the right woman came along." He paused a moment and looked her directly in the eyes. "I would marry you, Bluebell. You need only say the word." She snorted. "London's most notorious lover settling down for marriage? No one would believe that." He turned her on the dance floor to hide his disappointment at her mockery. "Tell me what you have been doing so far this season." "No." She shook her head, her brow furrowed with a frown. "I actually wanted to speak with you about something first." "Indeed? Were you intending to seek me out this evening, had I not come to collect my dance?" "If I had to, yes." He felt his grin spread. "I do enjoy the thought of you seeking me out." "Can you not be serious? If not for the entirety of the night, at least grant me your full attention for this dance." "You, Agnes, always have my full attention. And when the situation calls for seriousness, I can acquiesce, though in my experience it rarely does." "This does," she said. "Is it of that much importance?" She nodded once. He searched her face, looking for some clue as to what troubled her so. Her pale blue eyes, framed with those dark lashes, stared back at him. God, she was beautiful. "Are you well? In some sort of trouble?" She swallowed visibly, then shook her head. "No, nothing like that." He nodded. "Very well, then. Let us have it." "First, I must apologize for the unladylike nature of this discussion." She inhaled slowly. "There are things that must be said." "Unladylike?" His hand tightened on her waist, and he fought the urge to pull her body closer, pressing those lush curves to him. "Oh, Bluebell, you have definitely intrigued me. What could possibly drive you to unladylike behavior?" "No, not behavior. Merely a conversation. He clicked his tongue.
That is a pity. I was hoping for a confession.
No, this is about your behaviour. She took a deep breath. Her shoulders rose, and the creamy globes of her breasts nearly pressed against him as he turned her on the dance floor. His gaze dropped to her cleavage, and he indulged himself by staring, imagining peeling her dress down and mapping every curve with his tongue. Christ, he shouldn't be this close to her. "You are far too lustful," she whispered. His gaze rose to her face, and though he expected humour, he found nothing but earnestness. She was serious. He tipped back his head and laughed heartily. She smacked his arm where she held on to him. "Stop that! People are staring."
People always stare at you, Agnes. You are far too stunning to look away from. I know that once my eyes find you across the room, I am done for the entirety of the evening.
For the entirety of his life, if he were being honest. No matter how many women he'd bedded, it had always been Agnes. "I was being quite serious."
Yes, I can see from your scowl that you are. But what could you possibly know about my lustful ways?
Her gaze dropped briefly to his lips, and he realized with alarming clarity that Agnes wanted to kiss him. Tempting information that was not particularly helpful while she was in his arms and they were discussing lust. "I know you have a despicable reputation as a layabout and Lothario." He shrugged.
"I am a man of leisure."
"You should not say that with such pride. Being a man of leisure is nothing to brag about. Truly, you must mend your ways." She paused for a moment, then lowered her voice even more. "Do you know that you are known as the Don Juan of London? That people speak of your legendary prowess with women and your seductive skills?" Damnation! How he wished he knew what she'd heard and what she'd felt at the time. Did her pale flesh blush with desire? Would he find her slippery with want?
"I'm sorry, you're going to have to clarify something for me, because while your tone indicates that my behaviour is reprehensible, the words you're saying fill me with pride, not remorse."
She shook her head. "I knew you were going to make this difficult."
You obviously came prepared tonight to educate me on why my behaviour is so terrible, so please proceed,"
he said. "You will listen to my argument?"
"Every illicit word."
Though he knew that was too much to hope for. Agnes was an innocent, and he never touched them. In fact, she was the only one he'd ever been tempted to touch, and entertaining this conversation might prove more temptation than he could resist. He was treading on thin ice as it was, considering his cock was already resting heavy against his thigh. She nodded. "I am not naive enough to think that people do not carry on and have affairs, but I must say that the sheer number of your—" She paused, as if searching for the right term. "Conquests is appalling, if the rumours are to be believed."
"You are listening to rumours about me?"
He smiled down at her.
"Bluebell, I'm touched."
She rolled her eyes. "Your behaviour is unbecoming of a gentleman of your rank."
You know as well as I do that my title is nothing more than a courtesy at this point.
"Yes, but it won't always be that way. And you have your brother to consider. You are being a wretched example for a gentleman of his young age." He snorted.
"Jefferson has spent his life watching me and our grandfather, while our worthless father hides himself in the country. He is neither a cruel bastard, like our grandfather, nor a legendary lover, like me."
The words legendary lover sent disgust spiralling through him. While other men were known for building empires or defending their country,
Known for their cunning and their bravery, he was known merely for his skill in the bedroom, which seemed a small enough thing to him. How hard was it to pay attention to the pleasure of a woman? Not difficult at all, and vastly pleasurable, except hardly the sort of thing a man wanted to be his legacy. On the contrary, my brother is so firmly on the straight and narrow, he doesn't even realize there are other roads to be taken. If anything, my behavior has encouraged Jefferson to be the uptight, principled soul he is, so you needn't worry there. She opened her mouth, then shut it. Her frown deepened. He waited to see if she'd considered anything else. This entire subject matter surprised him, not merely because she was a genteel lady and such a topic was scandalous, but because she'd clearly spent enough time on formulating an argument meant just for him. She'd thought about him and his behavior, even if she didn't approve of it. He was a bastard for finding some measure of pleasure in that notion. Then certainly you must consider the women. His smile tipped up. That is all I consider, my dear Agnes. She opened her mouth, then closed it, her eyes widening as she realized the meaning behind his words. Her features set in a frown. You are leaving a trail of broken hearts behind you. Didn't you tell me once that you don't believe in love? And I maintain my belief, but I am more pragmatic than most women. Pragmatism won't keep you warm at night or bring your body pleasure. I require neither. She nodded as if to reassure herself of that fact. Let us get back to you, as we're not talking about me. You must recognize that some of these women will never be the same. You can't be so cruel that you do not care about harm you cause. Cruelty has nothing to do with it, he said, his tone harsher than he'd intended. These women don't come to me with their hearts in their hands. They want seduction, passion, and I provide that and only that. It is a mutual agreement. There are no broken hearts, no hurt feelings, just two satisfied partners. She shook her head. I don't believe you. Physical affection was meant to be rooted in emotional affection. There is no way possible that you don't care about the women, and likewise that they don't care about you. It's the truth. She was the only woman he'd ever cared about, but he couldn't tell her that. Then the pleasure must not be that great. You have no notion of how much I want to drag you into a darkened room and show you precisely how much passion and pleasure I could bring you. Thankfully, he only interacted with Agnes on a limited basis, so he felt comfortable about the words he was about to whisper into her ear. He'd shock her delicate sensibilities, and then she'd scurry off and leave him be. He'd find some willing widow, and then lose himself in the pleasures that he knew so well. Did you know there is a specific part of a woman's body that has the sole purpose of pleasure? That is all it does. It's a sweet bundle of nerves that does nothing but produce earth-shattering orgasms. That is proof enough that our Creator designed our bodies as vessels of pleasure. I'm rather partial to sucking that little nub into my mouth. As long as a man is inclined to bring his lover's pleasure, there is no need for emotional affection. She sucked in a breath and said nothing. Do you want me to tell you where it is, Agnes? I can show you how you can bring yourself pleasure. No, she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. This is precisely what I'm talking about, Fletcher, she continued. You are too brazen, far too lustful. Do you not fear for your soul? He chuckled. I'm afraid my soul is already damned. That doesn't seem to be a laughing matter. What should I do then, Agnes? Swear off love and affection as you have? She frowned, her eyes narrowing at him.
I never said I had sworn off affection. I merely said that romantic love seems to be an illusion, and one that I do not prescribe to. It doesn't mean I'm heartless and uncaring." They danced the remainder of the waltz in silence, and he argued with himself about speaking to her so brazenly. Better she heard it from him and ceased talking of such nonsense. He wanted to ask why she'd thought to confront him about such a bold topic. Was she afraid for his soul, as she'd suggested? Perhaps that meant she cared more than she let on. "Does Christopher only allow you to dance with me this one night?" she asked, as he led her back to where she'd been standing before their dance.
"Something like that," he said. In truth, he only allowed himself this one dance. She was far too tempting to be this close to very often. He flipped her hand over and placed his lips on the bare skin of her wrist, directly above her glove. His lips opened against her skin, his tongue making the barest of contacts against her warm flesh. She turned away from him, refusing to watch his tall frame walk back into the crowd. Her heart pounded so furiously in her chest, she glanced down to see if her gown showed the movement. Tingles danced along her skin, and she couldn't determine if she was hot or chilled. That discussion had not gone as planned, or rather she hadn't planned enough, perhaps. She hadn't counted on him arguing with her, defending his behaviour. She'd foolishly assumed he'd see the error of his ways once she'd brought it to his attention. Instead, he'd turned the tables on her and set her body on fire. He was nothing but a flirt and a scoundrel. Christopher had told her, those many years ago when she and Fletcher had first met, that Fletcher was not the right man for her. He was far too worldly, and he'd never settle down and stay faithful to any woman. Over the years, she'd seen the truth of that. He was a shameless flirt, much like her own mother. And like her mother, there were rumours of Fletcher and his seductive prowess. A veritable Don Juan of London's elite. Christopher had always been protective of her. He became even more so when she'd explained to him that she had no wish to find a husband. He'd listened intently to her reasoning and agreed to keep the men at bay until such a time that she changed her mind. He was excellent at doing so, as he had an uncanny way of popping up around her no matter where she was, glaring at any prospective suitors and frightening them away. She wasn't blind to her own appearance, nor was she vain. She was beautiful, in the classical sense. She'd been told that her entire life. Then her body had developed and she'd been gifted a figure men lusted after. Most of them weren't shy about admitting such a thing. Whether it was the fact that they expected her to become as loose with her affections as her mother was, she was unsure. She knew, though, that she hated the attention, every minute of it. There was so much more to her than her pretty face and feminine curves. She was intelligent and creative, and resourceful and kind, and even funny, sometimes. No one had ever bothered to discover those characteristics in her. No one, save Fletcher. But he was a Lothario and a wastrel, everything Christopher had described him to be. So, despite the fact that her body betrayed her, and never failed to react to his nearness, her mind knew he was not the man for her. She had decided long ago that love wasn't for her. For a short while, she'd hoped marriage might be in her future, even if love was not. Romantic love was, at best, a fleeting illusion, something women used to explain their lustful nature. At worst, a recipe for pain and heartache. As far as she'd ever been able to tell from watching the couples around her,
love did not endure, even if a union lasted decades. Fletcher was certainly a fitting example of that. Surely his affairs had left a string of broken hearts and dashed hopes. At least that's what she had always assumed. But what if she was wrong? What if, as he maintained, his affairs were all of the flesh and not of the heart at all? What if lust had nothing to do with affection or emotion? She supposed it was reasonable that she wasn't the only enlightened woman in London, and perhaps others had discovered that love was not an emotion of endurance. Why did the combined thought of Fletcher and lust make her feel so uncomfortably hot and flustered? Chapter 4. Fletcher had barely stepped away from her before saying something idiotic and foolish, like begging her to run away with him. Before he pulled her into the shadows and ravished her the way they both knew she wanted him to do, the way he'd always longed to do. Fletcher recognized the telltale signs of her desire for him, the flush that had colored her throat and cheeks, and the way her pupils had nearly swallowed her lovely irises. Agnes wanted him as much as he wanted her, which meant he needed to get the hell out of here, at least until he cooled himself down. He made his way to one of the downstairs parlours where he knew he'd find other men, mostly husbands hiding from their wives, drinking and smoking. He said nothing as he entered the room, merely making his way to the sideboard and pouring himself 2 fingers of brandy. He downed it in one swallow, then poured himself another. There was something between him and Agnes, or there could be. He'd spent the last 3 years denying this fact, doing his damnedest to pretend he didn't want her, because the simple truth that he couldn't have her was too hard to swallow. Fletcher knew her brother wholeheartedly disapproved. Christopher hated him and would kill him if he put a finger on Agnes. Hell, the man would kill him if he knew about the mostly chaste kiss they'd shared the night they met. He'd say he could work around Chris, as Fletcher didn't exactly require the man's approval to court his sister. Except for the fact that Chris was still in charge of doling out assignments in the 7. If Fletcher ever wanted to do anything, save the menial assignments and the occasional seduction for intel, he needed to get on Chris's good side, which felt rather impossible, since the man seemed to set him up for failure. Fletcher knew Agnes required courtship and a proper marriage, though she claimed she wanted neither. If he believed himself a better man, he might try to convince her otherwise, but he knew without a doubt that he'd be a wretched husband. None of the men in his family had ever been good mates. His grandfather was a mean bastard whose vitriol had sent Fletcher's grandmother to an early grave. Then there was his father, who had buried Fletcher's mother after they'd lost her and the baby girl she'd been carrying. His father had tried again with other women, having one short-lived affair after another. The women always left, angry and broken. Fletcher refused to do that to Agnes. She deserved so much more than him. Maybe there had been a time when they could have made a go of it, but he'd been a coward and hadn't fought for her. He felt almost certain that he would have been able to convince her then that marriage was worth the risk. He missed his chance. Back when they'd first met and he'd recognized she was different, something inside of her had called to something inside of him. He'd been a fool. Instead, he'd attempted to forget her and what they could have been by ploughing his way through the widows of London. He'd perfected his love-making skills, but still his bed was empty at night. He'd never actually slept with a woman before, only brought her pleasure, and then they'd part ways. He made his way back to the ballroom, feeling slightly more in control of his faculties. Damned if her confrontation hadn't surprised the hell out of him. She was wrong about him leaving a string of broken hearts, though. Those women he'd bedded knew nothing of him, of the man. They didn't love him. They'd only wanted the pleasure he could bring them. In the end, the only heart he'd ever broken was his own. He glanced back at the ballroom and caught sight of Agnes. He'd been telling her the truth. Once he caught sight of her, it was hard for him to look anywhere else. At the moment, she danced in the arms of the Viscount Glenbrook. He was a decent fellow, but he certainly didn't deserve Agnes. She smiled up at her dance partner's face, and something he said made her laugh. Fletcher forced himself to look away. The following afternoon, Agnes sat in her favourite chair in the library, sketching a design for a new fan. There was a scratch at the door, then a footman entered with a tray. "A post for you, Miss Watkins," he said. She set her work aside, then reached for the envelope. The letter was clearly addressed to her, but there were no distinguishing marks as to who it was from. The blue wax seal featured some scrollwork, but the letter X sat prominently in the centre. Agnes's heart pounded. She slipped her letter opener beneath the seal and popped it open, then unfolded the note within. "Dear Agnes, you are in far more danger than you could possibly realize. You think you are doing good with your reckless behavior and work for the ladies of virtue. They claim to have trained you to protect yourselves, but all it will do is lead you into danger. Instead, all you do is patch up a hemorrhaging wound with a napkin and in the process ruin lives. You have trusted all the wrong people and it will end in disaster. Know that I'm watching. Someone is always watching. Most sincerely, Lady X." She read over the letter again, and then set it down on the occasional table. Lady X was the same woman who had been the anonymous source behind the newspaper article on the ladies of virtue. The mysterious woman obviously had some sort of vendetta against their group, and had every intention of destroying them. And a personal letter from her meant that the woman not only knew about the inner workings of their group, but she also knew at least some of the members. This needed to be brought to Lady Summersby's attention immediately. Agnes stepped into the corridor and asked their butler to ready a rig for her. Then she raced up the stairs to gather her cloak. She paused. Then, without another thought, she set her foot up on the edge of her bed and strapped on the garter she'd made that allowed for a dagger to be sheathed against her thigh. At this point, she couldn't be too careful. Several hours later, she stood in the sparkling candlelit ballroom with her closest friends. She'd fully intended to tell them about the letter from Lady X, as she'd done to Lady Summersby. But upon hearing about the letter, Lady Summersby had instructed her to keep it between them for the time being. Agnes hated not being forthcoming with her friends, but she understood their leader's concerns. So it was that she found herself standing at the refreshment table at the Anderson ball with Harriet, Justine, and Matilda, keeping a secret from them. It was on her tongue to ask the latter two about which men they'd selected for their 7 deadly sins assignment, but a group of other women appeared at the table behind them. Their conversation caught her attention. "Lord Wakefield," one of the women nearly moaned his name. "Yes, that is him," another woman said. "He cuts a fine figure in those trousers." "Eileen," a third woman exclaimed, "you are too scandalous." Though her words were chiding in nature, her tone was anything but. Agnes had heard women talk about Fletcher in passing before, but she'd never paid too much attention. She'd never really wanted to know much about his romantic rendezvous. But now, since accepting the task to reform his wicked ways, she supposed such gossip was her business. "Will you sleep with him again?" the second woman asked. "I certainly would. He's a lover unlike any I've ever had." The one called Eileen chuckled. "I swear I felt the vibrations of pleasure run through my body for 3 days afterward." Harriet's eyes widened, and she opened her mouth, but Justine silenced her with a look. "I do wish my husband would hurry up and die already," the third woman said. "I swear that old goat will likely outlive me, and then I'll never get the opportunity to experience the greatest lover in London. 'Tis a shame he only shares his bed with widows." The three women walked away, leaving Agnes and her friends to wonder what else might be said about the wastrel that was Lord Wakefield. "I thought you said you were calling him to task about his lustful ways," Justine said, her pale green eyes levelled on Agnes. "I have spoken to him," Agnes said, "though he wasn't exactly receptive to reforming." "I doubt many of them will be," Matilda said. "What is your plan?" Harriet asked. "Well, I am not giving up. I shall show him the error of his ways. I merely need to approach it differently to convince him he's wrong," Agnes said. "There is a fundamental flaw in his logic, and once I convince him of this fact, then the rest will fall into place." The women separated then, each going off with a dance partner. Agnes had just finished dancing with Michael when the young Lord Travers came to collect her. Michael frowned at the younger man, eyeing him suspiciously. Lord Travers glared at Michael in return. How did she always manage to put herself in these positions where she should be able to diffuse the awkwardness, and instead she made it worse by just standing there? The music began on the next song, and she glanced at Michael and gave him an apologetic smile. Truth be told, he was shy, but she'd much rather dance with him than Lord Travers. Michael then bowed to Agnes. "Miss Watkins, always lovely to see you." "You as well," she said with a smile. He was very pleasing to look upon, with golden hair and deep green eyes. He strode away as Lord Travers took her arm. "Miss Watkins," he said in his slightly nasal tone, "you look spectacular in that gown." His eyes slid down to the rest of her cleavage. She repressed a shudder and didn't even bother to say thank you. Why had she agreed to this dance in the first place? Lord Travers wasn't an unattractive man. He was actually considered quite the bachelor to catch, considering his youth and fortune. But with the way that spittle gathered in the corners of his mouth as he spoke, and how she could feel the sweat from his palms through her gown and his gloves, he did not appeal to her in the least. "You know I have not changed my mind about us," he said. Oh dear, here it came. This was why she rarely danced with him. She winced, bracing herself for his words. "I will convince you to marry me one of these days." He smiled broadly, which only drew attention to the white lines of spit at the corners of his grin. "I desire you, and only you, and I shall have you." "You flatter me, my lord, but as I've told you before, I am not in the market for a husband." When could she be done with this foolishness and simply enjoy social gatherings without the pressure of would-be suitors? She was ready to be considered a spinster, a woman firmly upon the shelf. Yes, that is why you women do make yourselves so appealing to us. Feign indifference so that we proceed with a chase. Annoyance tightened her frame, and she shifted a little farther away, putting distance between them. "I can assure you, Lord Travers, that I am not doing anything of the kind," he chuckled.
We shall see.
She endured the rest of the dance in silence, then quickly made her way to her mother's side to inform the woman she was leaving for the evening. A headache was always a worthy excuse. In truth, she found herself giving the driver of her rig Fletcher's address. She'd known for years that his grandfather's townhome was only 2 doors down from her family's, yet she'd never had reason to call upon him. Though she knew she could sit on the settee in the parlour while waiting for Fletcher to appear, Agnes remained standing. He didn't make her wait long before he entered the room, no cravat with the top 2 buttons unfastened, his shirt sleeves rolled up to reveal his forearms and bare feet. She had no standing to lecture him on his behaviour since she'd come to his home to see him, unannounced and uninvited.
Agnes.
He came to stand in front of her and gripped her arms gently, his features etched in concern.
Is everything all right?
Yes, I am well. Everything is well. I merely wanted... She shifted her shoulders and notched her chin up. I wanted to continue our discussion from the other night, and you were not in attendance at the Anderson ball this evening. His hazel eyes darkened and a muscle in his jaw tensed.
You want to continue chastising me about my affairs?
Specifically, your problem with lust, she said abruptly. He gave her a lopsided grin.
Yes, lust.
He moved to sit on the settee and stretched his long legs out in front of him, crossing his bare feet at the ankles.
Though again we have a difference of opinions, because I fail to see it as a problem.
He had nice feet, she couldn't help but notice, and it was far better to notice his toes than to fixate on how strong his thighs looked encased in his trousers, or how the cords of his muscular forearms seemed to draw her attention. Spending this much time with her thoughts on lustful behaviour was toying with her mind. She never noticed such things before.
Sit, Agnes.
He motioned to the empty space next to him. She acquiesced, but sat with enough space between them to fit another person. A rather large person, in fact. I thought I would give you the opportunity to prove your theory.
My theory? And what would that be?
That there is pleasure to be found between people who are not emotionally bound.
I have proven that sentiment time and time again, he said.
His arms crossed over his broad chest. She took a bracing breath and met his warm gaze. To yourself, perhaps, but in my esteem your logic is flawed. I am presenting you with the opportunity to prove yourself. She paused, gathering her courage. To me.
He chuckled. How do you propose I do that?
Kiss me. His brow furrowed, then his eyes narrowed.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, you should kiss me. I propose that because we are not emotionally attached to each other, that there will be no real pleasure found in a romantic embrace. He shook his head.
No.
She arched one brow. Are you so uncertain of your hypothesis?
That's not it at all. I have rules I follow, self-constructed rules. I do not touch virgins, I do not touch married women, and I never dally with any woman long enough to get emotionally involved.
He ticked off each rule on a finger.
You, my dear Agnes, are a virgin, and therefore you are off limits.
That's ridiculous. I am not proposing we have an affair. Just the mention of the word caused her face to flame. Her cheeks warmed to such a degree she nearly fanned herself. I am suggesting a simple experiment. He said nothing in response to that. Her skin prickled everywhere. She stood. Very well, then you must concede my point.
I will do no such thing. I know you're wrong. I will not lie to appease you,
he said, coming to his feet. He gripped her chin, gently tilting her head, so she could look up into his face.
"Are you truly saying that you will feel no passion, no pleasure, if I kiss you?"
"That is, in fact, what I'm saying," she said. The only reason her heart was beating faster and her breaths were shallow was because she was nervous. She didn't go around asking men to kiss her. This was new territory for her. That explained her physical reaction more so than his nearness and hand on her face. His thumb rubbed gently across her bottom lip.
"Oh, Bluebell, I'm going to thoroughly enjoy proving you wrong."
With that, he lowered his lips to hers. His hands cradled her face as his mouth moved against hers, slowly, sinfully. He nipped at the corners of her mouth, then ran his tongue lightly over her bottom lip. On instinct, she parted her lips and their mouths caressed each other's. Then he slid his tongue into her mouth, rubbing it against hers. She released a little moan and arched her body to get closer. Boldly, she reciprocated his moves and thrust her tongue into his mouth. He growled and deepened the kiss. Their mouths moved in sync until the kiss became an entity all its own. Her entire body flamed with awareness. One of his hands slipped from her face to her neck and then to her chest, just resting at the edge of her bodice. Her breasts rose and fell, nearly begging for his palm. That's when she came to her senses. She pulled herself back and stood, putting distance between them. His hazel eyes had darkened so much she couldn't even see any of the color from his irises, and his chest rose in rapid breaths. She put a hand to her mouth. Oh, God, she'd been wrong.
"Agnes,"
he said, his voice rough. She shook her head. "You were right."
"I was?"
She searched for any sign of arrogance in his tone, but found none. "You must be right. Passion must not have anything to do with affection. Either that or we're in love." She snorted. "And we both know how ridiculous that notion is."
"Yes, ridiculous,"
he repeated. "I have to go." With that, she turned and fled. She ignored his voice as he called to her, and she didn't stop running until she'd reached the steps to her home. She stopped before opening her front door, her heart pounding so furiously. It wasn't from her light jog home, she recognized that. No, this was purely a reaction to Fletcher and his kiss. She almost missed the letter on the stoop, but her shoe shuffled against the paper, drawing her attention to it. Chapter 5. Fletcher loathed to receive calls at his townhome with the exception of last night's caller. He'd welcome Agnes and her heated kisses any time. He should simply rent something away from his damned grandfather. But here he could at least keep his ear to the ground, so to speak, on familial matters. Because of this, though, he spent an extraordinary amount of time at the club, which meant he ran into friends quite often. Today he sat with Malcolm Wheatley, the Duke of Lockwood. Malcolm sat with complete casualness, his legs stretched out, boots crossed at his ankles, managing to look both relaxed and incredibly arrogant at the same time.
"Tell me about the Widow Brooks."
Fletcher eyed his friend.
"What do you want to know?"
Is she worth the effort?
"She requires little to no effort."
Malcolm made a noise of disgust.
Then she is not worth it. Damnation, but I'm bored.
"Oh, the poor rich Duke," Fletcher said drolly.
"Yes, my life is a terrible waste."
Malcolm scratched the stubble on his cheeks. Fletcher chuckled.
"I was told recently that I must mend my lustful ways, that I'm leaving a trail of broken hearts across London and being a poor example to my dear brother." Malcolm scoffed. Your brother is practically a priest. I said as much. Who told you all of this? It matters not.
He would not tarnish Agnes's reputation by mentioning her name. He knew that Agnes and Harriet, Malcolm's sister, were very good friends. Any mention of her name could easily get back to her. Chris stormed into the room, scanning it until his eyes fell on Fletcher. Did he know Agnes had been in his arms the night before? Chris walked over and didn't even bother sitting. He merely braced his hands on the table.
What's happened? Fletcher asked. Good God, man, you look like the devil himself has been chasing you. Sit, Malcolm said.
Chris took a deep breath, then sat. He glanced at the room behind them.
I need to leave town for a few days at the very least.
He levelled his gaze on Fletcher.
Agnes is potentially in danger, and I need you to look after her.
His heart thundered. Agnes in danger? Fletcher shook his head.
How is she in danger? Where is she now? She's paying a call to a friend of hers.
He looked pointedly at Malcolm. Chris combed his fingers through his hair, then swore.
What I'm about to say does not leave this table. Understood?
Malcolm and Fletcher both nodded.
She's in this ladies' group.
He leaned forward so he could speak low.
She doesn't know that I know, but they're trained with some basic defense skills and have managed to wrangle a handful of pickpockets off the streets. Thus far it has been harmless, and I keep an eye on her. I read about them in the Times, Malcolm said.
Fletcher had read the article as well, all about these ladies of good breeding wielding hatpins as weapons.
Agnes does all of that.
Damnation. He did not need another reason to find her attractive. But the image of her using a sharp object to take down a pickpocket flashed through his mind, and it was so damned sexy. Malcolm frowned.
Wait a moment. Is Harriet involved in this nonsense?
I cannot confirm that, Chris said. Malcolm swore.
It would seem the source from that article is causing trouble, Chris said. She has some sort of plan for vengeance and is after the group of ladies. This morning I found a letter that Agnes received directly from the woman.
Fletcher's heartbeat sped up. A direct threat to Agnes did not sound good.
You know who this woman is, this source?
Chris was quiet a moment before inclining his head.
I have my suspicions, but I need to be certain, which is why I need to leave London.
He looked directly at Fletcher.
I need you to watch over Agnes. What? Why me? You don't like me nor trust me.
True, on both accounts, Chris said.
What about Malcolm?
Fletcher asked. After the kiss they'd shared, he was not too keen on spending any more alone time with Agnes, lest he be tempted to break all of his rules. Malcolm waggled his eyebrows. Insufferable bastard.
No, Chris said. Malcolm is London's most eligible bachelor. If he were to spend more time with Agnes, rumours of their impending engagement would start. I'm out, Malcolm said, hands up as if to ward something off. But if I'm seen with her, there won't be rumours? Fletcher asked. I'm fairly certain I have a specific reputation as well. He's right, you know, Malcolm said with a grin. No one asked you, Lockwood.
Malcolm shrugged, but his grin never faded.
You boys are so entertaining. I should really venture out more often.
Then he stood.
But I'm afraid I must leave you.
He grabbed his glass and downed the contents.
Safe travels, Chris.
Chris nodded and they said their goodbyes.
What about her friend, Viscount Glenbrook? They're often together,
Fletcher said once they were alone again. Chris frowned.
Glenbrook is harmless, but I need someone trained. I can't very well bring this to the Seven. It's not an official assignment, but I need to ensure her safety.
Fletcher exhaled slowly. He couldn't tell Chris that it was fear of being alone with Agnes that held him back. Good God, he could certainly control himself around her for a few days. He'd done so for years. Yes, but that was before he'd tasted her, felt her supple curves pressed to his body. Damnation.
"You think I'm happy about this?" Chris asked. "You are the last man I'd want alone with my sister. I don't exactly trust you to keep your hands to yourself, so I'm prepared to make you an offer." "I'm listening." "You do this for me. Keep Agnes safe, and I will send you on the big assignment we're putting together. It leaves next month."
Fletcher eyed Chris. Everything he'd been asking for the last 5 years, only to be repeatedly denied.
"But if you touch her improperly, I shall end your career. Do we have a deal?"
He held his hand out, waiting for a shake. Fletcher gripped the man's hand and nodded.
"I will keep a watchful eye on her."
Chris shook his head.
"No, not merely watching. I need you with her, protecting her."
Fletcher nodded.
"And, Fletcher, God help me if you lay one finger on my sister. I will dismember you, and then I will end your career." "Understood."
Wouldn't Chris love to know that his perfectly virginal sister had come to his townhome begging for a kiss, all in the name of experimentation? Chris held out a folded piece of paper.
"I've written down what I know of Agnes's schedule for the next 2 weeks. Hopefully I won't be gone that long, but there are several parties and other engagements that you'll need to attend." "Do you wish me to engage or merely shadow her?"
Fletcher asked, not knowing which option he truly preferred.
"Both, depending on the function. You've been trained. Use your judgment."
Fletcher's brows rose.
"So, despite the fact that it isn't, you wish me to consider this an official assignment?" "Yes."
Fletcher nodded. More time with Agnes. He glanced down at the schedule, and the first event was a poetry reading that evening at Lord Bartholomew's library. And so it began. Christ! How was he going to keep his hands off her for 2 weeks?
"Agnes!" her mother squealed. "Come and see."
She did not have the patience for her mother this morning. She'd been working on a new weapon design and had already tossed several sketches that weren't quite right. Shortly after joining the Ladies of Virtue, it became clear that it was quite challenging for a lady to have any legitimate means of protection should she find herself in a bit of danger. Agnes had taken it upon herself to begin designing such items specifically for women, and concealed in everyday items such as fans, parasols, and pieces of jewellery. Her fans had become quite popular with the cleverly hidden blades that released with a tiny lever. She'd sold out of them every time she made a new batch. This morning she'd been attempting to work on a new piece that would hide a thin, flexible blade inside a bracelet. Setting aside her drawing, she made her way down the stairs to find her mother standing at the bottom holding a bouquet of flowers. Agnes groaned internally. She especially didn't have the fortitude to endure hearing her mother wax poetically about any of her special admirers, as she so fondly called them, though everyone knew they were her lovers. Agnes wished, in that moment and not for the first time, that her father didn't travel as much as he did. Perhaps if he were home more, her mother might be more discreet with her affairs. Until her experiment with Fletcher, Agnes had always assumed that her mother merely didn't understand how matters of the heart worked, and she fancied herself in love with all of these men she entertained. Her mother's fickle heart was a testament to how Agnes understood love. Now, though, she suspected that her mother merely had no desire to control her lustful nature and baser desires. If she thought she didn't understand her mother before, now she was even more perplexed. "Yes, Mother," Agnes said as she reached the bottom of the stairs.
"These just came for you."
"Those are for me." She glanced at the flowers, a frown weighing heavily on her brow. Her mother's smile widened.
"Yes, it would seem you have a suitor, finally."
It was always astounding to Agnes how her mother could simultaneously sabotage any and all efforts from would-be suitors, and be annoyed that none had ever pursued her with any seriousness. Though she had no proof, she felt certain that her mother had taken at least 2 of the men, who had initially showed interest in Agnes, into her bed.
"Come, let us go into the parlour and look at them in better lighting."
Her mother walked off, holding Agnes's flowers, fully expecting her daughter to follow behind. Who could have sent her flowers? Her heart stuttered at the thought that it could be Fletcher. Perhaps after the kiss they'd shared. Certainly he had felt everything she had. Had he decided to pursue her in earnest? Once in the parlour, her mother rang for a maid to get a vase with some water. Agnes picked up the bouquet to inspect it closer. There was a variety of blooms, but something about them seemed familiar somehow.
"There wasn't a card?" Agnes asked. "No, only a street urchin who'd been paid to deliver them to you. It would seem your admirer has decided to keep his identity secret for the time being."
She clapped her hands.
"How very exciting."
But the prickle of awareness at the base of Agnes's neck spoke of anything but excitement. These flowers weren't from Fletcher. He would send a note. No, these were from someone else entirely. First the letter from Lady X, then the strange note she'd received the night before, and now these flowers. Had everything been sent from her? A warning of something? Agnes glanced down at the blooms. She knew there were plenty of people who used particular flowers to bestow specific messages, but these seemed too haphazard for such a thing. The blooms all clumped together and secured with a bit of string.
"These are some of my favourite flowers," her mother mooned.
She leaned over and smelled the bouquet. And that's when Agnes realized her mother was right. These were her favourite flowers, the very same ones they had blooming in their gardens at that moment.
"Since you're enjoying them so much, Mother, you should keep them in here. Set them on the piano so they soak up the sunshine from the windows," Agnes said.
Her mother gifted her with a blinding smile.
"Thank you, my dear."
With that, Agnes turned and marched herself directly to the back gardens. The garden area that was completely closed off, surrounded by a rather tall stone wall, inaccessible except through their house. At least that was what she'd always thought. She made her way farther into the yard and found all the blooms in question, and sure enough there were some freshly cut stems. This mysterious suitor of hers had cut flowers from her own gardens. He, or she, if the flowers were from Lady X, had been inside her garden walls. With a blade sharp enough to neatly slice through the thick and woody stems of her mother's prize roses. Her mother might find the gesture grandly romantic, but, as always, Agnes and her mother were very different women. Her blood chilled. It was time to call in reinforcements and meet with the ladies of virtue. Agnes stood in the parlour with the rest of the crowd awaiting entrance into Lord Bartholomew's library. She needed to speak to her friends and fellow members of the ladies of virtue about the flowers she'd received, but she couldn't do so with this many people around to hear.
"I must speak with you about something important," she whispered to her friends.
Justine's brow furrowed, and she nodded while Matilda merely took on that sly smile of hers. Matilda was always up for an adventure, as was Agnes herself when the adventure wasn't quite so close to home. "I'll wait until we are given entrance into the main room, so we're not so near to the rest of the crowd." As if by her mere mention of the notion, the double doors opened, and they were escorted into the large open room, which she believed had once been a ballroom, but now had been converted into a massive library. "Is Harriet planning to join us?" Matilda asked. "No, I believe she had another engagement," Agnes said. "Something with Lord Davenport, perhaps?" Justine asked with a knowing smile. "It does seem to be only a matter of time for the two of them," Matilda said. Then she grabbed onto Agnes's elbow and pulled her farther into the room, away from the crowd. Justine followed. "Now tell us." "I received flowers from an anonymous suitor." "I'll bet your mother was over the moon," Justine said dryly. "As you can imagine," Agnes said. Matilda's eyes widened and her smile grew. "How positively delicious." Agnes fought the urge to roll her eyes. Out of all of her friends, Matilda was the one who believed in love the most, which was saying a lot, considering how enamoured with it Harriet had always been. "Not in this case. It is not romantic in the least." Justine frowned, which seemed to be her most natural expression. "You know who they are from?" "No, but I know for a fact that the flowers were cut from plants in my own garden," Agnes said. "Initially, I thought it was merely a coincidence, but I went and walked in the gardens and found the precise plants where the flowers had been taken." "Isn't your garden protected by a wall?" Matilda asked. "It is." "Which means someone did it from within or climbed over the wall," Justine said. "Precisely," Agnes agreed. "But it makes no sense that someone would have done it from within. We've had no visitors, and none of our servants would do something so foolish." "That's rather alarming," Matilda said. "Is this the first gift you've received?" Justine asked. "Yes," Agnes said, but then the memory of the note she'd found on her doorstep. "There was a letter left on my doorstep, but I hadn't really thought anything of it." "What did it say?" Justine asked. "It mostly commented on all of my features, my beauty." She rolled her eyes. "Nothing of consequence." She shrugged. "It might not even be the same person." Matilda snorted. "It is a wonder you don't have a much longer line of suitors." "Christopher manages to keep most of them away," Agnes said. "Considering our regular duties with the ladies of virtue have been put on hold indefinitely," Justine said, "it seems this is the perfect thing for us to put our efforts into." "Precisely what I was thinking," Matilda said. "We need to make sure you're protected, Agnes." "I am glad I spoke to you about this," Agnes said, relief washing over her. She certainly had some skills to protect herself, but with her brother out of town, it was nice to have friends so keen on protecting her. "I had nearly convinced myself I was being paranoid." "Do you have any notion of who it could be?" Justine asked. "Anyone who has been paying closer attention to you as of late?" Agnes thought for a moment before asking. "I danced with Lord Glenbrook, Lord Barrow's son, and Lord Wakefield most recently." Matilda bristled at Sullivan's name. "But you've danced with all of them before, and you and Glenbrook—" His name came out nearly as a curse on her lips. "Are friends of sorts." Agnes knew her friend did not care for Sullivan, and she had always suspected the feeling was mutual on his end. But their paths rarely crossed, at least around her, so it had never been much of an issue. Still, knowing their dislike for each other put Agnes in a precarious position, always wondering if one or the other would say something distasteful in front of her. She wouldn't hesitate to defend either one of them. They were both friends, but mostly her curious nature just wanted to know why the animosity. "Oh, I also danced with Lord Travers." She made a face of disgust. "But I've danced with him before also, and he always professes his love and plans to marry me, so anonymous letters seem too subtle for him." "I agree. It seems this would be a new suitor, someone trying to gain your favour," Justine said.
Agnes sighed heavily.
"Yes, well, sneaking into my family's private gardens is not the way to go about it."
Chapter 6. He spotted Agnes the moment he entered the room. Her blue dress moulded to her torso, accenting her impressive décolletage. She was far too tempting. His hands itched with need to touch her. This was why he kept his distance. But knowing he was going to be near her, able to hear her voice and smell the delicate floral scent that he guessed came from her hair, would be an exercise in restraint or torture. But if she was in danger, then protecting her was all that mattered. He would willingly endure torture if it meant she was safe. Not only that, but he couldn't lose his position with the Seven. It was the only thing he'd ever been good at, and it gave meaning to his life in many ways. He was a patriot after all. With that thought, he manoeuvred through the crowd and reached her side.
"Miss Watkins," he said.
Her eyes widened. "Lord Wakefield, I didn't peg you for a fan of poetry."
"I have many secret passions."
A blush crept into her cheeks and her eyes glanced downward.
"May I sit with you?" he asked.
"Of course."
"Would you care for refreshments first?"
She frowned.
"No, but thank you."
She glanced over to the girl on the other side of her, and they whispered something back and forth, but he couldn't make out any of their words. Then they were instructed to take their seats, and Fletcher found himself perched on a perfectly dainty chair that he was entirely too big for. Agnes glanced over and laughed upon seeing him wedged in.
"I don't suppose they anticipate many men attending these," he said.
He attempted to cross his legs, but ended up kicking the older woman next to him.
"My apologies, madam."
Then he flashed her a smile. It seemed to soothe her irritation.
"You look rather uncomfortable,"
Agnes said, her grin impish and genuine. He shouldn't flirt with Agnes, shouldn't indulge himself in such a pleasure. But that smile that lit her entire face, he'd do nearly anything to earn another one, even if it meant torturing himself with a temptation he could not have. He leaned over to whisper into her ear.
"The perfect solution is for you to stand. I can then spread my abnormally large body over both chairs and you can sit upon my lap."
She sucked in her breath, and the pupils in her eyes nearly swallowed the perfect shade of blue of her irises. Her lips parted. She was aroused. His own lust roared to life, and he shifted on the ridiculously small chair. Damnation! What the hell was wrong with him? He was supposed to be here to watch over her, keep her safe. He was not supposed to seduce her, as he had seduced so many other women before her. Despite the obvious appeal of being intimate with Agnes, the idea of adding her to the list of women he'd bedded for no other reason than pleasure disconcerted him. He didn't want her included among the women who had been nothing more than passing affairs. With all those other women, he'd been pretending, playing a role. With Agnes, he only ever wanted to be himself. He wanted more for her than a typical seduction.
"You are the worst."
But her subtle grin belied her words. The crowd fell quiet as the man at the front began to read. It was something about a long, meandering walk through a winter landscape, and Fletcher suppressed a yawn. Agnes jabbed him in the side with her elbow. He leaned over and whispered in her ear.
Do you suppose anyone would mind if I leaned over and laid my head in your lap for a quick nap?"
She released a laugh, then tried to cover it up with a cough. But the damage had been done. The magical sound of her giggle had poured through him like the finest of liquors. Two older women sitting in front of them both turned around, offering matching scowls.
"My apologies," Fletcher whispered.
Finally, that particular poem was finished, and there was a polite round of applause. Then a matronly woman stepped up and began reading. "Are you going to tell me what you are doing here?" Agnes asked.
"Same as you, I suspect. Enjoying the lyrical lines of—"
"You obviously hate poetry," she interrupted, with a shake of her head.
"Not entirely true. I am an avid reader of Shakespeare's sonnets."
Her eyes rounded. Then she smiled. "I prefer his plays, but one would be a fool not to appreciate his poetry." The two cranky ladies in front of them shifted, and one of them held a finger up to her lips to shush them. Fletcher rolled his eyes. "What is your favourite of his sonnets?" Agnes asked.
"Number 87,
he said. Her lips parted. "I don't believe I'm familiar with that one. I should like to hear it." He leaned as near to her as he could to whisper into her ear. From this proximity, he could smell her sweet floral scent. He closed his eyes and spoke the words.
"Farewell. Thou art too dear for my possessing, and like enough thou know'st thy estimate. The charter of thy worth gives thee releasing. My bonds in thee are all determinate. For how do I hold thee but by thy granting, and for that riches where is my deserving? The cause of this fair gift in me is wanting, and so my patent back again is swerving. Thyself thou gavest, thy own worth then not knowing, or me, to whom thou gavest it, else mistaking. So thy great gift, upon misprision growing, comes home again, on better judgment making. Thus have I had thee as a dream doth flatter, in sleep a king, but waking no such matter." She inhaled sharply. Then, from his close position, he saw her throat constrict as she swallowed. She turned slightly to face him, their lips scandalously close together. Her eyes searched his. Then she directed her focus back to the woman at the front of the room. Agnes's gloved hands clenched the fabric at her knees, while the woman finished her recitation. He rarely allowed himself the luxury of getting this close to her. She was too much of a temptation. Tonight, he was reminded why. Everything about her called to him. Her startling blue eyes, her full rosy lips, and her throaty laugh, when she allowed herself to indulge in such a thing. Her body. He shifted in the tiny chair at the mere thought of those luscious curves of hers, was made for sin. The memory of those sinful curves pressed against him when they'd kissed the other day. Damnation, he was getting hard at a stupid poetry reading. 3 additional readers stood and recited poems before the evening came to an end. Fletcher didn't speak much to Agnes and her friends, but she allowed him to walk them to their carriage. He'd follow behind to ensure she made it home safely. He couldn't have her, he reminded himself. He'd lose his position with the 7, and where would that leave him? It certainly wouldn't aid in him deserving her. No one in his life had ever stayed. They'd all deserted him because he wasn't worth loving. It had been 2 nights since Agnes had seen Fletcher at the poetry reading. 2 nights of longing and confusion. Ever since the passionate kiss they'd shared,
Agnes had struggled to think of anyone else save Fletcher's mouth. Then he'd whispered that poem into her ears, as if he'd intended the words for her. This was all distressing for a number of reasons. Least of all, it was affecting her weaponry design. Mostly, though, she was worried what it meant about her character. Was she destined to become a slave to her desires, just like her mother? Agnes took a measured breath to try and dispel the troubling thoughts. Currently, she stood with her fellow ladies of virtue members, Justine and Matilda, at the Paulson ball. Agnes could think of at least 3 other places she'd rather be, namely at home, fixing the disaster that was her latest weaponized fan. But her mother had insisted on attending. True to form, Lady Derby had deposited her daughter with her friends, then disappeared into the crowd. Attending balls with her mother had become easier since Agnes had made friends, because she no longer had to serve as a placeholder for her mother's leftover gentleman friends, as she preferred to call them.
"He's certainly paying more attention to you as of late," Justine said, nudging Agnes with her elbow.
"Who?" Agnes asked. She tried to think back to see if she'd missed some part of a conversation while she'd been wool-gathering.
"Lord Wakefield," Justine said.
"Yes, I noticed it as well," Matilda said. Agnes frowned, glanced across the room to where Fletcher stood watching her. Her foolish heart pounded. Good heavens, but she was becoming as silly as a schoolgirl. "Don't be ridiculous. We've known each other for years." They were exaggerating his intentions. "He works with Christopher. If he were interested in courting me, he'd have started a long time ago." Like he'd said he would do on the night they met. Instead, he gave her 1 dance a year, and had never even attempted to get her alone again. No, she was the one who'd shown up at his house and begged for a kiss. Justine and Matilda exchanged glances.
"He came to the poetry reading the other evening," Justine said.
He had, and she'd never seen him attend anything of the sort before. Was he interested in courting her? The mere thought had her heart tripping over itself. No, certainly not. He'd had so much time to express interest in her, and never had. Had he not specifically told her that he didn't touch virgins? So why, after all these years, was he paying closer attention to her?
"Yes, and what did he whisper in your ear?" Matilda asked.
"His favourite of Shakespeare's sonnets. Nothing more." But even as she said the words, she knew them to be lies. Her cheeks heated with the memory of the deep timbre of his voice so close to her ear, the way his breath sent spirals of warmth curling through her body. The words themselves had felt personal, but she knew that couldn't be right. Fletcher loved women, but he was all about the seduction. There was no part of him that spoke of adoration and romantic love. In that moment, she realized with alarming clarity that if she weren't careful, she'd fall prey to his charms. She was disgusted with herself that despite her acknowledging the truth of love's fallacy, she could still succumb to its temptation.
"Honestly, Agnes, every man in this room would court you if you gave any indication you might be interested. Seems as if Lord Wakefield is taking advantage of the fact that Christopher is out of town. Not to mention you flirt with him, whereas with other men you are—"
Matilda paused as if grappling for the right word.
"Well, you can be cold at times."
Agnes opened her mouth, then shut it. She stared at her friends. Cold. Yes, she could be cold. It was better than being awkward, and it had a tendency to keep most of the lectures away. Not all of them, but most. "You think Lord Wakefield has decided to toss his hat into the ring, so to speak?" Agnes refused to acknowledge the way her heart jumped at the thought. Even if he was interested in her, she did not want to marry. Fletcher was all wrong for her. He was incapable of being faithful. She refused to enter into a marriage like the one her parents had. So she shook her head. No, he is nothing more than an incorrigible flirt. One who hasn't taken his eyes off you since you entered the room, Matilda said. Agnes dared a glance in his direction and found his hazel eyes locked on her. A slow grin slid onto his face and he winked. Winked, where anyone could have seen. Warmth flooded her body and heated her cheeks. He was truly scandalous, and she was slightly horrified that part of her loved it. Horrified that it might mean she was more like her mother than she wanted to admit. Perhaps you should use this time, while your brother is out of town, to secure a suitor, one that won't turn tail and run at the sight of Christopher's scowl, Matilda said. Agnes opened her mouth to disagree, then closed it again. There was no reason to remind her friends about her feeling on matrimony. They tended to not take her very seriously, always insisting that if the right man came along, she'd change her mind. At that moment, Sullivan came to retrieve her for their dance. "Miss Watkins, Lady Justine," he said as he bowed. Then he turned his body, his jaw clenched before he nodded slightly. "Lady Matilda." "My lord," Justine said. Matilda openly glared at him. "Sullivan," she said. Agnes knew that her friend did not care for Viscount Glenbrook, but she'd never bothered to inquire why. She suspected it had something to do with the fact that their siblings were married to each other, and not so happily. However, because of the family connection, society dictated they at least acknowledge each other's company. "I'm assuming you shall be in attendance for Meredith and Charles's party they're hosting next month," he said to Matilda. "My mother has made it a requirement of me," Matilda said. "Splendid. Then I shall see you there," Sullivan said. Matilda smirked. "I wait with bated breath." He eyed Matilda for a few seconds, the muscles in his jaw clenched again and again, before turning his gaze to Agnes. "Miss Watkins, are you ready for our dance?" he asked. She eyed her friends for a moment, but Matilda showed no sign that she had issue with Agnes dancing with Sullivan, so Agnes smiled at his friendly face. Though they both had brown hair and were both tall, Sullivan was not nearly as broad as Fletcher. Her friend was lean, and his facial features spoke of his noble birthlines, whereas Fletcher's features were more angular, sharp as if sculpted by a master's hand. Sullivan also didn't have an easy grin available as often as Fletcher's. No crinkle at the corner of his eyes indicating he found much about life to be humorous and entertaining. Good heavens, she was mentally cataloguing the two men as if they were in competition for her affection, which she knew was categorically false. In a perfect world, she'd feel the same attraction toward Sullivan as she did Fletcher, but she felt nothing for him save friendship. "You look lovely tonight, Miss Watkins," Sullivan said. "Thank you, my lord." Her greeting sounded false to her own ears. When did she speak to him so formally? "The weather is rather delightful." She rolled her eyes. Good heavens, but she was resorting to trivial subjects. This was her friend. What was the matter with her? He's not Fletcher. Indeed. Plagued by thoughts of Fletcher, her eyes automatically sought him in the room. To her surprise, he was indeed watching her. Fletcher's eyes followed her as she moved in Sullivan's arms. She could feel his heated hazel gaze over every inch of her person. Good heavens, even across the room, while she danced with another man, Fletcher brought out the very worst in her. She'd spent her entire life demanding more of herself, proving that she had so much more to offer than her pretty face and feminine curves. She knew what men wanted. She'd seen it again and again with her own mother. Their brazen flirting, the rumours, her father's nearly continual travel. She would not be that woman. Passion had no place in her life because she would not lose herself to become nothing more than an ornamental vessel. "Have you been to the Crystal Palace yet?" she asked. She would not allow her recent fascination with Fletcher to ruin her friendship with Sullivan. He was a handsome man, there was no denying it, but meeting Sullivan's brown gaze held none of the heat or thrill that occurred when she looked at Fletcher, which brought her mind back to her experiment with the kiss. Did she have an emotional attachment to Fletcher and not realize it? Is that why their kiss had been so pleasurable? "I haven't made the time for a visit. Is it worth it, in your opinion?" "Yes, very much so. Every exhibit has something worth exploring. It's quite thrilling. Do you enjoy antiquities? I don't believe we've ever discussed that before." His eyes met hers, and he gave her a slight smile. "I suppose they can be of interest. I must confess, though, I've never been much of a student or scholar. I prefer the athletics and politics." "Then it is fortunate you were born into the House of Lords." He chuckled. "Indeed it is." Their dance ended, and he walked her back to where her friends stood. Fletcher was waiting for her.
"Glenbrook," Fletcher said with a nod.
Sullivan returned the greeting, then turned back to Agnes.
"Thank you, Miss Watkins, for the dance. Perhaps I could call on you to attend the Crystal Palace with me. I should think I'd benefit from you as a guide."
She eyed him cautiously, then curtsied. He wasn't normally quite so formal with her. Then again, she'd been stilted with him tonight, and he'd obviously noticed. "That would be lovely." Fletcher pulled up her dance card so he could read it, then quickly wrote his name down.
"Our waltz, Miss Watkins," he said.
He swept her into his arms without another word to anyone else. "Do I detect a hint of jealousy, my lord?" she asked once they were on the dance floor. Then she cringed. Why would she suggest such a thing? That implied too many things she wasn't equipped to deal with.
"Jealous? Of Glenbrook?" He chuckled. "Don't be silly, Bluebell."
"Then what other reason could you possibly have for asking me to dance? You only ever danced with me one night the entire season, and we have already shared that this year," she said.
"You look particularly fetching in that gown."
His eyes slid down to rest on her cleavage. The gold flecks warmed to a honey colour. Her skin heated under his gaze, and she knew a blush was rapidly spreading across her chest and neck. She swallowed and focused her attention on his right ear. That seemed innocuous enough.
"Do I truly need a reason to want to dance with you?"
he asked, his voice low and husky. It was hot in here, and the air had suddenly diminished. "I don't suppose you do." Still, she was left with the feeling that there was more at hand than merely a dance. Were her friends correct, and he'd finally decided to pursue her as he once claimed he wanted to do? Her heart battered against her chest, and she took a slow breath in an effort to calm her nerves.
"Are you giving anyone a guided tour of the Crystal Palace, or just Glenbrook?"
She grinned up at him. "You are jealous."
"Agnes, love, there is no comparison between the good Viscount and myself. No competition."
"So very arrogant." She clicked her tongue in disapproval. "That quality does not make you attractive."
"What qualities do?"
She opened her mouth, then closed it again with a glare. "I am not playing this game with you, Fletcher." She could bring up his lustful nature again,
and how he needed to change his behaviour. She still believed that. The problem was that now he had faulted her logic, she wasn't quite sure how to go about persuading him that he was still wrong. He was quiet for a few beats of the music, his arms holding her tightly to him. Her body hummed with awareness, the warmth of his hand at the small of her back. His other hand held her own. The smell of him, sandalwood and cedar and maleness, swirled around her. She tried to deny herself, to not breathe him in, but she failed. Instead, she inhaled deeply. Though she did manage to not lean forward and press her nose to his throat. Good heavens, but this man made her a complete goose.
"He's watching you," Fletcher said.
She blinked up at him in confusion. She had been so lost in her obsession with his smell, it took her a moment to understand his words. "Who is watching me?"
"Glenbrook."
He nodded his head, slightly indicating the area of the room to their right. She glanced that way and did indeed find Sullivan watching as Fletcher led her around. When she caught the man's gaze, he smirked at her, as if he knew precisely how vulnerable she was to Fletcher's charms. She quickly looked away. Was she really so obvious? If Sullivan could read her attraction to Fletcher from across the room, who else could tell what a ninny she was being? Did Fletcher himself know? She nearly groaned with the thought of it.
"Might I call upon you sometime this week, Agnes?"
Her heart seemed to stutter in her chest. She looked up at him and tried to gauge the seriousness in his request. Was he teasing her? Why?
"'Tis a simple request."
For once there was no mischievous gleam in his gaze, no glint of humour or amusement, only earnest admiration, and the faintest hint of his own vulnerability.
"Would you deny me?"
No, of course not. What if Tilly and Justine were right, and Fletcher was going to court her now that Christopher was out of town? How could she possibly say no? How could she deny that this was the secret dream her heart had clung to for all these long years? That this was the reason she had been so cold to all her other potential suitors? None of them had made her feel a fraction of what Fletcher made her feel. Perhaps she was not heartless and frozen, as some had suggested. Perhaps only Fletcher stirred her heart. Chapter 7. Chris hadn't known what he was asking of Fletcher when he'd requested he keep a close watch on Agnes. Yes, he'd endured unpleasant assignments before, but not like this. Chris knew of the night Fletcher had first met Agnes, but her brother had no idea that for the last 3 years Fletcher had done everything he could to forget about wanting Agnes. Every woman he'd touched since that night had been a poor substitute for the one woman he wanted, but knew he couldn't have. And now he had to protect her, which demanded he be near her. Temptation had never been so torturous. Last night he'd held her close to him on that ballroom floor. Of course, he saw what every other man saw, her flawless beauty and her sinful curves. But he knew there was more to his Bluebell. She was the smartest woman he'd ever met, able to converse about nearly any subject. And now her brother confided in him that she was part of this covert group of ladies who have been single-handedly apprehending thieves from the streets of London. Damned if that wasn't sexy. Yet he wasn't supposed to find that attractive, or any part of her. At least he wasn't supposed to act on that attraction. The fact that she felt the pull between them as well made the whole thing all the more challenging. She wanted him. He'd seen the desire in her eyes.
felt her pulse race in that soft spot on her wrist. Moreover, he knew that her responsiveness was for him and him alone. He had watched her interactions with other men from afar for many years. He had never seen her look at another man the way she looked at him. Her attraction to him was heady stuff indeed. But he was trained for these situations. Granted, normally his assignments called for him to flirt or seduce, because that kind of charming nonsense came naturally to him. It was far easier to pretend to be someone like that than show people who he truly was. Yet, he knew instinctively that Agnes would not be won over by manipulation and charm alone. She was too smart for that. If 3 years of loving her from afar taught him anything, it was that she was immune to his nonsense. No, with her he would have to be himself, or as close to his real self as he dared. Even he had his limits. He didn't want to risk her, of all people, seeing the truth, that he was nothing more than the scared little boy who'd once stopped talking because his own grandfather had relentlessly teased him about a stutter. With her, he would have to tread a fine line. He would have to be honest enough with her while still keeping the deepest, most shameful parts of himself hidden. A man with less training and experience might not be up to the task. Hell, if he was honest with himself, even he was worried. But keeping Agnes safe from whatever this unknown threat was worth the risk. He knocked on the black door and waited for the butler to answer and gain him entrance.
"Master Christopher is not home," the butler said. "Yes, I'm actually here to see Miss Watkins," Fletcher said. If that was surprising news to the butler, he made no show of it. Instead, he merely nodded, took Fletcher's overcoat, and then left him standing in the corridor. Moments later, Lady Derby slid up to him. "Lord Wakefield, I'm told you're here to see my daughter." She flashed him a brilliant smile. Agnes had inherited much from her mother. But where Lady Derby was an outrageous flirt, Agnes was more controlled and serious. Agnes also had eyes far more striking and unusual than her mother's. Agnes's were nearly ethereal, boasting a pure, bright cobalt colour, the very same as the bluebells that had dotted the fields near his childhood estate. It was why he called her that silly name, because when he looked into her eyes, he thought of home. He hadn't been back there in years. His father still resided there, but Fletcher suspected the man chose to hide out in the lowlands rather than be here in London to continue to accept the vitriol from the Duke. Fletcher's grandfather was nothing short of a mean son of a bitch. He never had anything nice to say to or about anyone, and his favourite pastime was berating the male children in his family. Fletcher had long since learned to ignore the man, at least for the most part. "Come," Agnes's mother purred. She looped her arm into the crook of his elbow and led him into a parlour. Her other hand slid up his until she'd gripped tightly to his bicep. She gave it a firm squeeze. Then she stepped away from him and let her eyes travel the length of his form. "I must say, I'm rather pleased that my daughter has managed to grab the attention of such a handsome man." Her eyes made a deliberate and slow perusal of his entire body. He'd, of course, heard the rumours of her habitual promiscuity, but he'd never before been privy to any of her advances. Fending off Lady Derby was a challenge he had not anticipated. "Agnes is bewitching," he said, unable to think of anything else to say. Even if he was not already enamoured with Agnes, he'd have no interest in her mother. Her mother chuckled. That is surprising to hear. Surprising to hear your daughter could attract me. He frowned. Certainly, it hasn't escaped your attention that she is the most beautiful woman in all of England. Aim, strike, target. Lady Derby's features immediately shifted from seductive to angry. Her jaw clenched and she nodded tightly. Of course not. She favours me. Looking upon her is like looking into a mirror. From 20 years ago, he added. Agnes shall be down shortly. I'll send a tray of refreshments in here for the two of you. She turned to go, then paused. I'll make certain you are afforded some privacy. Then, with a saucy wink, she left him alone. He got the most unsettling feeling that her mother wouldn't mind one bit if Fletcher had come, fully intending to take her daughter's virtue. The woman must not know her daughter at all. Agnes would never seduce him to trap him into marriage. No, he'd protect her, but he'd shove his desire down until he choked on it before he hurt her. Because he'd be damned if he allowed Agnes to come to the same fate as his grandmother or mother. The men in his family were poisonous to women. Agnes! Her mother burst into her room. Get up and let me look at you. Agnes looked up from her drawing and quickly shut her book. What? You have a gentleman caller, her mother said, and I must say it's about damn time. Honestly, Agnes, there is no reason you shouldn't have a line of suitors out the door every day. Agnes sighed and wished, as she'd done so many times before, that she had a normal mother who doted and encouraged her. We've discussed this so many times, Mother, and I'm truly not in the mood. What she should have said was that it was far more likely that she'd have a line of suitors if her mother wasn't hell-bent on stealing them out from under her. But it wasn't worth the fight. Agnes didn't want anything to do with her mother's leftover lovers. She made for the door, and her mother grabbed her arm, stilling her. Wait. She whirled Agnes to face her, then pinched her cheeks. You need some colour in your face. Right down on your lips. Add some blood there, too. Then she let her gaze follow the lines of Agnes's dress. Her mother's features squished. Do you not have anything a little more flattering? This one does nothing to highlight your finer features. Revealing, you mean? And no, I'm certainly not putting a ball gown on at only 2 in the afternoon. At this point, she didn't even care who the man was waiting downstairs. She only wanted space from her mother and her incessant, horrible advice on flirting and using her womanly wiles. It was all nonsense. You're not getting any younger, Agnes. There's no sense in wasting all of this time. Her mother shook her head. None of it makes any sense to me. By the time I was your age, I had 3 proposals and 3 times as many suitors. What are you doing to keep all the men away? I'm not going to discuss that with you, Mother. Is it your brother? Because I will speak to him when he returns to London. When Agnes made no attempt to answer, her mother rolled her eyes. Well then, get yourself downstairs before you scare this one away, or he loses patience waiting on you. Agnes shook her head, then made her way downstairs. She fully expected to find Sullivan when she reached the parlour. Instead, she found Fletcher leaning with one arm braced on the fireplace. He turned upon her entrance and flashed a cocky smile at her. Her breath caught. She silently cursed him and this effect he had on her. Her skin felt aflame, and her neck and palms itched. Agnes, you said I could call upon you. He shoved off the mantle and ambled toward her. The simple movement showcased his long, muscular legs and the breadth of his shoulders. She swallowed hard in hopes of hiding her reaction.
He was distractingly attractive in a way that she'd never found any other man to be.
I hope I'm not catching you at an inconvenient time.
She shook her head, then quickly said, "No, I was working on a project, but it's not a bad time." Motioning to the chairs adjacent to the settee, she took a seat on the gold fabric chair. "Please, sit." He lowered himself onto the chair next to hers, his long legs stretched out in front of him, crossing at the ankle, so long with thighs as thick as some tree trunks. Good heavens. "I see my mother has already called for refreshments." He chuckled.
"Yes, your mother greeted me when I arrived."
Oh dear. Agnes's stomach soured at the thought of her mother's hands on Fletcher. Would he be tempted to say yes if the older woman propositioned him? "I feel as if I should apologize for her."
"Nonsense. She's a perfectly—"
He paused, as if searching for the correct adjective.
"Delightful woman."
"That she is. My mother is many things, delightful being one of her finer qualities." Agnes bit down on her lip. "Fletcher, might I ask you a question?"
"Of course."
"What are you doing here?" She smiled, then exhaled slowly. "I don't mean that rudely."
"Can a man not pay a visit to a charming lady?"
"Yes, but you never have before." Agnes's heart thundered in her chest. She ignored the thrill that shot through her. She should not relish the notion of his seducing her, because certainly once that was done, he would leave her. He'd never be faithful to one woman. Still, Justine had mentioned noticing an increase in Fletcher's attention since Christopher had been out of town. Agnes narrowed her gaze at him for several moments without saying anything. She knew this was not courting. Fletcher had had years to court her, had years to express an interest. Yet, aside from the night they first met, and the one dance he allowed them, he'd never shown any interest in being more than friends. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Fletcher's brows rose slowly.
"Of course not. Why would you think such a thing?"
"I know you're not courting me." He chuckled.
"I don't believe I claim to be."
"That's certainly what my mother thinks by you making this ridiculous visit. Now I will have to endure questions for the rest of the evening and explain to her why I once again have no suitors." Agnes held her hand up. "Not that I'm wishing you were a suitor. That is not what I said." She dropped her head into her hands.
"I find it difficult to believe that despite your decision to not marry, that you have no suitors."
"Well, I do have one, though he is most assuredly not wanted." She didn't want to tell him about the flowers. The ladies of virtue were on the case, as it were, and they'd uncover the identity. In the meantime, though, perhaps there was something to deter the man's attentions.
"I'm certain you can have any suitor you wanted, were you to express an interest."
She lifted a shoulder in a shrug. "Perhaps."
"Agnes, I am not blind, nor am I daft. I've seen the way men look at you."
He paused, eyed her thoughtfully, then frowned.
"Are you holding out for someone specific? Someone you've given your heart to?"
"Heavens, no. There is no one special." She said the words while looking directly into his hypnotic, caramel-colored eyes, and felt every bit of the lie. He was special, her heart seemed to whisper.
"You're hiding something from me."
He rubbed his palms against his thighs.
"You can trust me. Tell me."
She inhaled slowly, then exhaled. "You are partially right about that. I do attract a certain type of man. It started the first year I was out, but it has only gotten worse as time progresses." Was she honestly going to tell him this? She'd never told anyone. The burden of the secret ate at her, and in that moment she needed to tell him, needed him to know. But she turned her gaze away from him as she spoke, because she would die if he looked at her with pity. Initially, men would clamber for my dances, but now they find excuses to be near me, brush against me. They stand too close. Then they lean over and whisper all the filthy things they want to do to me. I learned rather quickly that men would never see past my physical attributes.
Fletcher drew in a sharp breath, then swore. Agnes, does Christopher know about any of this?
She shook her head. I've never told anyone.
He stood and paced the length of the room several times. You should tell him. He needs to know to be able to protect you, or your father.
My father is too busy with his travels and collections.
Though she'd wondered what he'd say if she told him. He'd likely accuse her of being no different from her mother. She knew her parents hadn't shared a room or any affection in years. They were married in name only, standing aside and allowing each other to live their lives separately, as countless other marriages seem to do. What a miserable way to do things. Men can be disgusting animals, Fletcher said. He stopped pacing as if considering something. Then he knelt at her feet. There is absolutely nothing wrong with being beautiful. You do realize that, don't you?
She stared at him and willed herself not to cry. Crying was futile and foolish. In truth, no, I do not. Looking this way has brought me nothing but grief. I'm certain that sounds shallow. Oh, the poor girl who's too pretty, she mocked.
Agnes,
he said, his voice heavy with tenderness. He reached up and cupped her cheek. No crying. She closed her eyes and concentrated on breathing. I don't hate the way I look. Finally, she was confident enough that no tears would escape, and she looked at him. I do, however, hate that it seems to be the only thing people see when they look at me. The fact that I'm intelligent, thoughtful, and have opinions and ideas, none of that matters.
I recognize those attributes in you, Fletcher said, his tone low, deep, and devoid of any of its normal flirtatious nature. He stood, putting distance between them. She was quiet for several moments. I know how I can help you, he said. She levelled her gaze at him. I know that my stupid brother asked you to watch over me while he is off doing God knows what, but you should not feel obligated. It is not obligation, he said. Consider for a moment that if you had a suitor, one that by all appearances society would deem a serious contender for your hand, that his presence might put a stop to these unwanted advances.
What are you suggesting? She asked.
That I pretend to court you.
Are you serious?
Quite. You said you had a new suitor who had become a nuisance. This would likely keep him away as well. It would only have to be until your brother returns. Then you can tell him about these men and their lewd propositions, and allow him to handle things for you.
She saw no reason to tell Fletcher about the flowers, or the unsettling love note the secret suitor had left her. But she did, in fact, want the man to go away, move his attentions to some other woman who might appreciate his unorthodox ways. Fletcher's brows shot up. Then a slow grin slid into place.
You want to use me to make some other bloke jealous?
You would do this for me? I mean, I realize it won't be difficult, considering flirting is as natural as breathing for you. But devoting your time to me in that kind of scenario would mean you couldn't be with any other women.
I can guarantee that I'd much rather spend time with you than any other woman.
She looked into his hazel eyes and waited for the next quip, the one that would water down what he'd just said. But he met her gaze without wavering, as if those words were true.
If I make you uncomfortable, I suppose you could solicit Glenbrook for the job. I suspect he wouldn't mind paying you more attention."
"Sullivan? Heavens, no. He is a friend."
"Then you would welcome his attentions?"
She paused, considering his words. She supposed she could have asked Sullivan to do this favour for her, but Fletcher had offered, and she'd never even considered telling her friend about those men and their filthy suggestions. "Sullivan has no feelings toward me in that regard, nor I him. We are friends."
"What of the other gentlemen who often seek you out?"
"Who?"
"Lord Travers and Lord Barrow's son."
"Lord Travers is a nuisance, and Michael is shy but kind."
"Many women find him exceedingly handsome,"
Fletcher argued. "I suppose he is nice to look upon, but I have no interest in being courted by any of those men."
Fletcher was quiet for a moment before he spoke again. "Before he left town, your brother made it very clear, in no uncertain terms, that I'm not to touch you," he said. "You have my word that I will not endeavour to seduce you during our fake courtship."
She didn't want to give much thought to why that promise left her feeling disappointed. She didn't want him to seduce her, so she should be pleased he'd sworn not to. Chapter 8. Fletcher had not even fully processed the idea of pretending to court her before he'd opened his mouth to make the offer. But hearing about those men and the illicit propositions she received, having a serious suitor would deter them. If nothing else, paying close attention to her, as a good suitor should, would keep him close enough that he might identify some of the offenders. He'd like nothing better than to pound his fists into their faces. If she were his, he'd protect her. He'd make certain every damned man in London knew that all it would take was a look in her direction, and he'd make them regret ever knowing her name. But Agnes could never be his. Christopher had made that abundantly clear. Touch her and lose everything. He couldn't blame her brother. She was intelligent, clever, and kind. Everything that was beautiful and wonderful in the world. Whereas he was nothing more than a cad with a courtesy title. Sure, he did his level best to earn his place in the world by relying on the only skill he seemed to possess, his ability to charm people. But pretending to be something he wasn't wore on him. Agnes had been right to say that pretending to court her would be easy. He wouldn't even have to feign interest in her. She was the only woman he'd ever truly wanted. When this was all over, Chris would send him on an assignment abroad, and Fletcher would have finally gotten over his obsession with Agnes. Certainly, spending that much time with her would cleanse her from his system. "What will this pretend courting entail?" she asked.
"Having never actually courted a woman, then no, I don't know how. But I've certainly seen it done, and I'm a fast learner."
He hated that this was even necessary. He wanted her to give him a list of names of every man who had ever even looked at her inappropriately, so he could beat them senseless. He smiled at her. Damn, she was pretty.
"If it means I have to spend more time with you, then I think I'm up for the challenge."
"My brother asked you to watch over me while he was gone, did he not?" Fletcher nodded.
"Yes, he did. He's worried about your safety."
Fletcher wouldn't tell her that he and Christopher both knew about her activities with the ladies of virtue. Any change in her behaviour could potentially lead her to more danger. Right now, he was to watch, observe, and protect. And keep his hands off her, all while pretending he was courting her. Yes, keeping his hands to himself would be a significant challenge.
If Glenbrook isn't the unwanted suitor, who is it?
She waved her hand dismissively. That matters not.
Very well. At least I know this will keep you protected until your brother can return and see to things on a more permanent basis.
He leaned forward so that he was close enough to touch her.
Agnes, will you give me the names?
Names of who?
The men who propositioned you and touched you.
Why? She asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. He reached up and cupped her cheek.
Bluebell, no woman should have to endure such behavior, especially not you. Tell me who they are.
Tears formed in her eyes, but she tightened her mouth and shook her head, refusing to let them fall. I am not different from any other woman. He shook his head.
Not true. You are special, Agnes. You always have been. Now tell me.
What do you want to do to them?
I want to pound my fists into their faces. I want to hurt them. I want to scare them so badly they'll never look at you or any other woman ever again.
She leaned into his hand, then closed her eyes. He wanted nothing in the world more, in that moment, than to pull her into his arms and hold her. Promise her no man would ever hurt her again. But she was not his, nor would she ever be. He was merely a stand-in until her brother returned. That being said, Fletcher fully intended to tell Christopher precisely what had been going on, and to tell him what an ignorant ass he was, not to mention a hypocrite, passing judgment on Fletcher, all the while ignoring the fact that his sister was potentially in danger. She pulled away and shook her head. I can't tell you. He clenched his jaw and nodded. He'd not pressure her now, but eventually he'd know each and every bastard who had ever looked at her inappropriately.
Very well. We begin immediately with our charade, Fletcher said. The ball tomorrow night can be our first public appearance.
It will not take my mother long to tell all of her friends that you paid a call on me. The rumour that you're courting me will be spread halfway across London by tomorrow night. Agnes gave him a smile. You'll have no trouble feigning interest in me.
That is something I'd never have to pretend.
He stood. He needed distance between them before he did something foolish like pull her into his arms and kiss her senseless.
I should go, but I shall see you tomorrow night. Wear something pretty, preferably blue.
Blue? Why blue?
Don't be daft, Agnes. No one looks better in blue than you do. Until tomorrow night.
He bowed and left the room. Agnes paced Harriet's bedchamber while her friend finished getting ready for the ball. Why was she so nervous? She pressed a palm to her belly in an attempt to quiet the flock of birds that had taken up residence in there. You are going to wear holes in my rug if you keep up that pacing, Harriet said. Agnes turned and faced her friend. She opened her mouth, then shut it. Harriet's brows rose. What? She looked down at her pink gown. Does this look terrible? What? No, of course not. I want to tell you something. Agnes paused and took a measured breath. Tonight, at the ball, it's going to appear as if Fletcher is courting me, but he isn't. Harriet's head tilted. That doesn't make any sense, Agnes. It actually does, Agnes said. Fletcher convinced me that if he pretended to court me, at least until my infernal brother returns to town, then it would deter all the unwanted advances that I get. She never told Harriet the depth of those advances, only that men often bothered Agnes. She nearly explained about her new admirer, but with everything her friend had been dealing with in her quest to help Lord Davenport, Agnes hadn't wanted to burden her friend. Harriet was quiet for a few moments while she eyed Agnes. Why do you not simply find someone to legitimately court you?"
Agnes blew out a breath.
"You know how I feel about marriage, Harriet."
Harriet nodded and chewed her lip thoughtfully.
"But what of Fletcher? He's always flirting with you, and I've seen the way you look at him. Why not marry him? I don't look at him in any certain way. Honestly."
Harriet rolled her eyes heavenward.
"Agnes, everyone sees it. He's quite taken with you, always has been. The man can't keep his eyes off you if you're in the same room together. Even if I did, which I maintain that I do not, Fletcher flirts with everyone."
She ignored the pang of disappointment that settled in her belly.
"I'm certain that if Fletcher had any interest in legitimately courting me, he would have mentioned that during our conversation." She sighed. "Not only that, but he's keenly aware of Christopher's feelings about Fletcher and me, and evidently he has no desire to challenge that, else he would have pursued me a long time ago. He must not want me too badly."
Those words seemed to grow a life of their own and cut into her. She realized with alarming clarity that having him court her would be incredibly difficult. She'd have to be careful to survive the ordeal with her heart intact. Well, at least she knew any pain she might endure wouldn't be long-lasting. Once the blush of lust wore off, she'd recognize that her feelings weren't anything more than desire.
"We'll have to agree to disagree about that," Harriet said. "As we do about Lord Davenport and his courtship of you."
Harriet waved her hand dismissively.
"This is not the same thing. Lord Wakefield cares about you. I can see it plainly."
Agnes swallowed against the knot that had developed in her throat.
"He'd never be faithful to me, Harriet, and you know how I feel about that."
Her voice sounded small, nearly weak to her ears, and she hated that.
"I do. Still, I don't envision you being a spinster. You should find someone who can make you happy. Happiness isn't everything."
In truth, she'd be a liar if she didn't admit, at least to herself, that she was disappointed that Fletcher didn't want to court her himself. He seemed incensed about the men she told him about. He'd been ready to find them and fight them on her behalf. But offering to protect her with his name, no, that was not his style. No matter how many times he jested otherwise, he wasn't ready to be saddled with a wife, and she would not settle for a man who would not be faithful.
Chapter 9. The Mappleton Ball was known for its opulence. Each year, Agnes delighted in seeing what Lady Mappleton had devised to outdo the spectacle of the previous year's ball. Despite that, Agnes's nerves were on edge. Tonight, Fletcher would court her, at least outwardly. She knew it was a risk. Not only could it fail to deter those unwanted suitors' attentions, but she could also end up desiring Fletcher more than she already did. The man was despicable, charming and dashing, and far too much of a scoundrel. He was everything she shouldn't want, but damned if she didn't. The way he made her feel was everything. With him, she could be herself, be the desirable woman that other men wanted. With Fletcher, she didn't feel ashamed of her body. His heated glances only made her hot with desire, not embarrassed and ashamed. All of that should have made her nervous, should have made her worry that it wouldn't take much coaxing, and Agnes could become every bit the wanton that her mother was. None of it made any sense, so for the most part, she shoved all of those thoughts and feelings down so that she didn't think about any of them. Harriet smiled from beside her. Her friend was likely right, but Agnes maintained that happiness wasn't everything. She feared the desire that Fletcher evoked in her would awaken some sleeping monster hidden within her, and one day she'd wake up and realize she'd become her mother. That could not happen. She was far safer with no one rather than risk being with someone who made her feel lustful and wanton. "The other benefit to this courtship," Agnes whispered to Harriet, "is that I shall be close enough to him to continue helping him reform his lustful ways. He already agreed to not be with any other woman while our charade is going on." Harriet nodded. "That is an excellent point." It seemed as if the moment Fletcher entered the room, she sensed his presence. It wasn't a phenomenon she could explain, and in truth she didn't want to give it much thought. Yet her eyes easily found him across the room. Her breath caught. Her heart beat a rapid tattoo within her chest. Fletcher was clothed, head to toe, in black, with the exception of the stark white cravat tied flawlessly at his throat. He looked dashing and sinful. She swallowed as she watched him. The ease with which he moved through the room never ceased to enthrall her. Outside of the ladies of virtue, she didn't think she ever felt that at ease in any situation, even in her own family. She idly watched Fletcher move his way from his side of the room to hers. He stopped frequently, chatting with men and women alike. The women, however, seemed to always find reason to touch him, a hand on his arm, a brush of their shoulders, a tap with their fans. Agnes couldn't blame them. She always had the urge to touch him, though she'd never given in to that desire. From here the breadth of his shoulders begged for a touch. Her palms practically itched with the urge. She was a goose for thinking it. It seemed unnecessary for him to be that attractive. Finally, at her side, he picked up the dance card dangling from her wrist. He gave her a wicked smile.
"How many of these dances can I have, Miss Watkins?"
he asked. Why did that question leave her feeling breathless? She looked up into Fletcher's gaze and tried not to notice the golden flecks in the greenish blue of his eyes. "No more than 3, unless you want to start rumors, in which case my brother will likely kill you." He chuckled, and the rich sound seemed to pool in her belly like the warmest chocolate. "We can start with just 1, Agnes said.
"Then let us begin."
He led her out onto the dance floor, his warm hand pressed against the small of her back. God, he smelled good, like the finest of leather and sandalwood, and something uniquely Fletcher. She longed to lean forward and breathe him in, commit the scent to memory. But that was ridiculous. What had gotten into her? All of these thoughts of courtship and marriage had addled her brain and caused permanent damage.
"Are you sniffing me?"
he asked, his voice low. "Good heavens, no. Don't be ridiculous. Why would I do such a thing?" He chuckled. Mortification pulsed through her, and she wished, more than anything, to disappear. A nunnery was looking better and better by the moment. Why had her life dissolved into such a disaster? And she didn't even have the distraction of her duties with the ladies of virtue. Instead, it was all marriage and courtship filling her brain and making her a ninny. He was quiet for the first few measures of the waltz, but his eyes took her in. His gaze was as intimate as a caress, and she felt her body respond as he moved over her form. Heat radiated from her cheeks and chest, and her nipples tightened. Perhaps it was too warm in the ballroom, or perhaps her gown was too tight in the bodice, and the friction of the fabric rubbing against her skin had caused the reaction.
"Agnes, don't you desire love and passion?"
"Love does not exist," she said, Passion certainly does, but that is obviously fleeting. Otherwise people wouldn't have affairs. Or at the very least, the affairs would endure.
A cynical belief for such a beautiful young woman.
I prefer to see myself as a pragmatist. She watched him for a moment, then asked, Were your parents happily married? His jaw tightened and he swallowed.
I barely remember my mother. I was only a boy when she died. But I know my father loved her, desperately. He hasn't been a happy man since her death.
I'm sorry. She didn't know what else to say. My parents are not in love. I'm not certain they ever were.
There are plenty of marriages in this town built on something other than love. It doesn't mean that love is a myth.
If love were truly real, as the poets speak of it would endure. It would last. Married couples would be happier and faithful, but that doesn't ever happen.
He eyed her silently for a moment. Does it make you uncomfortable when I look at you? He asked.
No, why?
You're flushed, and your breathing is erratic.
I believe I'm having a reaction to being this close to you, she said, her voice sounding breathy.
He chuckled. I always have a reaction being close to you, Bluebell.
It is not a feeling I care for.
Why is that?
I don't feel completely in control of my faculties, and that is unacceptable.
What exactly are you afraid of, Agnes? Fletcher asked.
You, she admitted. The way I feel when I'm near you, as if I could lose control at any moment.
Do I make you angry?
He asked. She shook her head. You make me want you, Fletcher. You make me hot and damp, she whispered the last word. Lately, I am utterly distracted by desire. When I'm in your presence, I can scarcely think of anything save you touching me, kissing me, and it's terrifying.
He swore, forked his fingers through his hair. Agnes, you have no idea how I want those things, how much I want to touch you, kiss you.
She leaned closer to him. This brazenness was intoxicating, and she knew she was playing with fire. Still, she couldn't help herself from reaching out and placing her palm on his chest. She clenched the fabric of his shirt ever so slightly. The desire I feel for you scares me, because it makes me think that I'm more like my mother than I want to believe. Perhaps those men are right about me. Perhaps they can see something in me that others cannot. Something I don't even recognize myself.
He swallowed. No, Agnes, you must not think such things. There is nothing wrong with desire. There is nothing wrong with passion. You shouldn't fear it. And as much as I'd like to believe that I am the only man alive to elicit such feelings in you, certainly you know that I am not.
I wish I believed you. I much preferred my theory that one required an emotional attachment to find passion, she said.
It was safer. He shrugged. Perhaps you're right and I'm wrong.
We already tested that.
True, but I do believe that scientists rarely stop at one experiment before making a concluding theory.
She was quiet for a few breaths while considering his words.
I see you heeded my advice, he said.
Sorry?
The blue dress.
Again his eyes took her in. Their warm golden colour darkened.
You are stunning, Agnes. The other women in the room, and I'm only assuming there are others because I haven't actually seen any, pale in comparison.
Thank you.
I know you believe me to be nothing more than a shallow flirt, but you must know that I mean everything I say to you. Every word. I always have.
She nodded, unable to respond.
Please tell me if my compliments ever make you feel the way others have made you feel.
Never, she whispered.
He nodded. Then a grim expression fell over his features. Have any men made any untoward advances to you this evening?"
She shook her head, unable to answer. He nodded.
"It would seem that Glenbrook has made his way over to your group of friends. I suspect he's come to collect you for some purpose."
She hadn't yet spoken to Sullivan that evening, and didn't have any dances set aside for him. He'd never truly been much of a dancer. He often preferred walking and chatting, which suited her fine. She felt very much ready to be out of Fletcher's arms, where she could think straight. She looked up into his gaze and found his eyes searching her face. The sincerity in his expression was nearly overwhelming. She swallowed. "Are you certain you want to do this?"
"Do what?"
he asked. "The courtship charade. It must be a sacrifice for you to avoid female companionship merely to protect me."
"Spending time with you is never a sacrifice."
He paused a moment.
"You could simply make it known you were ready to marry. I have no doubt that suitors would clamour for your attentions. Being married would protect you indefinitely."
"I don't wish to marry, unless, of course, you're offering yourself up." She sucked in a breath as the words left her mouth. Why had she said that? She held her breath while she waited for Fletcher to respond. She considered tossing out another comment to let him know she'd only said that in jest. But instead she remained silent. She wanted to know what he'd say, good or bad.
"Oh, Bluebell. You know, if I were to ever pick a wife, you'd be at the very top of my list. I'm not made for marriage. I would be a wretched husband, and you deserve so much more than I can offer."
"Don't be so serious, Fletcher. I was merely jesting. I, of course, recognize that you would make a terrible husband. Nor do I wish to have a husband, terrible or otherwise." His jaw clenched again, and she almost took it back, almost apologized. She'd said that only to cover up her own embarrassment, not to insult him.
"Indeed,"
he said. Then he escorted her off the dance floor and back over to her friends. He bowed, gave her a false smile, then spoke briefly to the others before walking away. She'd seen Fletcher charm women from afar. She'd seen him give that smile to countless of them. He'd never done anything but bestowed her with genuine smiles. Until tonight. Until she'd said something foolish and hurtful. But it seemed so unlikely that she had the power to wound him. Sullivan smiled warmly at her, then held his arm out.
"Care for a walk in the gardens?"
Relief washed over her. That would be lovely. The very best thing about Sullivan was the fact that she never felt unsettled or nervous in his presence. They walked in silence from the ballroom out onto the balconies that led to the gardens.
"That dress does wonderful things for your eyes, Agnes,"
he said. She smiled. Fletcher had been right about the dress and about his attentions potentially deterring other men. She hadn't yet been approached tonight. "Thank you." But it was only the first night. She had to give this plan time to work, provided her brother didn't show up tomorrow and ruin everything. Perhaps she should have done what Fletcher suggested and told Chris as soon as the first man had propositioned her. But he had enough to worry about, considering he managed most of the estate because of her father's continued travel. Shortly before her debut, Chris had been poised to marry someone, and though Agnes didn't know the details, she knew enough to know that after things hadn't gone as planned, her brother had never been the same. Gone was the gregarious man he'd been, and in his place was an intense, suspicious, and angry man. She and Sullivan walked in easy silence along the lantern-lit garden path. They passed a handful of people and nodded and smiled. They ended up on a stone bench beneath an archway of climbing roses.
It was obviously intended to be romantic, but Sullivan had never said anything inappropriate to her, and she knew their relationship was purely platonic. Though she'd certainly seen his gaze wander over her form, resting at times on her bosom, he'd always been the very epitome of respect. Still, she couldn't help but wonder about Fletcher's theory of lust and passion. He'd said tonight that scientists test their theories more than once. Perhaps she had more affection for Fletcher than she'd initially thought, and that was why their kiss had been full of passion. If that was true, then the mutual affection she and Sullivan shared would mean that they, too, would find passion within each other's arms. The notion made logical sense, yet she doubted that would be true in practice. Only one way to find out. She leaned toward him and pressed her lips to his. Sullivan made a noise of surprise, but after a few seconds he warmed and slanted his mouth across hers. It was a perfectly pleasant kiss, but unlike the one she'd shared with Fletcher, where she'd felt the kiss ripple through every part of her body. With Sullivan, she felt it only on her lips. She pulled herself back. "I do hope you'll forgive my brazenness. I don't know what came over me," she said. He smiled warmly.
"I suspect I know."
His eyes sparkled in the lantern light.
"Tell me, Agnes, how do my kisses compare to those of Lord Wakefield's?"
A strange gurgling noise came from her throat at the same time as she sucked in a breath, resulting in a coughing fit. Sullivan chuckled.
"I did not mean to distress you."
Once her coughing had subsided, she eyed her friend. "But how did you know?"
"I didn't. It was merely a guess."
He came to his feet and held his hand out to her.
"Shall we return to the ballroom?"
She nodded and took his elbow, thankful that he wasn't going to require her to answer his question. She didn't want to tell him that his kiss wasn't as compelling as Fletcher's. Unintentionally wounding a man's pride would not be a theme for the evening. She'd already done so to Fletcher. Sullivan smiled beside her but said nothing else. Always the gentleman. She should find that quality attractive. Instead, she found herself feeling mildly annoyed at his indifference to her. Furthermore, it seemed as if Fletcher's theory about passion had been correct all along. Chapter 10. Fletcher watched the scene before him unfold as if everything else around him had ceased to exist, as if time had stopped, and the only movement was Lord Brindle standing entirely too close to Agnes as he whispered something in her ear. Her entire body stiffened and her jaw set. This was one of those moments she'd told him about. Lord Brindle, a youngish and very married man, who stood in Parliament and pled for the rights of the downtrodden and less fortunate. And here he was whispering lewd suggestions into a virtuous woman's ear. Anger surged through Fletcher's entire body, filling all of his limbs with restless energy. He pushed himself off the wall, where he'd been perusing the ballroom, and he made his way to Agnes's side.
"Miss Watkins,"
he said loudly as he approached,
"I forgot to ask you something earlier when we spoke."
The relief washing over her face told him everything he needed to know. Still, he wanted to hear it from her lips. Lord Brindle disappeared into the crowd without a backward glance. Fletcher put his hand on Agnes's arm, lifted her dance card as if to examine it, but instead pressed his fingers to the pulse above her gloves.
"Agnes, what did he say to you?"
She swallowed visibly and then closed her eyes briefly. When she reopened them, her startling blue eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she physically steeled herself, tilting her chin up ever so slightly.
He said that he wanted to be the first man in London to have both a mother and a daughter warm his bed.
Her tone was even, though she kept her voice down so she would not be overheard. Fletcher clenched his left fist, but with his right hand he smoothed his fingertips across her skin. "I shall take care of this situation. You can rest assured that Lord Brindle will not bother you in the future."
"Fletcher," she shook her head, "I don't want you to put yourself in danger."
"You let me worry about that." He swore. "I wish I could gather you in my arms right now." He met her gaze and stared intently at her, wanting to promise that he'd always take care of her, that he'd keep her safe and protected, that she would be his and only his. But he could make no such guarantees. So instead he merely nodded, then walked away. It took him less than half an hour to find Lord Brindle. He cornered the man in the billiards room and dismissed everyone else so they could talk in private. Though Brindle was shorter than Fletcher, he had a similar athletic build. "What is this about, Wakefield?" Brindle asked with a growl. "I had a wager going on that game." Fletcher ignored the question and instead reached over, grabbed the man, and slammed him face down onto the billiard table. He picked up one of the balls and tapped it loudly on the tabletop next to Brindle's head. "If you ever approach Miss Watkins again, I will kill you. I don't want you to look at her. I don't want you to speak to her. I don't want you to even breathe the same air as her. Am I understood?" "I don't know what you're talking about." His words came out tight as his face pressed against the tabletop. "Do not test me, Brindle. I could kill you in 6 different ways with just my right hand." That might have been a slight exaggeration, but he did know at least 3. "I know you propositioned her. I know you're not the only one. You are a poor excuse for a gentleman who erroneously assumes that the dalliances of an older married woman has given you permission to solicit favours from her virginal daughter. You are despicable. I'm certain that were Lady Brindle to hear of your offer, she would have plenty to say about it." He pulled the man's arm back in an angle that wouldn't break it, but would cause plenty of pain. Brindle moaned in agony. "You're right, I did. I'm sorry. I won't speak to her again." Anger surged through Fletcher, and he pressed the man's face harder into the felt of the table. "You be certain of that. And I'd appreciate it if you'd pass this along to your friends who have made similar offers to Miss Watkins. She is not interested. From now on, I'll be the one handling the situation. Are you understanding me?" Brindle nodded as best he could with his face held captive between Fletcher's hand and the hard wood. "Excellent." Fletcher released him. "Have a wonderful rest of your evening." As Fletcher exited the room, he nodded to the other men waiting outside. "Enjoy your games, gentlemen." He had no sooner found his way back into the corridor than he ran directly into a soft female form. "My apologies, my lady," he said. Then he realized whom he'd run into. "Celeste." Inwardly he swore. "You are looking well." She gave him a predatory grin. "You look positively edible tonight, Fletcher. Have you missed me as much as I've missed you?" "With that new husband of yours, certainly you're not missing any of your old lovers." "Not any of them, but you. You are the best." Her voice practically purred as she scraped her nails down the front of his chest. She grabbed the waistband of his trousers. He stilled her hand. "Celeste," he said, flavouring his tone with warning, "you know I do not dally with married ladies." She pouted her lip out. "Yes, and you also told me you were not interested in finding your own wife. Yet I see you falling all over yourself with that spinster tonight. If you wanted a wife, Fletcher, you could have had me. I was available for 3 years after Wallace died.
Yes, and we had our fun. Now you are married to someone else. Go home and let him pleasure you."
He doesn't know what he's doing. She frowned and raised her arms in exasperation. Fletcher lifted a shoulder.
"Perhaps I'll write a manual to help all the husbands in England satisfy their wives."
Her eyes flashed. "It would sell hundreds of copies. You'd be a sensation." She moved her body closer to his. "Come now, love. One more time." Agnes could not believe what she was seeing. Well, that wasn't entirely the truth. Fletcher had a reputation as a philanderer after all. She supposed she shouldn't be that surprised to find him in the arms of a woman. No, what surprised her was her own reaction to seeing him like this. The sight of another woman in his arms sent disgust spiraling through her. It twisted her insides until she felt she might be ill. But her visceral reaction was completely illogical. She knew he was a philanderer, knew he had a reputation with women. For goodness' sake, it was the very thing she was supposed to be fixing in him. That must be it. She wasn't upset that he was kissing another woman. She was upset that he was making no effort at all to act like a reformed man. Nor was he keeping to his word that he'd stay away from other women as long as he was courting her. She stood at the entrance of the corridor, where anyone could come upon them. This had been a mistake. She should never have agreed to his assistance. Quickly she turned and walked in the other direction.
"Agnes! Agnes, wait!"
he called. But she didn't stop. His hand gripped her elbow, pulling her to a stop.
"Agnes, stop! That was not what it looked like."
"Honestly, Fletcher? Because it certainly looked as if after you agreed to pretend to court me, yet you couldn't even make it through one ball without finding a new lover."
"Celeste is not a new lover."
"An old lover, then," Agnes spat. She welcomed the anger that pulsed through her. It was infinitely preferable to tears. She would not cry over this or over Fletcher. He sighed, obviously resigned to tell her the truth.
"Yes, she was once a lover, but not any more. Not for many years. I ran into her in the corridor. We spoke, and that was all."
"Does she always speak so thoroughly with her hands?"
Fletcher's brows rose. "Agnes, I've never claimed to be a gentleman, but I am not a liar."
His voice was firm, bordering on angry.
"Yes, she put her hands on me, but I did not encourage her attentions, nor did I want them."
She folded her arms over her chest. He eyed her silently for a minute. Then a smile slowly slid into place.
"Are you jealous?"
"Of course not. Don't be ridiculous."
"Then why are you so angry?"
Why was she so angry? She had no claim on Fletcher, no legitimate reason to be mad, except that he was pretending to be her suitor, and, therefore, if he was seen in the embrace of another woman, it would only serve in making her look like a fool. "I care not what you do, or whom you spend your time with, but under our current agreement, I should prefer if you keep your affairs a bit more discreet. If you can't avoid them, I'd rather everyone in London not believe me to be an utter idiot." And with that she turned on her heel and left. She walked away, still fuming. He believed her to be jealous. The idea was preposterous. She certainly was not jealous of the attention he was paying to that other woman. It was merely that his actions were in very bad form, given that he was supposed to be courting her. If anything,
She was jealous of the apparent success the other ladies of virtue seemed to be having reforming their lords. She was not used to failing. She was far too pragmatic to feel an emotion as unsettling as jealousy. Chapter 11. The following afternoon, Fletcher stood in the gardens of the Derby townhome, waiting for Agnes to make her appearance. He didn't know what the hell he was doing here. This entire scenario of him pretending to court Agnes was a disaster in the making. What had he been thinking? Having to be so close to her, holding her in his arms while they danced, smelling her lovely scent, rosewater and lavender. Then he recalled her expression when Lord Brindle had whispered into her ear. Fletcher would be a liar if he said it wasn't partly self-serving. He wanted the excuse to spend time with her, the excuse to hold her in his arms. He knew that he could never have her, but if even for a little while he could pretend. He could imagine what it would be like if Agnes were his. Then, when he was abroad working on his new assignment, he'd look upon her with fondness, but nothing more. When she'd asked him if he were offering to marry her himself, he'd wanted to tell her yes. Hell, what he'd really wanted to do was scoop her up in his arms and drive straight to Scotland and elope with her. Then what would her brother have to say about things? But then Agnes herself had acknowledged that he'd be a terrible husband. He refused to put her in a marriage that would make her miserable. Last night at the ball, when she'd found him with Celeste, he'd had to fight every urge that demanded he pull her close to him and soothe her worries. She'd been jealous. Agnes didn't even recognize that in herself, but he knew that was the truth. He sure as hell felt it. Envy ate at him every time he saw her in the presence of another man. Sullivan, whom she'd disappeared into the gardens with for a time, and any of the others she'd danced with. So, while he had no notion of what he planned to tell her today, he knew he needed to see her, try and reconcile whatever had happened between them the night before. She stepped out into the gardens and gave a tentative smile as she approached. Or perhaps that was closer to a grimace. Yes, that was most assuredly a grimace. She was still angry with him. "Lord Brindle found me again," she said, her tone tart. Anger surged through Fletcher. "I'll kill him." "No need for that. He actually apologized. Said he didn't know what had come over him, and he should never have tarnished my lovely ears with his crude words." She gave him a curt nod. "Thank you for speaking to him." He clenched and unclenched his fists as they rested on his knees. "I know you're still angry with me, Agnes, but trust me when I say there is nothing between Celeste and me." She watched him for a moment, her cerulean eyes peering into his very soul. "But she would like there to be."
"Yes, she would. She has been trying to get me back in her bed for years."
He longed to tell her that Celeste had been an assignment and nothing more,
but he could not divulge such things. "I gave you my word that I would not dally with any woman while I'm courting you. I meant it."
"All right. I believe you."
"I saw you leave the ballroom with Glenbrook." In truth, watching her leave the ballroom on that man's arm had been one of the most difficult things Fletcher had ever seen. She might not believe that Glenbrook was interested in her, but his actions certainly said otherwise. Fletcher hated that. But his own desires were inconsequential when compared to Agnes's safety. It seemed, though, that their plan to catch another man's attention was working. Again, the thought to grab her and take her to Scotland hit him. They could be married by the following night. Then she could be in his bed. Desire,
thick and heavy, surged through him. He shifted on the bench to alleviate some pressure building in his trousers. I suppose everything went as it normally does. We walked in the gardens and talked. She bit down on her lip and stared at the ground. Something was wrong.
What happened?
He asked.
Did he hurt you?
No, of course not. She visibly swallowed. I kissed him. He fought the urge to stand, grab her by the arms and shake some sense into her.
What?
He asked carefully. He had no reason to be angry or jealous. Knowing that, though, and preventing the emotions from flooding through him were two very different things. It was foolish, I know. She stood and paced the small stone path in front of the bench. I needed to know. She stopped and stared at him. After our dance, I was feeling flushed and... Her voice trailed off. He nodded but said nothing. He didn't trust himself yet. Then I was outside with Sullivan in this perfectly romantic spot, and the moment presented itself. And you had said that scientists test their theories more than once.
What he wanted to do was leave here and go find Sullivan and throttle the man. So you kissed him, not the other way around?
Correct. It was so different, she said. She sat back down next to him, then turned her body to face him. In the process, her skirts brushed against his leg. None of this was aiding in him pretending to not be aroused.
Kissing one person is always different from kissing another, he said. I don't suppose it's something that women often learn, since it is considered inappropriate to go around kissing different men.
Indeed. I thought to try your theory on him, since we are dear friends. We share affection toward each other. So if my original theory had been correct, then my kiss with Sullivan would have been better. Her cheeks brightened with a blush. What is it that makes one kiss feel differently from another? He scraped his fingers through his hair, then swore. Was this his penance for all of his sins? To be tempted by the one woman he knew he could not have, the one woman he wanted above all others.
Agnes, this is not a discussion we should be having.
On the contrary, you're precisely who I should talk about this with. Do not forget it was I who called you out about your lustful behavior. I might be a virgin, but I am not that naive. Besides, I can't very well ask Sullivan, and I can guarantee that none of my friends would know the answer to the question.
Excellent points.
He wasn't going to encourage her to talk about kissing with another man. If he knew anything about Agnes, it was that she was tenacious and wouldn't let this go.
What felt different?
She shook her head. It's not a fair comparison because so much time has spread between the two kisses.
We only kissed a couple of days ago.
Long enough. She leaned in closer. Would you be so kind as to refresh my memory?
You want me to kiss you?
Yes, please. He wiped his palms on his pants.
Agnes,
he warned.
Trust me when I say I want nothing more than to pull you across my lap and kiss you senseless. But kissing tends to lead to other activities, ones you are not prepared for.
I am only asking for a kiss. One little kiss. She grabbed his jacket and pulled him to her and pressed his lips to his. She kissed at the corner of his mouth, and damned, he tried to not respond. But there was only so much temptation a man could take. In that moment, she surrounded him, the press of her warm, soft body against his, the fragrant feminine scent of her that rivaled any flower blooming in this garden. Her sweet, willing lips on his. She was everywhere. He could no longer deny her. He tilted his head and kissed her back. There was no subtle seduction. No. He poured every ounce of his desire into the kiss. If good sense couldn't rule her, perhaps he could frighten her away. Damned if he'd be able to be the one to make the right choice. He needed Agnes to have her wits about her so she could walk away from him. Her lips were soft and pliant beneath his. It took very little coaxing to part her lips and explore the inside of her mouth. He swept his tongue inside, stroking hers. She released a contented sigh and gripped his shirt tighter. Her warm breath mingled with his. Damnation, but she tasted so sweet. He slid his hands up her torso until his thumbs rested beneath her breasts. She moaned and leaned into him. He deepened the kiss and felt her fingers lace through his hair. Her tongue tentatively moved against his. Her lack of experience was evident, but her inelegance only fueled his arousal. Damn, but he wanted her. Right here, right now, on this bench in her family gardens. Desire flooded his body, thick and heavy. He groaned but forced himself to end the kiss. Her eyes remained closed, and her breath came in shallow puffs. Finally, she opened her eyes and smiled at him.
"And?"
he asked, unable to help himself. It wasn't as I remembered it.
"No?"
She shook her head. Then her startling blue eyes met his, and he could have sworn his heart stuttered. It was better. As I told you before, my response to you, merely being near you. She shook her head again. It is frightening. I feel no such things when I am near Sullivan. He wanted to pump his fist in the air and cheer. He wanted to close the distance between them and kiss her again, pull her onto his lap and show her exactly how good desire could be. But he could not have her. He could not have her. No matter how much he wanted her, no matter how much his body screamed mine whenever she was near. Hell, he'd wanted her, likely loved her for the last 3 years, and in that time he'd had countless women in his bed. How could he expect to become a different person merely by being her husband? He'd eventually grow tired of her, as he had every other woman, and he refused to do that to her. Yet a voice inside kept repeating that if he had Agnes, if she was truly his and his alone, he'd never want another woman as long as he lived. As it was, any time he was with a woman, he had to close his eyes and imagine her exquisite face. Still, she didn't even want a husband. He would not force his desires upon her. He would protect her. That was the only thing he deserved to do for her.
"This,"
he motioned between the two of them.
"What we have together is merely an effect of being compatible in that particular area. I am not the only man who could make you feel this way."
Damned if he didn't want that to be a lie. Which means that you feel this with other women? No, he didn't and never had, but he couldn't tell her that. If he admitted he felt this way only for her, it would be crossing a line he could never come back from. She would have leverage over him, even more than she already had. Sooner or later she would wear him down. He would give in to his urge to seduce her. She would be his. But if he walked down that road, he would eventually ruin everything. He would break her heart, lose her forever, and he would never be able to forgive himself. So he lied, like his life depended on it, even though it nearly killed him.
"Yes, that's what it's always like."
The shock and hurt that flashed through her eyes only strengthened his resolve. He was already hurting her, but this was nothing to the heartache marriage to him would bring.
You're a no-good wastrel, a simpering, stuttering idiot."
His grandfather's words rattled through his head. Cruel old bastard. That didn't mean the man was wrong. Fletcher knew he didn't deserve Agnes. The men in his family hurt women, which was all they ever did. He wouldn't do that to Agnes. Abruptly, he stood and walked away, leaving her there in the garden, beautiful and freshly kissed, and even more beyond his reach than she had been the first time he'd kissed her. Chapter 12. Agnes exhaled slowly. Fletcher had left her in the gardens, and she was taking a few moments to clear her head. His admission had stung. She couldn't deny that. How could it be that he experienced such passion with every woman when she only felt it with him? Granted, she'd only kissed 2 men now, so she wasn't an expert by any stretch of the imagination. Still, something in his words didn't ring true. Had he lied, or was she merely hoping he had in order to make herself feel better? Why were men so bloody complicated? A good reminder why marriage wasn't for her. She truly feared that if she allowed herself to indulge, to really explore passion, she'd never be able to contain it. Pandora's box would be opened, the cork ripped from the bottle, and she'd never be able to stuff it back inside. So it was best that they had no future together. She'd find a nice, suitable husband who wouldn't evoke such potentially dangerous emotions in her. She made her way back inside, not quite knowing if it was the slight chill in the air or the lingering feelings of desire that had her nipples so tight. All these years she'd judged her mother for being unfaithful. But if Fletcher was correct, and he wasn't the only man who could make her feel such lust, then she was in more trouble than she thought. Agnes was nearly to the staircase which led up to her bedchamber when a servant stopped her, telling her that her mother was waiting in the front parlour to discuss something. Discussions with her mother only ever went one way, and Agnes was not in the mood for maternal manipulations today. Still, she made her way over to the parlour, knowing full well that if she didn't, her mother would simply hunt her down.
"Agnes, darling, I see that Lord Wakefield paid another call on you," she said as Agnes entered the room. The older woman was reclined across the settee. She motioned Agnes forward. She was stuffed into a gown with a bodice so tight her breasts practically fell over the top. She gave her a conspirator smile. "Come and tell your mother all about it." A maid brought in a tray of tea, and Agnes sat on one of the chairs adjacent to the settee. They sat in silence for a few moments while they readied their tea. They weren't close, she and her mother. Agnes simply didn't know how to relate to the woman. They might look alike, but they were so very different. Sadly, Agnes knew that the only times her mother sought her out was because she wanted something. "Lord Wakefield is very dashing," her mother finally said. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke. They were blue, like Agnes's, but where Agnes's were light, her mother's were dark. "Very dashing indeed." "He is?" Agnes stirred her tea thoughtfully, wondering what other girls did when having such conversations with their mothers. She would not tell her about the kisses. If she did, that could potentially lead down a road that Agnes did not want to travel. In fact, she would tell her as little as possible. "Do you have anything of note to share with me about his visits?" "Not particularly. I believe he is merely following standard courtship protocol." Her mother released a frustrated groan. "Honestly, Agnes,
No wonder you don't have more suitors. You can't speak that way."
"Do you need anything else, Mother?" Agnes asked.
"Why do you hate me so?" her mother said with an obvious pout.
Agnes looked up. In that moment, she searched her mother's pretty features for anything resembling real emotion, but she found nothing. She sighed. "Mamma, I don't hate you. Why would you ever think such a thing?" Her mother straightened herself, rolling her shoulders backward and tilting her chin up. She had such poise, such grace in her movements.
"I know you do not approve of some of my choices."
Agnes nodded, unsure of what to say. They'd never actually discussed her mother's affairs. What was one supposed to say about her mother's infidelity?
"I know you hear things. I've heard the rumors. I know what others say about me."
"Are the rumors true?" Agnes asked.
Her mother tilted her head slightly. "Some are, some aren't. That is not the point." That was as much of an admission she was likely to get from her mother.
"What of Father?"
"Your father is a busy man. He hasn't always made time for me."
"Did you ever love him?"
"Your father?"
Her mother paused as if considering the question.
"I suppose I believed myself to be in love. When you're young and foolish and caught up in a whirlwind courtship, it's easy to convince yourself it's love."
"But it wasn't."
"Perhaps it was. The truth of the matter is that there are a multitude of men who can bring you pleasure. I didn't understand then in my youth. I've loved some of them, but certainly not all of them."
Thus proving her theory that love does not endure. Agnes felt a weight settle on her shoulders.
"I will not apologize for being the woman I am, Agnes. I am sorry that it gives you distress, though I'm not certain why. It shouldn't matter to you one way or another."
"Mother, honestly, I hear of one story after another of you with men, blatantly disregarding your marital vows."
Agnes winced at her own words.
"It's humiliating, not to mention it has created a false belief that I am to follow in your footsteps."
A flash of anger shot through her mother's face, her features pinched. "That is preposterous. Anyone could spend 5 minutes with you and know you are not a passionate sort." She released a cold laugh. "I've never understood if you're simply too stupid or too stubborn to use the gifts you've been given. There are women in this town that would kill for our beauty."
Agnes didn't understand it, but her mother's words stung. She should be thrilled, relieved, yet she found herself oddly wounded. Not to mention the fact that what she said was fundamentally false. At least the part about other people recognizing her not to be a passionate woman. It hadn't kept the men and their lascivious words and glances at bay. "You've never once considered, though, that your actions affect the rest of us, Mother. I'm not even speaking about Father, but certainly you must know that men have propositioned me."
"Don't be so dramatic, Agnes."
"I'm not. I just wish, for once, you could be more like Harriet's mother, supportive and encouraging." She knew the minute the words had left her mouth that she'd said the wrong thing. Her mother hated, above all else, being compared to Agnes's friends' mothers. Her mother's pretty features hardened.
"What am I to do with myself, Agnes? Sit at home and embroider? Being a lady is boring. I know you agree, and I know you are not immune to the notion."
No, she wasn't. It was partly what had led her to first agreeing to be a member of the Ladies of Virtue, and then to designing her weapons. Her mother shot to her feet and paced the room.
Why is it perfectly acceptable for a man to be flagrant with his affairs, but when a lady does it, she is shunned, branded a whore?"
Agnes had no answer to that. "Whether or not it is fair, men and women are not equal. You know that. This is not a new phenomenon."
"I am a passionate woman. I enjoy relations. There is no crime in that. And I am fortunate enough to look like this."
Her hands moved down her torso.
"You might wish I were more like Duchess Lockwood and her friends, but I am the one the men come to. I could have a different man warm my bed every night, whereas they cannot."
Agnes's cheeks flamed. She did not want to discuss this with her mother.
"They can be marvellous, my dear daughter."
She sat then and gathered Agnes's hands in her own.
"Lord Wakefield could give you everything, passion and love."
"Father has not given you those things?" Agnes asked, before she thought better of it.
"Your father and I were once lovers and wonderful friends, but he is quite a bit older than me, and we've always been unmatched when it comes to fleshly pleasures. He is too busy for me, always so focused on his travels and collecting those damn weapons of his. We have an entire museum's worth of weaponry in this house. It's ridiculous."
Agnes winced. Her mother chuckled.
"I won't go into any further details on the matter because we're your parents, but suffice it to say, it is wise to test the waters before you jump in, if you understand my meaning."
"I'm not certain."
"It goes against standard convention. Ladies are taught and encouraged to remain chaste until marriage. I did. But had I, at the very least, kissed your father before the wedding, perhaps I'd have known that we were not a good match."
"Mother, are you suggesting that I taste the wares, so to speak, before purchasing?"
She chuckled again. "I most certainly am."
Agnes paused, considering her next statement. "Lord Wakefield says that he feels passion with plenty of women."
Perhaps her mother could provide some maternal guidance, as unconventional as it was. One delicate brow arched over her mother's dark blue eyes. "You and Lord Wakefield have discussed passion?"
Agnes's cheeks heated. "I've kissed him, and Viscount Glenbrook. Very different experiences."
Her mother's face lit with joy. "Oh, do tell."
Agnes shook her head. "No, I will not discuss this. It is far too embarrassing."
"Honestly, Agnes, you are a grown woman."
She was quiet for a few moments before she spoke.
"Viscount Glenbrook would be a good choice for you," her mother said.
"He is kind and respectful, and very handsome."
"Yes, he is," her mother agreed.
"Lord Wakefield."
Even saying his name made her sigh. Good heavens, but she was a goose.
"He is all wrong for me."
"You know, I only want you to be happy, Agnes. I spent a lot of time in the early part of our marriage being unhappy. Then we came to an agreement. Your father is fully aware of my indiscretions." She frowned. "Do not, for a moment, believe he is a victim in this relationship. He cannot, or will not, give me what I need, so he gave me freedom to seek it elsewhere." She was quiet for a moment. "If you feel as if Viscount Glenbrook is a better fit for you for marriage, then marry him. But do not discount the passion you share with Lord Wakefield."
Was she actually telling her to marry Sullivan and have an affair with Fletcher on the side? Though Agnes had seen glimpses of the mother she needed, ultimately they'd never have the relationship that Agnes desired. She sighed. There was nothing more to discuss. "This is not appropriate maternal advice," Agnes said.
Her mother shrugged. Perhaps not. What would you have me say to you? She thought again of Duchess Lockwood and how loving she was toward Harriet. She thought of Lady Summersby and how supportive she was, not only to her own children, but to all of the women in the Ladies of Virtue. Agnes closed her eyes. What did she want? A mother who provided comfort and understanding. A mother who gave advice that would actually be helpful and wouldn't possibly get her ostracized from society. Was it Agnes's fault that her mother had never been able to be a mother? Perhaps if she wasn't so analytical and pragmatic, her mother would engage more with her. Perhaps the flaw wasn't with her mother, but in her. I want you to be a mother to me. I don't want you to see me as a rival. I don't want you to encourage me to seduce my suitors. I want you to be a mother. After that, there was nothing left to say. Agnes silently made her way into her bedchamber, her thoughts bouncing from the kiss she'd shared with Fletcher to her mother's inappropriate advice. A silver tray sat atop her dressing table with a single envelope. She recognized the penmanship immediately, and her heart thundered. She had dared hope her secret suitor had given up after seeing her in Fletcher's arms on more than one occasion.
My dearest Agnes, I must admit that I am very disappointed in you. I know that we share a powerful connection, and yet recently, when I sought a dance from you, you declined. Initially, I thought that perhaps you didn't want people to see how things will be when you're in my arms. We won't be able to hide it. The passion will be all-consuming, and everyone will notice. Is that why you denied me? My darling, I cannot wait too much longer for us to be together. Do not be shy about showing me how you feel. I know you feel it too, any time I'm near. Dance with me, Agnes. The next time I ask, you must say yes. I won't take no for an answer. With great adoration.
Agnes dropped the letter and shivered. She went in search for the footman who had delivered the envelope to her room. Perhaps one of the servants had caught a glimpse of her secret suitor. She needed to uncover this man's identity, and quickly, before he ruined her. Chapter 13. As it turned out, none of the servants had seen anyone actually deliver the message to the house. Someone had come across it on the doorstep, then brought it inside and into her bedchamber. That was the extent of the information she'd gleaned. She'd spent the better part of the late afternoon racking her mind, thinking of whom she could have offended by declining a dance. It wasn't unusual for her to not accept every request. It was likely one of the reasons many would consider her cold. But she refused to put herself into a position where she would either be unwillingly fondled or have illicit fantasies whispered into her ears. Granted, not all men would do such a thing, but she'd been in a pattern for the last few years of only dancing a certain number of dances at any given ball. It had taken every ounce of restraint she had when she finally sat to ready herself for tonight's concert. She peered into the mirror as her maid did the finishing touches on her coiffure. A scratch came to the door, and Agnes shifted her gaze to see who entered. It was the housekeeper. "There is a gentleman here to see you, my lady, a Viscount Glenbrook." Agnes frowned. Sullivan was here. She had expected to simply meet him at the Crystal Palace, but she supposed riding over together made sense as well. "Please tell him I shall be down shortly." The housekeeper opened her mouth, then closed it, looking very much like an overly large fish. Finally she nodded, then left the room. She excused her maid, then quickly finished readying herself. The final step was to strap her dagger garter on. She toyed with the idea of bringing along one of her special weaponized fans, but thought better of it. If she tried to apprehend any would-be thieves tonight, Lady Summersby might remove her from the ladies of virtue altogether. Would that they could identify Lady X soon, so that Agnes and the rest of the ladies could resume their good works. At least she and her immediate friends could use the opportunity to focus on identifying her secret suitor. She shuddered again at the thought of his letter. Agnes made her way down the stairs and into the front parlour. She found Sullivan waiting for her. "My lord," she said, unable to disguise the surprise in her tone. "I thought we were meeting there."
"Miss Watkins," he bowed. "I had something I wanted to discuss with you, and figured we could ride together to the Crystal Palace. Does that meet your approval?" She nodded. "Excellent." He smiled warmly. "If you are ready, then, I have a carriage waiting."
"Yes, of course," she said. She couldn't imagine what he wanted to discuss with her that would demand such privacy. Perhaps he'd come because she defended him with her kiss. Oh, no. She waited for a few moments after they were seated in the carriage before she spoke. "Sullivan, I do hate to be rude, but you've made me rather nervous. Could you tell me what it is you wish to discuss?"
"Agnes, may I be blunt?" he asked.
"Of course," Agnes said. Suddenly her mouth went dry, and she felt as if she were about to get a lecture on something inappropriate that she'd done. He was going to call her out on the kiss. How humiliating.
"I know what you're doing. Though I admire your creativity and resourcefulness, your plan is not going to work."
Agnes frowned. "I'm not certain I know what you're talking about."
"Using Wakefield to make me jealous."
Agnes's cheeks heated with embarrassment. "But that is not truly—"
"Agnes, it is not that I am immune to your charms. You're an exceptionally beautiful woman, and any man, would be lucky to have you on his arm."
"But you are not jealous?"
"No, I can't say that I'm jealous. As I've mentioned before, I have no intention of marrying you or anyone else."
"While we are being blunt with each other, allow me to admit that I have not been trying to make you jealous. I know you don't want to marry me," she said. He frowned.
"But the kiss—"
There it was. Her head tilted. An experiment of sorts.
"Care to explain?"
he asked with a chuckle. She took a deep breath and did just that, telling him briefly about her discussion with Fletcher and about their differing theories about lust. She watched his chiseled jaw relax into a grin.
"You are an extraordinary woman, Agnes."
"I don't see why, but thank you."
"You are resourceful. It is a trait many women do not seem to possess. I must admit, though, that I find it odd Wakefield claims to be courting you, only to protect you while your brother is out of town. I've seen the way he looks at you, and the way you look at him. It seems quite obvious to me that the two of you belong together."
A nervous giggle bubbled up out of Agnes. "Fletcher and I do not belong together."
Sullivan waved his hand dismissively. "If you insist, but I thought to propose a counter-proposal. We continue as we have been going. Wakefield works diligently pretending to court you, and I will continue as I've been, so that my mother believes I am also courting you."
He reached over and squeezed her hand.
"Eventually, Wakefield will realize he wants you for himself. Then, when you are betrothed to him, my mother will believe me to be broken-hearted about losing you, and give me a reprieve from the marriage mart, and everyone lives happily ever after."
She couldn't help but be amused. "Well, you certainly have it all figured out." Her heart beat faster at the mere thought of being engaged to Fletcher. That would never work, would it? No. As much as the idea made her heart pound with glee, her mind knew it would never work between the two of them. He'd never be faithful. He'd admitted as much himself. This would be a lot easier if we were a good match. You and I. We have a friendship, which is more than I can hope for in a marriage.
Agnes, you are likely the most beautiful woman in all of England. It seems ridiculous to think you cannot even hope for friendship when selecting a husband.
I know the two of us are merely friends, but you have done nothing to prevent people from believing that you have intentions of courting me. Why go to all that trouble?
2 reasons. The first being my mother. She has made it her life's ambition to marry her children off, and, despite being the eldest, I am the remaining unclaimed child, which means all of her attention gets poured onto me. But I have no wish to marry anyone, ever, if I can help it. There's no pressure for me to produce an heir. I have 3 younger brothers, one of whom already had a son.
She nodded. She certainly knew about parental pressure. Her mother badgered her often about securing a man. And the second reason?
Miss Watkins, I truly mean you no offence. Were I interested at all in marrying, you would certainly be my first choice.
Again he squeezed her hand.
In truth, I selected you specifically because you are a fascinating woman who many of the men in this town find cold and unapproachable.
But you do not.
No. It was obvious to me that part of what some might deem as coldness is nothing more than you being rather shy.
She'd never considered herself shy before, but she had to acknowledge that his observation made sense.
But also because your brother is slightly overprotective, and therefore I knew he wouldn't force my hand. The minimal attention I gave you seemed to appease my mother. But I never meant you any harm. I figured, since you weren't particularly attracted to me, none of this would matter.
That shocked her. How do you know I'm not attracted to you? How can you tell?
He chuckled. A man knows if a woman finds him attractive. At least he does if he's paying attention. For starters, you never look at me the way you do Wakefield.
Her breath caught. Good heavens, could other people see that? Had Fletcher himself noticed it?
Also, the other evening when you kissed me,
Sullivan said. You're going to have to be more specific. Are you saying you could tell from my kiss? Because you should take into consideration the fact that I am vastly inexperienced.
It was a perfectly pleasant kiss. Despite the fire I saw burning in your eyes, there was no passion in our embrace. I can only assume that your heated gaze had been put there during your dance with Wakefield.
So you are not attracted to me either?
That is not what I said.
He shook his head.
I'd have to be blind to not find you attractive. I do not wish to marry, and I would never suggest something so crude as an affair.
He shrugged, his smile affable.
I merely thought to propose an alternative to your current plan, something that would bring you happiness in the end. As you said, we are friends.
She eyed him for a moment. I do hope you realize I wasn't trying to force your hand or manipulate you.
It would take a compromising position to force me into marriage, and I would never think you capable of such machinations.
I honestly hadn't given any thought to you, or how you would perceive Fletcher's attentions. In truth, I have no desire to marry either. This is my 5th season, you know. I am hopefully weeks away from being put upon the shelf, as they say. He paused for a moment.
You want to be a spinster?
I have my reasons. Though she hated the hope blooming in her chest, she couldn't help but ask. You truly believe Fletcher wants to be with me?
I have no doubt about that, my dear. I suspect the man is already halfway in love with you.
She swallowed. In love with her? What did Fletcher believe about love? They'd only ever discussed her theories. She had only ever considered his desire. She knew he wanted her, but she'd never considered he'd have a depth of emotion for her. He'd mentioned he might attend the concert tonight. Suddenly, the thought of seeing him that night filled her with equal measures of trepidation and excitement. The concert at the Crystal Palace was crammed-packed with guests. It seemed everyone who was anyone was there. The crowd did nothing to calm her jangled nerves. Her entire body practically hummed with an excited energy that she didn't quite understand. She expected it had something to do with Sullivan's words on the way here, and the fact that Fletcher had not stopped looking at her since they'd arrived. She'd caught his eye a couple of times, but seeing as she was Sullivan's companion for the evening, they hadn't had any actual interaction. She had also seen Harriet earlier, with Lord Davenport hot on her tail. Though the two of them had disappeared into an exhibit room farther into the palace, Harriet hadn't appeared all that pleased, with her features pinched. Agnes glanced over to the wall where Fletcher stood, and once again found him watching her. Her heart tightened and her stomach fluttered. The fact that every time she'd looked over to him, she'd found his heated gaze locked on her, made her feel hot and flustered, despite the low-cut bodice of her gown and capped sleeves, which she'd ordinarily find chilling. Did Sullivan's idea that Fletcher was half in love with her have any merit? Was he jealous at seeing her here with another man? He'd certainly commented on Sullivan often enough, and she had to admit that he generally sounded annoyed when he did. Suddenly, Harriet rushed by with tears in her eyes. "If you'll excuse me a moment, Sullivan, I'm going to see to my friend Harriet. I'm afraid she's distressed." He nodded. "Of course." She got up and went into the direction that Harriet had disappeared and called after her. Finally, she found her exiting the entrance to the palace. Agnes called to her to stop, but Harriet just shook her head and ran off. Agnes caught up to her down the darkened path that led away from the palace. "Harriet, wait!" Agnes called as she jogged up to meet her friend. Harriet turned, her face red and her eyes filled with tears. Agnes remembered all the times that Harriet had embraced people when they seemed sad, so she quickly pulled her into her arms. Her friend, normally soft and jovial, felt stiff and awkward. Perhaps Agnes wasn't that skilled at hugging. She released Harriet. "What happened?" she asked. "It matters not. I am being a foolish goose and want to go home," Harriet said. Her voice quivered with emotion. Agnes's stomach clenched. She hated to see her friends in pain. "You can talk to me, you know." She put her hand on Harriet's arm. Harriet nodded. "Perhaps tomorrow." "Very well. I'll walk you to your carriage. I'm assuming it's waiting for you." "Yes, just down the drive." They walked in silence, arm in arm. "You know I think you're spectacular, truly," Agnes said. Harriet's voice hitched as she sucked in a breath. "Thank you, Agnes." She helped her friend up into her carriage. "Would you like a ride?" Harriet asked. "Oh, no. I'm here with Lord Glenbrook. I suppose I should be getting back." She squeezed Harriet's hand. "I shall see you tomorrow, then?" "Yes." Harriet gave her a watery smile. Agnes stood and watched her friend's carriage disappear down the drive. Whatever had occurred between Harriet and Lord Davenport had distressed poor Harriet.
Agnes felt certain that the two of them would resolve their issues and likely be married, or at least engaged, by the end of the season. Lord Davenport certainly seemed hell-bent on making that happen, though Harriet waved off his advances and continued to try to find him what she deemed to be an appropriate bride. She turned to walk back to the palace and realized it was dark out, and she was alone, far from the palace and crowds. Not necessarily her most intelligent decision, but she couldn't leave Harriet in her moment of need. She needed to make haste and return to the buildings as quickly as possible. Crickets and frogs created an orchestra around her. Fear trickled through her, settling into her belly. Even her mother, as unhelpful as she was most of the time, had warned her about not putting herself into positions where she could come to harm. She was trained, she reminded herself, and she had a weapon on her. She slowed her breathing. All was well. Her secret suitor. His letter from earlier today had rattled her. That's all this was. There was no reason to believe that her new admirer would ever try to harm her. He seemed rather enamored with her, but the fact that he insisted on keeping his identity a secret bothered her, not to mention those flowers he'd obviously cut from within her garden walls. She shivered. A rustling noise came from behind her. Quickly, she reached beneath the hem of her skirts and withdrew her blade. Chapter 14. Fletcher kept to the shadows behind Agnes, lest she discover him following her. It was no secret that he was watching out for her while her brother was out of town. Still, he knew Agnes well enough to know she'd not like him acting her guardian. A small stick crunched beneath his boot, and he was thankful for the shrubbery between them. He stilled. And then he felt something decidedly sharp and cold against his throat. He looked down to find a fierce Agnes holding a dagger. Her chest rose and fell quickly with her rapid breaths.
"Holy hell, Agnes! What do you think you're doing?"
"Fletcher," she hissed, "why are you following me?"
"Could you kindly remove your blade?"
He used one hand to push hers away from his neck. He swallowed, then swore as he saw the blade. The weapon was small, obviously designed for a woman's hand, though it wasn't ornamental.
"Where the devil did you get a weapon like that?"
She propped one leg out and pulled her skirts up to her knee. His mouth went dry, and he knew he should turn away from her, but he couldn't. She yanked up the leg of her pantaloons, revealing a shapely leg encased in creamy stockings. This entire scenario should not have aroused him, yet he felt the distinct sensation of blood rushing to his groin. Excellent timing. "I've always preferred a dagger, and this is the most logical mode of carrying one." With that, she returned the delicate blade to the sheath, where it rested between her skin and her garter.
"You're killing me, Bluebell,"
he said, trying to shift his focus from his ridiculous growing erection. But damned if her whipping out a weapon wasn't ridiculously sexy. "It is challenging for women to be able to carry anything on the off chance they need to protect themselves. I design some, most in fans and jewelry, but I do not have any on me this evening." She scanned the darkness around them. "I wasn't expecting to find myself in a dangerous situation."
"Do you normally?"
She bit down on her lip and shook her head. "No, but one can never be too careful."
"Agnes, what are you not telling me?"
She eyed him, but said nothing, then merely shook her head.
"I can see it in your eyes. You're hiding something, and you're frightened."
"You startled me," she said. He reached forward and gripped both of her arms, squeezed them gently, then rubbed his thumbs against her.
"Please, talk to me."
She inhaled a shaky breath. Here is what we're going to do. You're going to go back inside and tell Glenbrook that you're not feeling well, and then I'm going to see you home."
He tilted her chin up to face him.
"But you are going to talk to me."
She nodded, then did what he said. 10 minutes later, she'd returned to the entrance, and he led her to a rig he'd secured. Once they were safely ensconced in the interior of the carriage, he prodded her again.
"What has you so afraid?"
Again she bit down on her lip, then slowly nodded. "I told you recently that I had a suitor I wished to deter, but I didn't tell you anything specific. Partly because I don't know who he is."
"Pardon?"
"He's anonymous, at least so far. He's probably harmless, but he's sent a couple of messages to my home and some flowers."
"Bloody hell, Agnes. Why didn't you tell me this before?"
"Honestly, I didn't think too much of it, and I hadn't even thought to be frightened by the ordeal until tonight, standing out in the darkness alone. I'm certain it was merely my imagination." She rubbed her thigh, where he knew she'd hidden her dagger. With one swift movement he pulled her to him, settling her onto his lap. He rubbed his hand up and down her back to soothe her. Slowly she relaxed against him and allowed him to comfort her. He closed his eyes and recalled the sight of her shapely legs and that blade pressed against her thigh. He'd been so hard since then, he feared he might spill himself in his trousers, and now he'd nestled her onto his lap. He swore again, then crushed his lips to hers. His hungry kiss tore through her, pleading for everything she had to give. He continued kissing her, his mouth at times angry as he pressed into her. She clung to him as desire shook through her. His mouth left hers and began raining kisses down her throat, across her collarbone and onto the gentle swell of her breasts. He nuzzled into her neck, inhaling deeply, desperately trying to forge her scent into his memory. "Fletcher," she breathed. He put his hands beneath her bottom and lifted her so that she'd wrap her legs around him. She reached between them, impatiently gathering her skirts to bunch them at her waist. He kissed her again and pressed himself to her hot center. There were still too many layers of material separating them, but he was close enough to feel her warmth, and he knew she would not mistake his hardness. He kept one hand at her bottom to hold her in place as he pressed her against him. She bucked against him, and still he kissed her, his tongue sliding against hers. His other hand scooped into her bodice and nudged her breast free, enough so he could suckle at her nipple. At the first brush of his tongue, she arched against him and cried out. Again and again she rocked against him, while he teased her nipple with his mouth. Then he moved back up and claimed her mouth for another fevered kiss. Christ, he wanted her. Wanted to rip off those damn pantaloons and plunge himself into her hot, wet center. "Fletcher," she whispered. "Oh, God." And then she came, her body shaking with waves of pleasure, her exquisite face tilted upward with an expression of sheer bliss. She cried out again and again, calling his name as her body shook with her release. He stilled his movements to try and gather his wits about him. He braced his forehead against hers, closed his eyes and held her. Then slowly he shifted her off his lap and straightened her dress. Pink flush stained her neck, chest and cheeks, a telltale sign of the orgasm he'd given her. He shifted, but knew nothing would alleviate the pressure in his cock until he could get home and take a hand to himself. It would solve the problem for tonight, but it never lasted very long. It was then that he realized the carriage had stopped. He peeked out the small curtained window and saw her townhome outside. "You should get inside," he said.
his voice coming out harsher than he'd intended.
"Fletcher, are you angry with me?"
"No, Bluebell." He cupped her cheek. "Having you come apart like that in my arms, it was everything. But I can't trust myself with you any more this evening."
She nodded. He sat quietly in the rig until she was safely in her family's townhome. Then he withdrew himself and decided to walk the rest of the way. He hoped the brisk night air would cool his desire and the fire in his loins, but by the time he arrived home, his trousers were only slightly less tight. He took the stairs 2 at a time until he reached his bedchamber. Then he quickly disposed of his clothes. Her surprised cries of pleasure still rang in his ears. He lay back on his bed and gripped his cock tightly in his hand and jerked it up once. He closed his eyes and let his imagination take hold. This wasn't the first time he'd taken a hand to himself with a vision of Agnes in his mind, and it likely wouldn't be the last. In his head, she lay beneath him on his bed, with her hair spread out across his pillow, her legs parted. Her body was perfection, all luscious curves and pretty pink parts. His hand moved quicker, imagining entering her tight, warm center. He flipped himself over to press himself into his mattress. Then he rutted against it, while in his mind he plunged into Agnes. Again and again. Her breath caught, her lips parted. She called his name, and her core clenched around him, and he spilled himself onto his sheets and his own stomach. Chapter 15. He hadn't slept. After the encounter with Agnes in the carriage, and what she'd told him about her secret suitor, he'd been unable to sleep. Instead, he'd formulated a plan for how to identify the man and put a stop to his attentions. He'd sent a message to Agnes at first light with instructions on what to do, and she'd followed through perfectly. She hadn't even asked him how he'd known about her affiliation with the Ladies of Virtue. She'd merely indicated in her return message that she had scheduled a meeting with her friends. But, evidently, she hadn't read his message to mean that he was attending the meeting as well, which was why she was currently looking at him as if he'd sprouted a second head.
"What are you doing here?" she hissed.
"I thought I'd made it abundantly clear in my message. I'm here to speak to your friends so we can figure out who this bastard is."
She shook her head.
"You never said you would be involved, and we don't need you. I don't know how you found out about my involvement in the Ladies of Virtue, and I don't even need to know. Suffice it to say, we are trained for this very thing."
He should have known she'd fight him on this.
"I realize that, but having a set of fresh eyes on a situation always helps."
"Of course you think we need your help because we're women, and we certainly can't do anything on our own."
She rolled her eyes heavenward.
"Not true. You pulled a dagger on me last night and could have filleted my throat before I'd even realized what had happened. I recognize that you're skilled, but I also know that my being a man means that I have access to parts of society that none of you can reach."
She opened her mouth to argue, then shut it with a frown.
"Agnes, I need for you to let me help. I need to be a part of this because I need for you to be safe."
Again she opened her mouth, but he silenced her with a raise of his hand.
"Not because your brother asked me to look after you, so don't even say that."
"Then why? Why is it so important to you?"
"Because you're important to me, Bluebell. Certainly you know that after all these years."
Which was how it came to be that he stood at the front of a parlour with a handful of women peering back at him.
"Is this the lot of you?"
His brow furrowed in a frown.
"I had envisioned the Ladies of Virtue being a rather larger group."
"No, of course not. but we're also in the midst of a discord in our group, and these are the members I trust the most," Agnes said. "And those I've already told about this particular issue, though we are missing Harriet since she is preparing for the Brookhaven party."
Lady Matilda eyed him speculatively.
"How do you know about our organisation?"
"Agnes did not betray your confidences, if that is what concerns you," he said. He wasn't about to let Agnes know that Chris had told him about their penchant for hunting street criminals.
"That is all you will tell us?" Agnes asked.
He nodded.
"Very well. For what reason did you want us gathered?" she asked.
Fletcher forked his fingers through his hair. He moved his gaze between the three women sitting in a clump on the settee.
"I know that Agnes has spoken to you regarding her new admirer."
The two women flanking Agnes both nodded.
"It seems that she upset him recently when she declined a dance. He has made his displeasure known in no uncertain terms,"
Fletcher said.
"What can we do to help?" Matilda asked.
"I'd like to know what you've seen when you're with her. Do you know anyone she declined to dance with?"
"There's an entire list of men that she declines at nearly every ball," Justine said. His gaze turned to Agnes. She lifted a delicate shoulder in a shrug.
"I don't particularly care for dancing."
Though he knew that wasn't the entire story, she didn't enjoy being wrapped in a man's embrace, especially the men who tended to gravitate toward her. For not the first time, Fletcher cursed her brother for being a blind ass and not protecting his sister.
"We need a list," Fletcher said. "I want to know who this bastard is."
Then he frowned.
"My apologies, ladies. I should not use such coarse language."
"Sometimes a situation calls for it," Justine said.
The women volleyed some names back and forth.
"We know it's not Sullivan, as much as I loathe the man. You dance with him at nearly every function," Matilda said.
Fletcher raised one brow in question. Matilda waved a hand dismissively.
"The feeling is mutual, I can promise you that. My sister is married to his brother."
She visibly shuddered. "He makes her miserable." Fletcher blew out a breath. He hadn't meant to get involved in any family ordeals.
"Do you think this admirer is dangerous?"
Justine asked, her tone guarded. Agnes met his gaze, and he knew that no matter what, he'd protect her with his last breath. She was too important to him not to.
"I think he's potentially dangerous. I'm not willing to take the risk with Agnes's safety."
"Perhaps I should retire from public life," Agnes said. "That would solve everything."
The defeat in her tone was a punch to Fletcher's gut. Why had he been such a bloody coward and not fought for her when he'd had the chance? He could have prevented all of this. Not for the first time, he scoured his mind for a worthy man to marry and protect her. But every name that came to him proved wrong in some way or another.
"It certainly wouldn't solve him scaling the wall into your garden," Matilda said.
Agnes hung her head.
"What? Who scaled your wall?"
Fletcher asked. Agnes met his gaze.
"It's nothing. He sent me flowers last week. They had all been cut from my own garden."
"How is that nothing?"
he asked.
"That's what we told her,"
Justine said.
"I know it isn't nothing, but it doesn't change anything we're discussing tonight," Agnes said.
"Except that he knows where you live and how to get onto your property without being invited,"
Fletcher said. He swore, but this time didn't bother apologizing to the women.
"This was the wrong bloody time for your brother to leave town."
He was ready for Chris to get back to London, if for no other reason than Fletcher wanted to pound him in the face.
"My mother is there with me."
Agnes took a deep breath.
"And in 3 days we are all going to Brookhaven for Lord Davenport's country house party."
"Then I suppose I shall attend as well."
He eyed the other women.
I need you to be vigilant in watching every encounter she has with any man."
They both nodded. "He is in love with you," Justine said. "It certainly doesn't feel like love." Not that she believed in love. That emotion was fleeting and induced by lust, but then it disappeared as swiftly as a rainbow. "He is threatening me," Agnes said. "Not your admirer," Justine said. "She means Lord Wakefield," Matilda said. "Fletcher? That is ridiculous," Agnes said. "He is feeling protective because my brother asked him to look after me. That is all."
"You're important to me, Bluebell."
She ignored the steadily increasing speed of her heartbeat as she remembered his words. Romantic love was only an illusion, but as firmly as she believed that, she also recognized that, with Fletcher, she could fall into that illusion so easily. There was nothing imaginary about a broken heart. Her friends nodded knowingly, but made no further arguments. "Matilda, why do you hate Sullivan?" Agnes asked. "He is a cad, and his brother has made my sister miserable. He has been unfaithful. She desperately wants a child." "Is her husband withholding his affection so that she cannot get pregnant?" Agnes asked. "I don't know precisely," Matilda said. "Still, what does any of that have to do with Sullivan?" Matilda sighed. "I realize that you and he are friends, and that he is kind to you, but I have only ever known him to be an arrogant, lazy man with no regards for anyone's feelings but his own." Agnes had no reason to defend him, though she'd never experienced anything of the kind with Sullivan. Tilly knew him better and had known him longer. "In fact, I have decided that as much as I do not wish to converse with him, his slothfulness must be addressed." Agnes hid a smile. "You intend to reform Sullivan of his laziness?" Tilly nodded once. "I very well do." Chapter 16. The following day, Agnes sat in her favourite chair in the library, sketching a new design. She'd already sold out of all the fans she'd made, and wanted to improve the weapon with the next batch she created. And she wanted something to occupy her hands and mind, in hopes of forgetting everything that occurred between her and Fletcher 2 nights before. One might think that with a secret suitor out there, and a myriad of other goings-on in her life, that she'd have plenty to occupy her mind. Instead, all she could think about was the time she'd spent in Fletcher's arms in the carriage. She could still feel his lips on hers, his warm palm on her flesh. Her skin burned at just the thought. The sensations he'd wrought from her, the climax of pleasure he'd given her. Her cheeks heated with the memory, and blood rushed to various delicate parts of her body. "You will never believe what has happened," Harriet said, bursting into the room. Agnes looked up, hoping that none of the thoughts she'd just been having were apparent on her face. She smiled at her friend. Harriet's normal, cheery self seemed to be missing, so Agnes set down her pencil. Without saying anything else, she closed her book, rang for a servant, and ordered tea to be sent directly to her bedchamber. Then she hooked her arm with Harriet's and led her up the staircase. "You look dreadful," Agnes said. "Thank you," Harriet said drolly. "So, tell me what this thing is that I am not going to believe." "It's Lord Davenport." Harriet stopped talking as soon as the maid entered the room with the tea tray. She set it down on the ottoman between their 2 chairs. Harriet inhaled slowly. "He proposed to me." Agnes waited for the rest of the story. "He even went and spoke to Malcolm. What was he thinking?" Agnes frowned, uncertain as to what her friend found so distressing.
That he wanted to marry you. No, do you not see?
Harriet stirred her tea absently.
He is toying with me, tormenting me. He told me all these wicked things he wants to do to me, she whispered.
Agnes wanted to ask what he'd said, but that wasn't appropriate.
Damn Fletcher and his wicked ways, making her want things she shouldn't want. Agnes, you are not helping. I came to speak to you because you are so pragmatic. Why would he do all of this? Why would he go to such lengths to tease me so mercilessly? Is he that cruel?
Harriet's pretty eyes filled with tears.
Agnes reached over and squeezed her friend's hand. Perhaps I am missing something. I can see that you are upset, hurting, and I am certainly being pragmatic. I'm not convinced I know how to not be.
Except when it came to Fletcher. Then, it seemed, all her pragmatism disappeared.
He is laughing at me, Harriet said. Did he?
What?
Did he actually laugh at you? Well, no, not in front of me. Then the only logical conclusion is he proposed to you because he truly wants to marry you.
Harriet rolled her eyes.
Answer me this. Why has that option not even occurred to you?
Harriet acted as if she didn't even want his proposal, though Agnes doubted very much that was true. She suspected instead that her friend wanted to marry Lord Davenport, but was afraid of that notion. Harriet wanted a love match. Agnes could afford no such luxury. She needed to be married to be protected.
That's preposterous, Harriet said. I'm not so certain it is. You're a beautiful woman. He'd be a fool not to want you.
Harriet shook her head.
I will find him an appropriate bride at his country house party. You are coming along, aren't you?
In truth, she had nearly forgotten all about it.
Of course. Hopefully, in addition to marrying off Lord Davenport, we shall be able to shed some light on the mystery behind Lady X.
Good heavens, she had forgotten about that. The mysterious Lady X was far more important than whomever her secret suitor turned out to be. Perhaps this jaunt into the countryside was precisely what she needed to put her mind back on what was important. Lady X, the ladies of virtue, and finding a way to reform Fletcher from his lust-filled life. She still hadn't figured that one out, considering he'd disproved her theory. But at least his behaviour was currently on hiatus while courting her, so in a way she had accomplished her task.
What has your mother said about Lord Davenport's intentions? I know she is close with his mother, Agnes said. She understands my wanting to marry for love, but I think she's secretly hoping I'll say yes to him.
Harriet rolled her eyes. Not for the first time in their friendship, Agnes found herself wishing her mother was half the parent Harriet's mother was. Agnes snorted.
What?
Agnes shook her head.
I find it amusing that your mother gives you heartfelt advice such as that. Meanwhile, mine recently told me I should feel free to marry Sullivan and have an affair with Fletcher on the side.
Harriet's mouth opened and closed several times.
She actually said those words to you. Come now, Harriet. It's not all that surprising. Everyone knows the truth about her. It's not as if she goes to any great lengths to hide the fact that she has lovers. I know it's embarrassing for you.
Agnes nodded and was quiet for several moments.
What if I'm more like her than I care to admit? Oh, Agnes, you know that's not true. I don't know that. I know I've allowed Fletcher to take liberties with me I never would have imagined doing.
Harriet's eyes grew round.
I know if given the chance, I'd likely allow him to do much more.
She dropped her head down.
He makes me feel so much. When I'm with him, it is as if everything is funnier, everything is more intense. But I cannot afford to lose myself in him."
She hadn't seen or heard from Fletcher in 2 days. Nothing since he'd called her friends into a meeting to help identify her secret suitor. At that meeting, they hadn't gotten a chance to speak alone, so they'd had no actual interaction since he'd introduced her body to pleasure. Her skin still tingled, but now her heart felt heavy. Had she done something wrong? It seemed she'd pushed Fletcher away with her wanton behaviour. Perhaps he had lost interest in her for some reason she couldn't fathom. There was much about the pleasures of the flesh she simply didn't understand. How could she hope to please a man such as Fletcher until she did? So again, she lay awake in her bed, unable to shut off her mind and get any legitimate or restful sleep. She flipped herself over to try to get more comfortable, but it didn't work. Something tapped on her window, which was odd, because her bedchamber was on the 2nd floor. There it was again, and again. She tossed back the covers and padded her way to the window. Fletcher stood below, tossing up pebbles. She opened the window and leaned out a bit. "Fletcher," she whispered. Her heart began to thunder. What on earth was he doing here?
"I need to speak with you."
"Gardens. I'll unlock the gate." She pointed to the right of her house so that he'd go around. She'd simply meet him outside. She wrapped her dressing gown around her, then slipped out of her bedchamber, silently closing the door behind her. Had he come to complete his seduction of her? The thundering of her heart was accompanied by a jolt of lightning to her senses. But when she opened the gate and took in his red-rimmed eyes and tear-streaked cheeks, her heart stuttered. She cupped his face. "Fletcher?"
"My father died."
She pulled him into her arms and held him against her. He smelled faintly of liquor. She grabbed his hand, threading their fingers together, and pulled him farther into the gardens. There was a patch in the darkest corner where the gardeners never could get much to grow. Now it was covered in soft, thick grass. She pulled him down with her, and they lay back and looked up at the stars. "When I was a child, I used to lay out in the fields behind our country house and watch the stars. I always found it calming, and it oddly made me feel less lonely," she said. They were quiet for several moments, merely lying next to each other, their hands linked together.
"I don't even know why I'm upset,"
he said.
"We were never close. I don't even have many memories of us living in the same house. After Jefferson was born, Mother got with child shortly thereafter."
He shook his head.
"She and that baby didn't survive the birth. Father sent us here to London to live with Grandfather."
"That doesn't matter. He was still your father. Grief does not need to be reconciled."
"I didn't know where else to go."
She wished she knew the right thing to say or do to ease his pain. She'd never lost anyone close to her. "I do know what it's like to not feel particularly close to your parents. My mother sees me as nothing more than a rival. As a child, the only times I ever saw her was when they'd have parties at the country house. She'd be so attentive and doting, and I'd feel so loved. Then she'd leave with the guests. It took me coming here to realize those times had only been a performance for her, pretending to be a loving mother. It's not that she doesn't care for me, she simply doesn't know how to love, at least anyone but herself."
"You deserved better than that,"
he said. His hand squeezed hers.
"I remember little of my mother, except that she was beautiful and kind."
He exhaled slowly. "Your grandfather, he's terrible to you, isn't he?" They'd spoken of him a few times before, but she'd never gotten any specifics about his nasty behaviour.
He pulled her over to him so her head lay on his chest. Then he wrapped his arm around her, holding her close.
He is, but it's not just me. He's hateful to everyone, though no one has ever confirmed it. I've always believed my grandmother killed herself just to get away from him.
His chest vibrated against her ear as he spoke. Her heart ached for him, for the boy he'd been and the man he was. It seemed they were both somewhat alone in this world.
I stuttered when I was a boy, badly. He teased me relentlessly. Eventually I stopped talking, didn't say a single word for over a year.
She might not have had a loving mother, but she'd never been subjected to abuse from any other family member. She ran her hand over his chest. You deserved better too, Fletcher, and I'm so sorry about your father. He kissed her head several times, but he didn't speak again. At some point later, when the fingers of dawn were beginning to stretch across the sky, he woke her and sent her back inside. Chapter 17. Fletcher dropped himself into a chair at Benedict's and ordered a drink. He didn't come here often, but every now and then it was the perfect place. It wasn't as if he could go home and drink in the comfort of his own study. Nothing in that townhome actually belonged to him, at least not legally. Not for the first time, he considered renting a townhome of his own, but any time he'd mentioned it, his grandfather had insisted that he needed him at the family address. His father was dead now, which meant he was now the Marquis of Longley. In addition to the new title, he also inherited all of his father's holdings. He didn't want any of that. Perhaps he'd merely give it all to Jefferson. His brother preferred life in the country, as their father had. He hadn't meant to turn to Agnes when he'd gotten word of his father's death, but he'd immediately gone to her. A moth to the proverbial flame, a compass to true north. Fletcher swore. All of this was his own damned fault. He should have known that agreeing to this foolish plan would bring him nothing but misery. Still, he'd been unable to deny her request. He'd always wanted her, but he'd been content to want her from afar. Now he'd tasted her, felt her come apart in his arms. He wasn't so certain he could walk away, even if it was the right thing to do. Fletcher swore again. Benedict Farrow stopped by Fletcher's table and lowered himself into a chair.
To what do I owe the honour of sharing a table with this fine establishment's proprietor? Fletcher asked. You're scaring off my regular customers with all your cursing and glowering.
Fletcher glanced around the room, which was elbow to elbow filled with people.
Evidently. I think the more appropriate question is, what do I owe the honour of your presence tonight? As well as 3 other nights this week. While I appreciate the business, you're not actually doing anything here, save glaring at people from this back corner table.
Benedict leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. When Fletcher made no move to speak, Benedict merely nodded.
I should give you a key to my offices. At least you and Davenport could commiserate on your misery together. Should I assume your foul mood is also due to a woman?
Fletcher's brows rose, then glanced around the room.
Davenport is here. Not at the moment, but he was.
Benedict shook his head.
There is a woman, Fletcher finally said.
Benedict chuckled.
There is always a woman. In fact, it seems to be an epidemic as of late. I want her, but I cannot have her.
She is already married, then? Benedict asked.
No. Her brother made it clear, in no uncertain terms, that I am not worthy of her attention. And he's not wrong. I don't deserve her. But he also threatened to end my job if I so much as touched her.
He took another swallow of his drink.
Still, There is more at play than even her brother knows. She's in danger without the protection of a husband."
"You require her brother's blessing?"
"No, of course not. But he holds my future position with our organization in his hands, and I am supposed to be protecting her, ensuring her safety while he is away. Instead, I have taken liberties."
God, he was a bastard.
Again, Benedict nodded.
"If being married to you would protect her, then it seems her brother has no legitimate argument. She could marry someone else, though she insists she has no want of a husband. Well, that's ridiculous. All chits want to get married. They're taught that from when they're in short dresses."
Benedict scraped his hand over his whiskers.
"Perhaps she only told you that because she wants someone else. Consider that."
"She wants me."
God, he hated that his heart seemed to grow beneath that thought.
"Another man is likely a better choice. I have nothing to offer her." "That did not answer my question." "It matters not. Marriage in this town doesn't work as such. You must know that."
Benedict nodded.
"Doesn't mean it can't."
He threaded his fingers through his hair.
"I'm going to start charging a fee for all the relationship advice I've given as of late."
Fletcher withdrew a handful of banknotes and slammed them on the table.
"If you are so unworthy, tell me, who does deserve this lady of yours?" Benedict asked.
Who deserved Agnes? With her incomparable beauty and clever mind and generous spirit? No one did. Fletcher shook his head.
"No one deserves her. Then you are no worse a choice for her than any other man."
Benedict leaned forward.
"If you want the girl and she'll have you, you should marry her. It's as simple as that."
He stood.
"Now I shall leave you to it. Try not to throw my decanters at anyone. They're expensive. If you want the girl, you should marry her. Simple."
He was ridiculous. Nothing was ever that simple. With the exception of Fletcher's midnight visit to her the other night, Agnes hadn't spoken to him in days. She knew he was here, that he'd followed her to Brookhaven. She'd seen him at the previous night's ball. He'd stood on the perimeter, watching, but he'd made no move to engage with her. She'd figured out why he was avoiding her. They'd been intimate, though her virtue remained intact. He'd touched her, kissed her. He'd made her want things she knew she couldn't have. Perhaps now he was worried that she would try to force his hand to marry her. She needed to speak with him, assure him she'd never do such a thing. She glanced down at her breakfast plate and pushed it aside. Harriet, who sat next to her at the table, was staring blankly at her own untouched plate of food. "Harriet, are you all right?" Agnes asked.
"Of course," Harriet said, her tone uncharacteristically sharp.
She met Agnes's gaze and slowly exhaled. "My apologies. I'm afraid I didn't get much sleep last night. I shouldn't have been cross with you." Agnes hadn't gotten much sleep herself, but then she often didn't like staying in a new place. "You do look a little flushed. Is that headache still pestering you?"
"Sorry?" Harriet asked, her brow wrinkled in confusion.
"Last night," Agnes said, "you left the ball early because of a headache."
Though now that was seeming an unlikely reason for her departure from the party.
Yes, my head has been aching terribly."
She rubbed at her temples. "So much so that I'm afraid it's affecting my cognitive abilities this morning."
Harriet was behaving strangely. Agnes was almost certain her friend was lying, but about what she had no notion. She could pry, but if Harriet wanted Agnes to know something, she would simply tell her. More than likely, this had to do with Lord Davenport's proposal.
Harriet smiled.
"Were you able to ask Justine and Tilly anything last night about whether or not they'd received any messages from Lady X?
Lady Summersby informed us in the most recent meeting that she had gotten one."
"Yes, Neither of them had. I didn't mention mine. Agnes shook her head. I trust them, truly I do, but until this mess is cleaned up, I want to be certain before divulging certain information.
She did trust her friends so much so that she didn't want to burden them with anything new. Fletcher had called them in to help identify her secret suitor. Harriet wanted to investigate the mysterious Lady X. Agnes could manage it all, divide her focus, as it were. Her life had nearly revolved around the ladies of virtue for the last few years. They were as much a family as her blood.
That's perfectly understandable. They haven't been members as long as we have.
They were just leaving the breakfast room when a servant came to them and bowed. "His lordship has requested you meet him in the armoury."
Me?
Harriet asked. "Both of you," the footman said. "You are Lady Harriet and Miss Watkins." They nodded in unison. "His lordship instructed," he said. "Please follow me." They followed the servant to the opposite end of the house. They had all been instructed upon arrival that the wing was under construction and would be off-limits to all guests. It would seem that such rules did not apply when the lord of the manor wanted to wed you. The servant stopped once they'd reached a pair of double doors. "Inside, but this is where I leave you." He bowed, then left them.
How intriguing,
Agnes said. Harriet took hold of the door handles and pulled. They entered a small outer chamber and found another group of doors. Once inside, Lord Davenport turned from the window where he'd been standing. "Splendid. I'm glad you both were able to come," he said. He leaned on his cane as he walked toward them. Agnes scanned the room and saw that Lord Davenport had done to this room what Harriet had done to a makeshift meeting room for their group. Once Lady Summersby had put the ladies of virtue on hiatus, Harriet had felt strongly about them having a place where they could still practice their skills, remain physically fit. All of the women in the group had been taught various fighting skills, with the primary goal of them being able to defend themselves should the need ever arise. It was something that had motivated Lady Summersby when she'd created their group. The women taking on petty thieves had been an after-effect. Mattresses, positioned side by side, padded the floor. A myriad of weaponry graced the top of a table. And then it hit Agnes. Lord Davenport knew about their group. Agnes smacked Harriet on the arm.
"He knows,"
she hissed. Harriet grimaced.
"I'll explain later."
"Miss Watkins, have no fear. Your secret is safe with me." He walked toward them. Then his wintry eyes settled on Harriet. "You may continue your training here without the concern that anyone will discover you. This area is off-limits to everyone, save the two of you," he said. Despite her initial caution, Agnes could not hide her glee.
"This is marvellous, my lord. Thank you."
Besides, she couldn't chastise Harriet when Fletcher also knew of their group. "Now then, I shall leave you to it." He stopped right next to Harriet. "Know that when you are my wife, you will have access to this and any other resource you need. I wish not to change anything about you." Then he whispered something for only her ears. Harriet stared at the closed doors, her mouth gaping open. Agnes bumped her friend's hip with her own.
"Why would he do this?"
Harriet asked.
"Because he quite obviously likes you,"
Agnes said.
"That's ridiculous. No, you're ridiculous."
Agnes slipped off her shoes and bounced a bit on the mattress to test their give. This was precisely what she needed, a physical outlet that might help her overcome her obsessive thoughts about Fletcher, or, at the very least, keep them at bay for an hour or two. Then she remembered something she'd overheard the night before.
"Do you know that I heard the most extraordinary thing about Lord Davenport?"
Harriet's eyes widened.
"And you haven't told me yet." I haven't had a chance." They sat facing each other on the mattresses. "His overspending serves a greater purpose." "That makes no sense." Harriet shook her head as if to shake off the words themselves. "Actually, it does. His ties to Benedict's. Rumour has it that they grew up together and lived near each other. Oliver's father, a marquis, convinced Benedict's father, a baron, to make a certain investment. They lost everything. Benedict's father had to sell the title and small estate. Davenport is reported to have funded Benedict's gaming hell and then ensured it became the most popular club so that his friend would regain his own family's lost fortune." Harriet sucked in a breath. "They also said that he did the design of this house, to rebuild it, and did much of the labour himself," Agnes continued. Her friend's cheeks had turned a pretty shade of pink. "Perhaps I have misjudged him," Harriet whispered. "Perhaps. Do you want to talk about it?" Agnes asked. Harriet shook her head. Agnes sprang to her feet. "Shall we practice then?" "Yes." "Should we invite Justine and Tilly?" Harriet shook her head. "I can't imagine that they would be upset, but I'd rather they not know that Lord Davenport is aware of our group. So many members blamed Iris for the exposure in Lord Ashby's newspaper." Agnes hid a wince, considering both of their friends knew that Fletcher was in on their secret. "Yes, I believe you're right." After warming up, Harriet and Agnes sparred for several moments before either of them spoke again. "I have missed this," Agnes said. "I do hope we uncover Lady X's identity soon so that we can return to our duties. Indeed, that woman has ruined everything for us. Before we know it, pickpockets will have the run of Bond Street," Harriet said. "Perhaps Iris and Lord Ashby are having some fortune uncovering the woman's identity," Agnes said. "Or they're busy planning their wedding. As you could be planning your own," Agnes said. Harriet scoffed. "He doesn't truly want to marry me." She wondered how her friend could be so very blind. It was quite evident that Lord Davenport was rather smitten with her, but Harriet refused to see it. If there was enduring love, she knew her Harriet would be the one to find it. No one deserved it more. Agnes felt a pang of jealousy, a ridiculous feeling since she didn't even want to get married. Still, she wanted to know what passion felt like. Unrestrained, unguarded passion. She was likely a fool that she was considering her mother's advice. She wanted one night in the arms of the man she desired more than anything. Chapter 18. Later that evening, Agnes took a shuddering breath and opened the door. The dressing gown rubbed against her naked skin, making her aware of every part of her body. Fletcher sat in a chair by the window, his attention focused on a book in his hands. He wore no shirt, only his trousers and his feet were bare. This was right. He was right. "Fletcher," she said his name softly, softer than she'd intended. She cleared her throat and called him again. He looked up, set his book aside and came to his feet.
"Agnes, what are you doing?"
She mentally counted to 3, then she pulled the tie on her dressing gown and let it slide off her shoulders to pool at her feet. "I want to know what it feels like to lose control, just once." She walked toward him. "You told me I couldn't ignore my feelings forever. With you, I can let myself go." He swallowed visibly. His eyes travelled the length of her as the warm hazel depths darkened.
"I'm not enough of a gentleman to say no to you, Bluebell."
"I'm counting on that." She closed the distance between them. Feeling emboldened, she placed a hand on his chest. "Help me lose control, Fletcher. Help me have one night where I only feel. I'm so damn tired of always doing the right thing. I'm tired of pretending to be something I'm not."
His eyes darkened, but still he made no move to touch her. But he seemed to let his gaze drink her in. "Damnation, you're perfect."
"Touch me, Fletcher."
He slid his hands to her waist, his fingers splayed down, nearly reaching her bottom.
"I know there are ways to prevent me from getting with child."
He nodded. She leaned up on her tiptoes, pressing her body to his, and then kissed him.
"I know marriage isn't in my future, so I have no expectations from you. Please, just give me this one night."
He cupped her cheek, then his thumb slid across her bottom lip. He kissed her back, sweeping his tongue into her mouth. Her lush body pressed against his was heaven. He'd never been this hard, this overcome with desire. He gripped her bottom and lifted her so that she wrapped her legs around him. Still they kissed, her tongue meeting every swipe of his. He growled as he carried her over to the bed. "Agnes," he breathed, "I've wanted you for so damn long." She leaned back and met his gaze.
"How long?"
"Since that very first dance. Before that, since I first laid eyes on you." He dropped her gently on the bed and she fell back. Her rounded breasts, peaked with hard pink tips, beckoned him. He lay down beside her and ran a finger lightly along the outer curve of the globes, tracing them. Her mouth fell open and she closed her eyes.
"I've wanted you too," she whispered.
"I'll give you tonight all the pleasure you want. You need only let go." Then he kissed her. "Just don't be so loud that people come running to save you." He leaned forward and took her nipple in his mouth, sucking hard, and she arched into him. "You're so responsive, Agnes."
"Is that a good thing?"
"It's a perfect thing." He moved his mouth back to her breast and teased her, alternating his attention from one to the other. Then he trailed hot kisses down her stomach, dipping his tongue into her navel. She made sweet and sexy noises as he moved down her body. He was so hard, he wondered if he'd poke a hole straight through the mattress. "I'm going to taste you, Bluebell." But he didn't give her time to register his words before he'd lowered his mouth to her center. She bucked against him, trying to pull her legs together. "Shh, love, trust me." She met his gaze and her breasts moved with each of her breaths. Then she nodded and laid her head back. He'd done this to her so many times in his mind, but now here she was in this flesh. He wanted to drive her mindless with pleasure. He parted her legs a little farther, then licked from her opening to the hidden bundle of nerves. She hissed in pleasure. Normally he'd go slow, take his time by kissing all over her legs and teasing her. But she was nervous, and he knew he needed to take control of her desire before she became too tense to enjoy herself. He settled himself between her thighs, noting that not too many nights before, he'd been in a similar position thinking about her while finding his release against his mattress. He licked her again, straight up her center. Then he settled in on that tight little bud, giving it all of his attention. Her breathing hitched, her hips shifted. He kissed and sucked at her until she was writhing beneath him. Then he slid one finger inside her, crooked it, and found his rhythm with both his hand and his mouth. She was the sweetest of honey, dripping against his tongue, and her sounds were the most erotic he'd ever heard. She'd begun chanting, in a quiet voice, but still her "oh, oh, oh" echoed around him. He shifted himself once, pressing his erection into the bed to alleviate some pressure. He knew he could climax simply from his mouth on her like this, but this wasn't about him. Then her fingers threaded through his hair and she gripped him tight,
holding him in place. "Yes, yes, oh, Fletcher," she moaned. Then her breathing tightened and she pressed herself to his mouth. "I can't." And then her climax hit, her inner walls tightening on his fingers. He let her ride it out, keeping his movements gentle. He held her legs, smoothed his hands over her rounded bottom, and kissed her at the top of the triangle of curls. Then he ran his hands up her thighs as he stood.
"So very sweet."
"Wicked," she whispered. He chuckled.
"But you lost control, yes?"
Her lips were parted, and pink stained her cheeks and chest. Her eyes glazed with desire. "I never knew. Is it always like that?"
"Well, that is only part of the act."
"Yes, of course." Then her eyes lowered to the front of his trousers, where his erection begged for release. "But you didn't." She swept her hand up his bulge, then gripped him through the fabric. "Tell me how to please you. I can do to you what you did to me, correct?"
"Agnes."
He closed his eyes and clenched his jaw. She was obviously trying to kill him.
"You don't need to do anything for me. I got immense pleasure from loving your body, seeing you fall apart at my touch."
She swallowed. "Fletcher, I want to, please. We just have tonight." He cursed and ran his hand through his hair. He'd never had a woman ask him for permission to do that before, and it was sexy as hell, especially because it was Agnes. He'd thought of this very thing, with her supple lips wrapped around his cock, on many occasions, used the thought of it to bring himself to pleasure, and now here she was, willing. She fiddled with the fastenings on the front of his trousers, and he hissed a breath through his teeth. He helped her then, removing his pants and underthings. Then he yanked off his shirt and stood completely nude. She leaned forward and pressed a kiss to his chest, then swirled her tongue across his nipple. He closed his eyes and tilted his head back. Her hands explored his chest and shoulders, tracing the lines of his body.
"You have no idea how much I've wanted this," he said.
"It is as if you're carved from stone. Your skin is smooth, but you're so hard."
And she hadn't even reached the hardest part of him.
She lowered herself to her knees and continued her exploration with her hands. When she wrapped her hand around his length, pleasure surged through him. He cursed again. "Is that not good?" she asked, her spectacular blue eyes looking up at him.
"No, it's perfect."
He cupped her cheek and she smiled up at him. Then she lowered her mouth and kissed the head of his cock. Her tongue tentatively swept across him. Then she closed her mouth over him and slid down.
"Agnes, damn, that's so good, sweetheart."
She dragged her tongue against him as she moved out and then back again.
Christ, he wasn't going to last long. Yes, just like that.
He moved his fingers through her hair and massaged her scalp as she worked him. Her own hands gripped onto his backside. She pulled back. "Am I doing it right?"
"Definitely."
He was surprised she was so accomplished at this, having never done it. But then it wouldn't matter what she did to him. One touch and he was hers. He tried to pull her up to her feet, but she shook her head. "I'm going to bring you to pleasure."
"Are you sure, sweetheart? You know what will happen, don't you?"
"Yes, and I do want it."
He nodded. "Hum."
"Beg your pardon?"
"When I'm in your mouth again, hum against me."
She grinned and kept her eyes on him as she leaned forward and licked down his shaft. Christ, she was sexy as hell. Then she wrapped her mouth around him again and took his entire length. She hummed, and the vibrations were enough to drive him to madness. He hissed,
"Agnes, oh God, it's so damn good."
He cursed and then came. He pumped himself into her mouth, unable to stand still. When he'd spilled all of himself into her hot, wet mouth,
He swiftly lifted her to her feet. He pulled her against him, holding her naked curves against his own.
"That was incredible," he murmured. "Are you all right?"
She slid her arms around his waist and pressed her face to his chest.
"Yes, I'm better than all right." Chapter 19. Fletcher had managed to get Agnes back to her room, unseen, as well as get himself out surreptitiously when he exited her room. And he'd done so without waking her up. He had to leave, not merely her bed, but her presence completely. He wanted her too much, and now that he'd had a taste, he wouldn't be able to deny himself, especially knowing that her desire for him was as intense. The time had come for him to find her brother and have a talk. As for her not wanting to be married, he suspected that had more to do with her mother than what Agnes actually desired. Chris needed to understand that men had been making untoward advances to Agnes for years. That had to stop. And the only way to ensure it stopped was for her to be protected by a husband. Surely, once her brother understood that, he would give Fletcher his blessing to marry Agnes. He knew she'd be safe at Brookhaven, and then she'd return to London with the Duchess of Lockwood. Fletcher was going to marry her, but he wanted to do things the right way. He didn't want to compromise her and force her hand. He wanted to talk to Chris, explain the truth of the situation, and then properly court her. They could be married by the end of the season. Agnes stretched and realized with alarming clarity that she was naked. She never slept in the nude. Then the memories of the night before played through her mind. She sat upright. This was her bedchamber, and Fletcher was decidedly not in it with her. How had she gotten in here without even realizing it? She quickly dressed and stepped into the corridor. She desperately wanted to go to Fletcher's room, assure him that last night hadn't changed anything, though she wished it had. But she turned the other way and made herself go downstairs to the breakfast room. 2 hours later, she had confirmation that Fletcher had left to return to London. He was well and truly gone. Agnes couldn't believe it. She'd gone to him, bared herself, literally, and he'd left her. She couldn't fault him completely, as she'd told him up front that she wasn't trying to trap him. She'd meant that. Still, she couldn't deny her disappointment. She'd thought that the night they'd spent together had meant something to him as well as her, that perhaps he'd suggest they become lovers. She'd never known Fletcher to be a coward and run from something, yet she had to face the truth that that was precisely what he had done. It seemed rather obvious that their fake courtship was over. Thankfully, she'd found a moment to sneak away from the partygoers and walk along the banks of the pond. She needed time to think, to plan what was next. Not only that, but she needed to lick her wounds away from her friends, as they already had their hands full. Harriet had been compromised earlier that day, and she and her mother had locked themselves in her bedchamber to decide on how to proceed. Obviously, there would be a wedding. The bench under the tree provided the perfect spot for Agnes to consider her next steps. Half an hour later, though, she'd come to no conclusions.
"Am I interrupting?"
She glanced up from the grass she'd been staring mindlessly at and found Sullivan at the edge of the pond. "Of course not. I was ruminating."
"I'd offer to sit, but after what has already occurred on that particular bench, I'd prefer to keep my distance."
She chuckled. "That is understandable," considering this was where Harriet's compromise had occurred.
I suspect that, though Harriet is disappointed at being compromised, marrying Lord Davenport is not only what she needs, but also what she truly wants," Sullivan said. "You cannot help but see the love between them."
"I was thinking the opposite," Agnes said. "It seems that if Lord Davenport did, in fact, love Harriet, he wouldn't have manipulated their marriage."
Sullivan released a low whistle. "I suppose you could look at it that way. I suspect time will tell a different story."
He was a perceptive person. She'd noticed that about him, but she didn't always agree with his observations. Here she'd nearly convinced herself she was in love with Fletcher, only to discover she'd become the latest victim to the lies that lust created. She was supposed to be reforming Fletcher, and instead she'd jumped headfirst into lust herself. She sighed.
"Where is your Lord Wakefield?"
"That is a splendid question. I'm told he went back to London."
Sullivan nodded, leaning against the tree. "You seem distressed, Agnes. Do you wish to discuss anything?"
"You've been a good friend to me, Sullivan."
They were quiet for several moments before she spoke.
"Can I ask you a question?"
"Always,"
he said. "Considering we both deem marriage unacceptable for us, I was wondering what it is about marriage that you find so deplorable. I know my own reasons, but I'd like to hear yours."
He picked a piece of bark off the tree and fiddled with it. "All of my siblings are married. Only 2 of them are happy in their unions. My parents weren't a love match and frankly despised each other, and I haven't seen too many of the lucky ones out there to make the institution all that appealing."
"But you do believe in love matches?"
"Certainly. I'm not an idiot. I've seen it with my own eyes."
She winced. Did that mean she was an idiot?
He shrugged. "Seems about as likely as getting struck by lightning, though. Statistically speaking, the fact that 2 of my siblings have found it likely means that my family has reached our quota. There is nothing out there for me, so I shall make my own happiness."
She nodded. There was a certain brilliance to his logic. Love matches, if they actually existed, did seem to be extraordinarily rare. It does seem that more often than not, one partner loves while the other merely abides. He appeared as if he intended to say more, but then he didn't. "You are a kind man, Sullivan," she said. "To everyone, except Matilda, whom you seem to loathe. What is it between the 2 of you?"
His jaw clenched. "She has not said."
"Only that your brother makes her sister miserable."
"Then that is all there is to say on the matter,"
he said.
Though Agnes suspected there was much more to be said.
For now, though, she was done taking pity on herself. It was time to go back to the house and support Harriet. Agnes knew she was good at being in the ladies of virtue, and she was a good friend. Despite the fact that her heart disagreed, those 2 things would have to be enough for her. 2 days later, Harriet was married, and Agnes had gone home to London. She had decided, before she had even climbed into her return carriage, that, upon arriving, she'd pay a call to Fletcher. No, she wasn't expecting him to fall to his knees and confess his adoration and love for her. Things had obviously changed between the 2 of them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left without saying goodbye. Regardless of what he thought that night had meant or not meant, she needed him to know she had no expectations of him. She also wanted to release him from any duties he felt at protecting her. She would simply stay home the remainder of the season. So it was she found herself standing in the study of his family's townhome.
"What do we have here?"
an old garbled voice asked from behind her. Agnes turned at the sound of the scratchy voice, and the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. Behind her she found an elderly man rolling himself into the room in a wheeled chair. A blanket covered his legs, and an ear trumpet sat on his lap. Wrinkles lined his face, but not the pleasant kind that spoke of laughter and smiles, but rather the ones built upon scowls and anger. "Your Grace," Agnes said with a slight curtsy, "I've got an appointment with your grandson." Not the truth, but Agnes knew Fletcher and his grandfather were not close. The old man barked out a cold laugh.
"I'll bet you do."
He rolled farther into the room. Then he coughed, hacking into a handkerchief. She wanted to feel pity on the poor man because he was obviously in pain, but she'd heard tale of him and knew that the Duke of Harcourt was not a kind man, nor had he ever been.
"Who are you?"
"Miss Watkins. I am Viscount Derby's daughter."
"You're wasting your time with my grandson. He's a simpleton, nothing but a lazy cad."
Agnes felt anger bubble to life in her belly, and she glared at the old man. On principle, she was nice to the elderly, but this man was trying her patience.
"Spends all his time doing nothing but tossing my money around."
She'd heard enough.
"Ungrateful."
"I beg your pardon, Your Grace," she interrupted his tirade, "but I kindly disagree. Fletcher is intelligent, kind, and a champion to those who are weaker than him. He's dedicated and strong."
The Duke snorted in derision. "I suspect he has you spread your—" "Enough!"
Fletcher's voice bellowed into the room.
"Sylvie, would you be so kind as to take grandfather back to his room? I believe it is time for his afternoon rest."
The maid followed him in, then grabbed onto the wheeled chair to push the old man from the room. Fletcher's eyes found hers, and there was so much raw emotion in them, humiliation, hurt, and anger, that her knees nearly buckled under the weight of his perusal. She shook her head.
What's the matter, boy?" his grandfather said. Afraid she'll learn the truth about you."
But Fletcher did not take the bait. He merely closed his eyes. Thankfully, the maid was able to usher the Duke out of the room. Fletcher came to her and gripped his hands on her biceps.
"I don't even know what to say, other than I'm sorry."
His thumbs rubbed circles on her skin. "I'd heard rumours," she said, "and you'd told me."
"But he's so much worse. Yes, I know."
He shook his head.
"I've never seen him be kind to anyone. He's always had a special hatred for me, though."
"Well, he can't live forever." Fletcher chuckled.
"That's what the doctors keep telling me, but so far he's proving them wrong."
His hands continued to rub her arms.
"In any case, I'm very sorry you had a run-in with him."
She swallowed. "It isn't your fault. I came here to see you. This is his home."
"What you said about me?"
He cupped her cheek. His hazel eyes searched hers. "He should never speak of you in such a way. He is nothing more than a tyrant."
"You stood up to him. For me,"
he said. She nodded. They stood there in silence for a few moments, him holding her face, just gazing at each other. Then he frowned.
"Agnes, why are you here?"
"You left," she said, her voice coming out softer than she'd intended. He nodded.
"I knew if I stayed I would have taken your virtue."
She winced. "That is what I was afraid of." She blew out a breath. "You obviously didn't believe me when I explained that I wasn't trying to trap you into marriage," she said. "My virtue is yours to have." She felt her cheeks heat and knew a blush stained them. He gave her a devastating smile.
"You misunderstand, Agnes. I came back because I want to do things right."
The thought of Sullivan or any other man putting his hands on you enrages me."
Her heart pounded. She smiled.
"Agnes, it has only ever been you. You are it for me, since that first moment I saw you."
"That's a lovely sentiment, Fletcher, but I am no fool, nor am I blind. I have seen you with more women than I can count. You have a reputation as the greatest lover in London, for heaven's sake."
"Would you believe they were all stand-ins for you? When you can't have the one you want, you take what you can get."
Her heart pounded in response. She willed those words to be true. Would that mean he'd be faithful to her? That's terrible. Then she grinned. "For them. For me, it is a rather nice sentiment." His mouth lowered to hers again, his lips sweeping across hers. She parted for him, and his tongue slid over hers. She moaned into his kiss. There was no hiding her wantonness from him. He was the one who set it free. Her hands slid around his neck, fingers digging into his hair. He released an animalistic growl that flooded her with desire. He deepened the kiss, and she molded her body to his.
"What the devil do you think you're doing?" a voice came from behind them. "Get your bloody hands off my sister!"
Then Christopher was there, shoving her aside and slamming his fist into Fletcher's face. "Christopher, no!" Agnes yelled.
"You promised, you son of a bitch,"
Christopher said, paying her no attention. He hit Fletcher again, then again, one to the stomach, another to the side.
"I warned you."
Fletcher stood there, arms at his side, no defense of himself as her brother pummeled him. Why wouldn't he defend himself? Why wouldn't he fight for her? "Enough!" she yelled again, this time pulling on her brother's coat. Chapter 20. Fletcher released a shaky breath, but he would not give Chris the pleasure of seeing him wince in pain.
"Did you take her virtue?"
Christopher asked after hitting him one more time.
"Did you?"
"Christopher, enough!" Agnes whispered. Embarrassment heated her cheeks, and she looked anywhere but at Fletcher. Chris shifted his gaze to Agnes and glared at her.
"I shall deal with you later." "Do not speak to her like that,"
Fletcher said between his clenched teeth. Chris's brows rose slightly.
"Don't tell me how to speak to my sister."
The veins in his neck bulged and his face was red.
"Answer my question, now."
"No," Fletcher said.
"Then we are finished here. Agnes, get your things,"
Chris said.
"I'm going to marry her,"
Fletcher said. Damnation, that is not how this was supposed to go. He'd had the arguments all ready to give to Chris when he returned to London, and ones prepared to convince Agnes. He'd been prepared, but not for this kind of confrontation. "You're going to marry me?" Agnes asked. At the same time, her brother asked,
"What do you mean you're going to marry her?"
Then Chris added,
"The hell you are."
Fletcher looked away from Agnes's face. The emotion on her face beckoned to him. Pure hope and adoration. Or perhaps that latter part was merely wishful thinking on his part.
"We've talked about this, Wakefield," Chris said. "Furthermore,"
he continued, but only loud enough for Fletcher to hear him,
"I'll make everything you ever wanted to happen with the Seven come to fruition. You'll get your assignments abroad that you've been craving. In fact, I'll send you abroad for the rest of your damned life. You'll never see her. You'll certainly never touch her. Do you understand me?"
The bastard would make him choose. Keep the position that would pay to keep Agnes in the lifestyle in which she was comfortable and afford a house away from his grandfather, only to have to lose her in the end because he'd been shipped off. Fletcher grit his teeth. There was no reasoning with him now.
"You are not good enough for my sister."
Chris shook his head.
"I trusted you, you son of a bitch."
Agnes sucked in a breath. She hadn't started crying,
but judging by the look in her eyes, the tears weren't far away. He wanted to pull her into his arms, but he knew that now was not the time.
"There are things that you do not know," Fletcher said. "Unless you took her virtue, then I need know nothing else," Chris said. "I will not stand by and watch you break her heart because you refuse to be faithful. This union will not happen."
He grabbed Agnes's arm.
"You're coming with me."
She ripped her arm away. "Do not touch me." She took one last look over her shoulder at Fletcher, then turned and walked away. He should fight for her, but he knew right now it wouldn't work. Nothing he said would change Chris's mind, and damned if the man wasn't right. Fletcher knew he had nothing to offer her. He didn't deserve her. He'd do everything he could to protect her, which meant that once Chris let his anger cool, Fletcher would have to tell him about the men and their ill treatment of Agnes. Perhaps they could arrange for her to marry someone like Sullivan, and Fletcher would go back to seducing a never-ending line of widows. None of that appealed to him in the least. He felt no desire for any other woman. But at the end of the day, being the greatest lover in London was the only thing he had to offer. Fletcher wanted to marry her. Her heart soared. How had she gone so long not realizing that he was what she truly wanted? She did want to marry, but only him. She sat across the carriage from her brother, but neither of them spoke. She wanted to scream at him, but she hadn't yet decided what to say. And all she could think about was that Fletcher had wanted to marry her. At least that's what he'd said. "He wants to marry me," she said abruptly. Christopher levelled a glare at her.
"I heard him say those words, but did you see him fight for you? You deserve a man who will fight for you, Agnes. Fletcher is not that man."
She swallowed the lump that had formed in her throat.
"I don't know what all he told you," Christopher began, "but you don't know Fletcher like I do."
"I don't want to talk any more."
"Good. Then you can just listen. What you need to understand is that this is what he does. He seduces women. Lots and lots of women, Agnes. You're not special to him."
But he'd said she was special. He'd told her that all those other women had been because he'd wanted her and couldn't have her. Doubt nagged at her mind. Perhaps that was what he told all of the others, too. "I've heard the rumours, Christopher."
"They're not rumours."
Her brother's voice echoed in the confines of the carriage. She'd heard women speak of him, had seen him flirt with countless women. He'd even admitted to her that he'd had affairs with widows, never virgins and never married women. At least he had his standards, she supposed. "He didn't seduce me," she said firmly. But had her brother not interrupted them, it was doubtful she'd still be a virgin.
"He likely told you what you wanted to hear. He is a master at manipulating women to get what he wants. But in the end, none of it will mean anything. He'll never be faithful to you. He's no different than she is."
Agnes didn't need for her brother to explain the she he meant was their mother. Chris's words stabbed at her heart.
"Did he hurt you? Force you to do anything against your wishes?"
Chris's voice was quiet and gentle. She shook her head. "No, of course not." No, if there had been any seduction, it had been on her part. In that moment, she realized tears flowed freely down her cheeks. She couldn't remember the last time she'd cried. She'd never been one to be overly emotional or sentimental. There hadn't been room for that in their family. Their mother demanded that everyone meet all of her emotional needs, which left them bereft of feeling for one another. At some point, she'd either have to tell her brother about the men who solicited her affection, or she'd have to take herself off to a nunnery.
"I'm sorry if I've been too overprotective of you, Agnes," Chris said. You said you didn't want to marry, and I respected that. Is that still true?"
"I don't know." What did it matter if she was open to marriage? She had no suitors. She couldn't even fall back on Sullivan. Now fully recognizing that she only wanted Fletcher, no one would ever win her heart. Granted, she would likely accept a proposal from a kindly gentleman if he could provide her with protection. She supposed she should be glad that Chris had saved her before she ran off with Fletcher in the wake of passionate embraces. Fletcher had awoken in her something that resembled her mother too much for her liking. This was all for the best. And as soon as her heart stopped feeling as if it had been shattered into a million pieces on the floor of this carriage, she'd thank her brother for telling her the truth. Fletcher knew without a doubt that he loved Agnes. Hell, he'd probably loved her since that night they first met. He'd certainly wanted her that long. It seemed unlikely that he'd stop wanting her any time soon. No other woman had ever been able to quiet his desire for her, no matter how many he'd seduced. No, he didn't deserve her, but hell, no one else did either. Someone needed to marry her. Chris didn't know what was going on. He didn't know about the men who'd whispered lewd things in her ears, or about the secret suitor who frightened her. Marrying him would keep her safe. He'd protect her. He'd be devoted. He'd show Chris that Agnes would be safe as Fletcher's wife. Eventually, the man would accept the union, and if he didn't, he could go to the devil. Convincing Agnes would be the difficult part. Telling her of his devotion wouldn't persuade her. She didn't believe in love. She'd told him as much. He'd have to speak her language, give her a practical argument, and let that convince her. Chapter 21. Agnes was so weary of society life. She was tired of the balls and the soirees and the rules. She was tired of pretending as if she belonged here or even wanted to be here. Most of all, she was tired of men leering at her and women glaring because of the assumptions they made about her. No one wanted to marry her, and she wanted everyone to simply leave her be. But until such a time as her family agreed that she was no longer required at these ordeals, she was here. Her fake courtship with Fletcher had ended, likely her entire relationship with him. The ladies of virtue had made no significant progress with identifying either her secret suitor or the mysterious Lady X. It had gotten so bad that she'd not even bothered to bring her specialized fan with her tonight. Though she still wore her dagger, one could never be too careful. Perhaps that was what she needed, to spend a couple of days indulging in designing new weapons. She knew nothing so mundane would make her forget about Fletcher, his kisses, or the vacant look in his eyes when she'd walked away, when he'd let her walk away. It had been a week, and she hadn't seen him even once. She tried a couple of times to inquire about his well-being from her brother, but Chris hadn't wanted to speak of him.
"Don't turn around. Go out onto the terrace and meet me."
Fletcher's familiar voice came from behind her. She sucked in a breath. Her heart sped. She should not be this thrilled at the mere sound of his voice, the thought of seeing his handsome face. She rolled her eyes and reminded herself that lust might be powerful, but it never lasted, and it ultimately meant nothing. It wasn't love. Love wasn't real. This was only a biological manifestation of natural body urges. Without another thought, she made her way out the French doors to the terrace. It only took a couple of minutes before she saw his tall form step off into the gardens. He glanced briefly over his broad shoulders and met her gaze. She waited a breath, then followed after him. She found him at the entrance to the hedge maze,
These mazes weren't uncommon in the country, but it was rare to find one within the City of London. But the Carringtons, whose property bordered Hyde Park, sat on a larger piece of land and boasted glorious gardens and the maze. Fletcher grabbed her gloved hand and pulled it into the crook of his elbow. "Fletcher, what are you doing?" she asked.
"I needed to speak with you."
"You could have simply asked me to dance."
"No, we needed privacy for this discussion. Besides, I highly doubt your brother would have stood by and allowed me a dance."
"My brother does not get to decide whom I dance with." They walked in silence for several more minutes before he began. "Very well, discuss."
"We should get married,"
he said, his tone as casual as if he'd suggested they purchase some turnips. "I beg your pardon?"
"It is the best solution, Agnes. You have a potentially dangerous man out there who has decided he wants you, not to mention all of the gentlemen who see fit to proposition you on a regular basis."
"That doesn't happen all that often," she said.
"It happens often enough, correct?"
She inclined her head. "Yes."
"You have no other prospects," he continued. "I believe I have proven that the intimate acts of marriage would be pleasurable for you."
Her cheeks flamed. She did her best to ignore the rapid beat of her heart. There was no declaration of love. Not that she needed one or even wanted one. She certainly wouldn't believe the words even if he uttered them. Still, there was that small part of her, she supposed the little girl in her, that wanted desperately to believe in fairy tales, who longed to hear them.
"I know you worry about becoming like your mother," he said.
"But how did you—"
"You are not like her, Agnes. You are nothing like her. You are pure and good, and I am prepared to offer you a life where I will endeavour to make you happy."
He gripped her shoulders until she met his gaze.
"I would be faithful. You have no need to ever wonder that."
She was quiet for a few moments while she absorbed his words. "What of my brother?"
"I do not actually require his permission. I can send notice to your father."
She shook her head. "I don't think that would be necessary. I have no way of knowing where my father is. Somewhere in Greece, but we never really know."
"Or I could meet with your mother," he offered. "Lady Derby seems rather fond of me."
Agnes did nothing to hide her snort of derision. "You're handsome. Of course she's fond of you. I'm surprised she hasn't offered herself to you." She glanced up at him and his expression tightened. "Oh, God, has she?" He shook his head.
"Not exactly. She has flirted, but I made it abundantly clear that I only had my sights set on one woman in her family."
Being married would solve so many of her problems, but could she be Fletcher's wife? She looked up into his face. He was so handsome it was annoying.
"You don't have to decide tonight. You can let me know another day. I'm not in a rush."
He cupped her face.
"I do want you protected, though."
She nodded, but found she had no words. He leaned forward and brushed his lips against hers. The other times he'd kissed her, they'd been full of passion and heat. This one, though, was softer, gentler. He ended the kiss and pressed his forehead to hers.
"I could be a good husband for you, Agnes."
She nodded, but again said nothing.
"I'm going to follow behind as you make your way back to the ballroom. I need to ensure you're safe."
"How do you know you could keep the marital vows?" she asked. He inclined his head.
"Surely you must know that I would do anything for you."
He swallowed visibly.
"Having you as my wife, I'd never be tempted by another woman again."
Oh, how his tongue dripped with honey. But were his words truthful? She wished she knew. At the end of the day, though, she had 3 options. She could retire to the country a spinster, ask Christopher to arrange a union for her, or marry Fletcher.
She wasn't even certain her family would allow the first, which left her with marrying an unknown gentleman, provided Christopher could find someone, or marry the man who set her body on fire. So, even if he were lying in this moment, this seemed the very best solution to her problems. She nodded. "All right, I'll marry you." The official announcement of their engagement wouldn't hit the papers for another 2 days, but they'd told enough of the right people to ensure that word had gotten out. Christopher wasn't speaking to either of them, but Agnes figured that eventually he'd come to terms with their union. Agnes's mother dove straight into wedding planning, and Agnes had simply stepped aside. It mattered not to her what happened at the wedding itself, save the actual vows she and Fletcher would take. Lady Darby, come quick! Something terrible has happened!" one of the maids shouted from the main corridor. Agnes set down her sketchbook and stepped outside the parlour. "What is the matter?" she asked the maid. Agnes's mother came rushing down the main staircase. "What is all the ruckus about?" The maid fretted with her hands, flitting about in front of her. "Come and see." She led them out the French doors into the gardens at the back of the house. "I don't know what happened, or how." Agnes stepped out into the gardens, not believing what she was seeing. Every direction she looked, the plants had been ripped out of the ground, displaced, turned over and scattered about. "My beautiful garden!" her mother yelled. "It has been ruined! Who would do such a thing?" Agnes knew. Not exactly who he was, but she knew that the same man who had invaded these gardens and clipped flowers to gift her with had come back here again and destroyed the plants. But why? "I want a meeting with all of the servants in the main dining room in 15 minutes, her mother told the maid sharply. "This is disgraceful." She turned to go back inside. "Agnes, are you coming?" "Not just yet." Her mother continued to wax on about the horrors her plants had endured as she went back into the house. Agnes walked through the gardens, looking at each plant that had been displaced. What was he trying to tell her? Had she declined a dance with him again? No, that couldn't be it. She had only attended one ball since she'd returned from the country. But she'd left early after Fletcher's proposal and hadn't danced with anyone. She didn't even recall anyone asking. Agnes went back inside, uncertain of what she should do. She didn't want to tell her mother about her secret suitor, as there was no way to determine how her mother would take something like that. But she knew she needed to tell Fletcher and her friends. The mysterious admirer hadn't disappeared as she'd hoped he had once she returned from Brookhaven. She hadn't heard from him since his letter about dancing with him. She entered her bedchamber, and, just as she had once before, she found a silver tray with a single envelope upon it. With great trepidation, she opened the envelope and unfolded the letter.
"My dearest Agnes, engaged? How can you be engaged to another man? Do you not know that you belong with me, to me? Perhaps you were forced into this by your family. I can only hope that is the truth. I do know this. If you do not break the engagement, Lord Wakefield will be gravely injured. I'm certain you don't want that to be on your conscience. Consider what needs to be done and take action immediately. I'll give you 1 day. With infinite adoration."
She swallowed hard and fell to the bed behind her. Fletcher was in danger, because of her. There was only one thing for her to do. She needed to break their engagement, then retire to the countryside. If she were out of London, then perhaps this man would disappear, and no one would get hurt. No one but her. Chapter 22. "You're not listening to me, Fletcher,"
Agnes yelled. "I cannot marry you. I will not." Fletcher ignored the pounding of his heart and stared at Agnes's face. Something wasn't right. She'd come to his townhome and was effectively trying to break off their engagement.
"You're damn right I'm not listening. Not until you tell me the truth about what is going on. What has changed?"
"I changed my mind," she said with a shrug. "It isn't more complicated than that. You knew I didn't want to marry. This shouldn't come as a huge surprise."
She was lying. "The announcement is to be printed in tomorrow's papers. I cannot change that."
Her skin looked pale with the exception of the dark circles beneath her eyes. "I'm breaking the engagement. It is my choice, my fault, and your reputation shouldn't suffer." He closed the distance between them, backing her up so that she was stuck between him and the bookshelf behind her. He reached up and swirled the curl by her ear, winding it around his finger. She shuddered beneath his touch. She still wanted him.
"You know, I knew the first moment I saw you that you were meant to be mine."
Her breath caught, but she said nothing.
"It was the most visceral experience I've ever had," he continued. "Still, I didn't think I deserved you. So when your brother told me you were off limits, I used him as an excuse to not pursue you. I didn't fight for you when I should have, but I never stopped wanting you."
He leaned forward, traced his nose up her neck to her ear. She smelled of cinnamon, warm bread and home.
"I know I don't deserve you. You're everything that is good and beautiful and perfect in the world. But you know, Agnes, no one deserves you."
She stared into his eyes. He searched her features. The pulse in her throat tapped a rapid beat beneath her pale skin. And still she said nothing.
"I've decided that if anyone is going to have you, it's going to be me. So, you might not understand this, and you might think you can fight it, but hear my words. I will never walk away from you again. You are mine, no one else's, and eventually you'll acknowledge that, because I will never stop pursuing you."
He tipped her chin up and latched his mouth onto hers in a soul-searing kiss. He would never let her go without a fight again. He stepped away from her. She sucked in a breath and her eyes filled with tears. "I'm sorry, Fletcher." Then she turned on her heel and ran from his study. 2 days later, and Fletcher still hadn't heard back from Agnes. It was the only reason he had attended this damned ball tonight. He'd waited long enough, and it was time to convince Agnes that they belonged together. He loved her. He knew she loved him, even if she didn't believe that herself. Over time, she'd come to see the truth. He couldn't blame her for her reluctance to believe in love. Her parents had a non-existent relationship. He certainly hadn't come from a family who freely gave their affection. He knew she was here. He'd seen a glimpse of her earlier, but he'd somehow lost her in the crowd. It took another loop around the ballroom before he was convinced she was no longer inside. He'd have to look for her elsewhere. The chilled rain outside meant the terraces were closed, and no one was venturing into the gardens. To make amends for a lack of outdoor spaces, Lord and Lady Coventry had opened up additional rooms, including an armoury, a music room, and a second dining room. The corridors were filled with people and murmurs, and he wanted to be done with all of it. Once he found Agnes, he'd sweep her out of here where they could be alone. Hell, maybe they'd travel up to Scotland and be married by the following day. He wouldn't even need a special license for such a thing. Someone grabbed his arm and pulled him into the darkened alcove behind the staircase. He turned, hoping to find Agnes, but instead came face to face with Celeste. Her red hair was piled artfully on top of her head,
with only a few curls loose to brush her nearly bare shoulders. She smiled seductively and ran a hand down his chest. "Fletcher," she said his name in a caress. There had been a time her beauty and brazen sexuality had driven him wild, but he'd felt no desire for her in several years. Now the only thing pulsing through him was revulsion. "Celeste, where is your husband?" She flitted her hand behind her in a casual motion. "Playing cards or some such nonsense." He tried to move away from her, but her hand on his arm stopped him. "Don't you miss me?" she asked. Her full lips settled into a pout. His stomach turned, and he wondered if he'd ever found this woman appealing. "No, I don't. You are married, and as I've told you before, I do not sleep with married women." "You could make an exception for me." Again her hand trailed down the front of his shirt. Her fingers stopped right at the fastening for his trousers. "Don't you remember how good it was with us? God, Fletcher, you used to drive me mad with lust and pleasure."
"That is your husband's duty now, not mine."
Fletcher allowed the irritation to flood his tone. "My husband couldn't bring me pleasure if the alternative was a beheading." She rolled her eyes dramatically. "I've resorted to having to do things myself." She eyed him as if waiting for his response, but he said nothing. "I heard recently that you were engaged. I told them it wasn't true, that Lord Wakefield would never be trapped by the bounds of matrimony." His jaw clenched.
"It is very much true."
She sucked in a breath. "We can make this work for us, my love. Once you are married, we shall have an affair. It will be perfect." She pressed herself against him, her full breast smashed into his chest. Then she pulled his face down to hers and kissed him. It took him a moment to realize what was happening before he gathered his wits and pushed her away.
"No, Celeste."
Her eyes widened. "I don't understand."
"Evidently not. I said no. I will not sleep with you again. You are married. I do not have affairs with married women."
He forked his fingers through his hair.
"Furthermore, I am to be married, and I happen to be insanely in love with the woman I'm marrying. I have no desire for any woman but her."
Agnes wanted to claw her own eyes out. It had only been 2 days since she'd broken their engagement, and he'd not wasted a moment of it finding a lover. An old lover, as it were. She'd seen them together before, and he'd assured her there was nothing more between them. But seeing their bodies pressed together in a heated embrace told a different story. The true story. She quickly made her way over to her friends, knowing the tears had already begun to fall. Damn Fletcher and his unfaithful heart. No, he wasn't being unfaithful. He didn't belong to her. She'd set him free. Still, that didn't make it feel any less of a betrayal. Matilda caught her by the arm as she slid up to them. "Agnes, what is the matter?" She shook her head. "I just saw Fletcher kissing another woman. It's nothing. I am being foolish. I broke things off with him. He owes me no loyalty." Matilda frowned. "Are you certain it was him?" "Yes, and I'm certain it was a redhead attached to him by the lips." She sucked in a breath. "I have to go." "Let us come with you," Justine said. "No, you stay and enjoy the rest of your evening." She didn't let them. She just maneuvered herself into the crowd until they were out of sight. She continued weaving her way through the throng of people until she finally could see the doors leading outside. It was still raining. She could see the drops hitting against the windows, and a flash of lightning lit up the sky. She'd likely get wet on her way to the carriage, but that didn't matter. All that mattered was that she'd been right all along. Love didn't exist. If it did then, she wouldn't be feeling as terrible as she was right now, as if the sun would never shine again. Firm hands gripped her before she ran out into the rainstorm.
"Miss Watkins, are you injured?"
Agnes looked up into the kind face of Lord Barrow's son, Michael. "What?" she asked, confused by his question.
"You're crying."
He wiped a tear from her cheek with one thumb.
"Are you hurt somewhere?"
She shook her head. "I just want to go home." He nodded and wrapped an arm around her shoulders.
"Come, I shall see you safely home."
He'd always been kind to her, though he was rather shy. His face was so handsome, his features bordered on pretty. He assisted her up into the carriage and climbed in behind her. Her reputation hardly mattered any more, since ending her engagement to Fletcher would likely ruin her. Michael's pale blue eyes lit on her face, and his full lips lifted in a sweet smile.
"Would you care to talk about it?"
"Not particularly." He nodded. They rode in silence for a few moments before he spoke again.
"You will learn to trust me eventually, Agnes. Speaking to me will be as natural as breathing. For now, we can enjoy the silence."
His words made no sense. "I beg your pardon?"
"I know that bastard Wakefield probably hurt you. He likely stole your virtue too, but none of that matters to me. All that matters is that we belong together. You'll see it too, eventually."
Her mouth went dry, and her heart slammed into her ribs. "Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God! It's you!" His brows rose.
"Yes, it is me. I knew once I had your mother, that she was nothing but a poor substitute for you. I want the best, and I shall have it."
"The flowers! The letters!"
"Did you like them?"
He was completely delusional. That was when Agnes realized she'd made a grave decision by getting into the carriage with this seemingly harmless, kind man, and no one knew where she was or who she was with. Chapter 23. Fletcher made his way over to Agnes's friends, as he still had been unable to locate her.
"Where is she?"
he asked as he approached. They both frowned at him.
"What?"
"She saw you," Matilda said. Confusion weighed on him.
"Saw me where?"
"With your red-headed lady," Justine said. Fletcher swore.
"That was not what it looked like."
Justine folded her arms across her chest. "Explain."
"That woman."
He shook his head.
"She kissed me, and Agnes must have walked off before she saw me push her away."
He frowned.
"Where is she?"
"She left here. She was very upset," Matilda said. "She was crying." Damnation. He'd never hit a woman before, and he never would, but damned if he wasn't tempted to strike Celeste for this. "Oh, no," Matilda said. "We shouldn't have let her leave alone, not after the most recent note."
"What note?"
Fletcher asked. He did his best to ignore the ratcheting of his heart as it pounded in his chest. "Her admirer," Justine said, her tone revealing her disgust at using that word. "He threatened you. It's why she broke off the engagement."
"I have to find her,"
he said. He didn't bother saying anything else, merely made his way to the entrance of the house as quickly as he could. But the ladies were close on his heels. "We want to help," Justine said. "What can we do?" Matilda asked.
"You know the list of men. Go through this entire bloody party and try to find them. I'm going to run to her house and see if she's there. If not, I'll be back and I'll find you."
Matilda's hand went to her mouth.
"I won't let anything happen to her."
He nodded once, then left the house. Half an hour later, he found himself back at the ball, having discovered that Agnes had not yet returned home. He hoped that her friends had discovered her hiding in an empty room or playing darts. He sent up a silent prayer that she be safe and unharmed, and that he could find her before something happened. It took an additional quarter of an hour for him to locate Matilda. Anything?
he asked. She shook her head. Agnes wasn't home.
No.
He forced himself to take a steadying breath.
Any of the men?
There are 2 on our list that aren't here, Lord Travers and also Lord Barrow's son, Matilda said.
Where is Justine?
She had to leave, but we looked everywhere before she left. She bit down on her lip. You know, it could simply be that those 2 gentlemen weren't invited or didn't attend tonight. Agnes, for all her pragmatic nature, she can be reckless, and tonight...
Tonight what?
I think you broke her heart.
Then I best find her so I can apologize.
Where will you go? She asked.
I'll pay some late-night visits to our gentleman friends and see what I can discover. You should go home.
She nodded. I believe I'll speak to Lady Somersby first.
Thank you for your help, Matilda. I promise I'll find her.
Fletcher went first to Lord Travers's town home, but the butler said that the entire family had recently left town for the month, which meant that he likely wasn't Agnes's admirer, which left only Lord Barrow's son. Fletcher knew Michael, if only in passing, but the man had seemed on the up and up. He directed the driver to the correct address and cursed to the empty carriage. Damn Celeste! Had she not cornered him, or had he not allowed Agnes to walk away the other day? The carriage slowed and Fletcher jumped from the rig before it had completely stopped. He was halfway up the paved walkway when someone grabbed his arm. He turned and came face to face with Lord Somersby, who was one of the only men in London larger than Fletcher.
Somersby, he hissed. What are you doing here?
We are here, his wife whispered back, then slipped out from behind her giant of a husband.
Relax, Wakefield, Somersby said. We're here to help.
Agnes is one of mine, Lady Somersby said. Matilda told us what has been going on. Fletcher slowed his breathing. He knew he couldn't rush in there and potentially put Agnes's life in danger.
Are they in there? There has been movement from that second-floor window,
Somersby said, nodding his head upward. Fletcher glanced up.
I'm glad I had the carriage drop me off farther up the street.
He rubbed at the back of his neck.
I need for her to be safe.
Somersby nodded.
You go in the servants' entrance on the side, and we'll follow behind.
She's trained, Lady Somersby said, and likely wearing a weapon of some sort.
Yes, I've seen her handiwork, Fletcher said. Still, this man has been escalating his intentions toward her, and I don't trust him.
Fletcher left them in the darkness as he made his way into the servants' entrance. It didn't take much leverage to work the lock open, and he found himself in a corridor with stairs leading up and down. He crept up, hoping that they'd lead to the right floor. He refused to entertain the thought of losing Agnes. She would be safe, and she would be his wife. Agnes released a strained breath and tried again to work off the ties binding her wrists. Michael was pacing the length of the room, his hair askew from all the times he'd pushed his fingers through it. His pale eyes were wide and crazed, wild-looking. If only she could get her hand up her skirts to reach her dagger. But the man had been clever and had tied her hands. "Do you intend to keep me tied up forever?" she asked tartly. His gaze landed on her, and he flinched as if she'd struck him.
Of course not. You are to be my wife, Agnes. I love you.
She exhaled slowly.
Until you see the truth of how we belong together, how you are meant to be mine, I'm afraid I have to keep you restrained.
He moved to stand directly in front of her, and he cupped her face.
You are so beautiful.
She was so damn tired of hearing that. What had her pretty face ever done for her? It had caused her nothing but trouble. Maybe, if she played along, he'd untie her, and then she'd have an opportunity to escape. "And you're very handsome," she said. That wasn't even untrue.
though he was becoming increasingly uglier with every passing moment.
"Why didn't you ever make your intentions toward me known, Michael?"
"I did. I just prefer to be subtler than how gentlemen normally approach women. It is why I sent you gifts. I was wooing you, the way a woman of your beauty deserves to be wooed."
She nodded in an effort to disguise her shudder. "You mentioned my mother."
He flinched again, shoved his fingers through his hair, and then turned away from her. Once his attentions were diverted again, she continued tugging on her hands. The tie cut into her flesh, not enough to make them bleed, but enough to irritate. "Yes, I'm ashamed to admit that I allowed her to seduce me. But you must understand it only happened once, and after that I realized the error of my ways and finally understood that it was you who I'm destined to be with."
Finally, her hand jerked free from the confines, and she was able to slip it beneath her skirts and withdraw her dagger. She hid it in the folds of her skirts and waited for him to come close again. He turned to face her.
"Can you forgive me, as I have forgiven your indiscretions with Wakefield?"
"Will you promise not to hurt him in any way?" she asked. He said nothing for a moment. Then he nodded as he walked toward her.
"Very well."
When he reached her, she wasted no time in getting to her feet and holding the dagger to his chest. But he was fast, and he managed to maneuver her so that he was pressed against her back. His arm wrapped around her front, holding her wrist so that she could not move the dagger.
"There is a mirror, Agnes. I saw you get the knife."
He nodded to the mirror across the room. She hadn't even noticed it. Foolish mistake. He gripped her wrist tighter, pulling her hand up so that her own knife came up dangerously close to her throat.
"It doesn't have to be this way with us, Agnes."
"Why me, Michael?" she asked, her voice coming out in barely a whisper.
"My mother always said I deserved the best, and you are the most beautiful woman in all of London, perhaps all of England."
"Not any more." She leaned down and slid her cheek against the blade, the knife slicing into her flesh, and she cried out in pain. Agnes's scream seemed to reach out and grab Fletcher by the throat. He sent a prayer up that he wasn't too late, that bastard hadn't done anything to irreparably hurt her.
"What did you do?" Michael rasped. "You stupid bitch!"
Fletcher burst into the room, leveling a pistol out in front of him.
"Let her go!"
he bellowed. Then his eyes fell to Agnes and saw the blood dripping off her face. Oh, God! "Fletcher!" she cried.
"Drop the knife and move away from her,"
Fletcher ground out, closing the distance between them.
"She's ruined now. You can have her."
Michael shoved Agnes away from him. Fletcher caught her and lifted her into his arms, cradling her against him. The Summersbys entered the room and took Michael. Fletcher didn't even care what they were planning to do with the man. He only wanted to get Agnes away from here. He cradled her the entire ride to her townhome, then upstairs to her room. Her maid fetched him clothes and a salve for her face. Once he cleaned off the blood, he could clearly see that the cut wasn't that deep. It would likely leave a small scar, but it wouldn't even require stitches.
"Did he do anything else to you? To hurt you?"
Fletcher asked. He smoothed the salve onto the cut and apologized when she winced. "No, he tied me up, but I was able to get a hand free to grab my dagger."
"Then he cut you?"
She shook her head. "No, I did that. He kept talking about how beautiful I was, and I felt so much hatred toward him. He overpowered me when I tried to threaten him with the blade." She looked up at him, her eyes filling with tears. "I wanted to ruin my face, to make him not want me any more, make all of them not want me any more."
"Oh, Bluebell."
He pulled her to him and held her close. "Will you stay with me?" she asked.
"Of course."
"Kiss me," she whispered. He wasn't even certain he'd actually heard it,
or if his mind had fabricated it because he so desperately wanted to kiss her. But she'd leaned toward him, closed her eyes, and seemed to be asking him to do this, as if it would be some great gift to her. But in reality, it was a gift to him. Every moment he spent in her warmth was undeserved. He leaned in and cradled her face with his hands, careful not to touch her injured cheek. She released a soft whimper, and he gently placed his mouth across hers. Slowly, he placed tender kisses on her lips, reveling in the feel of their velvety softness. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and she pulled him tightly to her, deepening their kiss. The urgency in her response fueled his desire. She wanted him. He kissed her hungrily, not holding back any of the passion he felt. Her fingers dug into his back and she arched against him. His hand moved up and pressed against her breast. He felt the nipple bead beneath his fingers. Blood surged through him and his erection pushed taut against his trousers. He laid her back against the mattress and positioned himself atop her. Having her pressed against the length of his body was nearly his undoing. She'd offered him her virtue, and tonight he would take it. Then he leaned back to see her face. "Are you certain? There are some things that cannot be undone," he said. She nodded. "Yes, please, touch me," she whispered. Her eyes pled with him. "Make love to me, Fletcher." It was those eyes that proved to be his undoing. She didn't have to ask him more than once. He continued to kiss her as he fondled her breasts, slipping his hand beneath her dress and inside her shift to touch the warmth of her skin. So smooth, so hot. Chapter 24. Agnes couldn't get enough of his mouth on her mouth, his hands on her skin. She wanted more, wanted to be even closer, his skin on hers. She started tugging at his shirt, attempting to yank it off from his body. Eventually he pulled his mouth from hers, leaned up enough to release the buttons, then slipped from the confines of the shirt. His athleticism was more than apparent in the muscled sheet of his chest. Brown hair curled across the wide expanse and then tapered to a thin line that traversed his rippled abdomen, only to disappear beneath his trousers. Above his hips, his muscles formed an enticing V. He was a perfect specimen of male beauty. She reached out and ran her hand down the length of his torso and watched as the muscles tensed beneath her touch, which only fueled her desire to touch him more. She allowed her fingertips to linger at the waistband of his trousers, then looked up to meet his eyes. She didn't want to ask for this. She'd already asked for too much. But she did want him to take her body and make it his own. She leaned up and captured his mouth with hers, all the while continuing to run her hands across his abdomen. He reached behind her and began unclasping her buttons, trying to liberate her from her dress. She allowed her mouth free rein over his warm skin, loving the contrasting feel of the crisp hair and sinewy planes. It was an exploration unlike any she'd ever known. She felt her dress give way, then warm hands were smoothing across her shoulders. "Stand up," he said. She did as he said and stepped out of the dress as it pulled at her feet. He then unfastened and unlaced each layer of her clothing until she stood before him in nothing more than her pantaloons. He ran his hand down the center of her torso, gently brushing each breast as he did. Her already hardened nipples puckered even more. "You are exquisite," he said. "Take down your hair." She reached up and began unpinning her hair. Curls fell one by one and brushed against her shoulders and neck, shooting chills across her sensitive flesh. When she was done,
She bent and placed the pins inside one of her slippers, then stood again to face him. He took one step and was pressed against her, kissing her fervently. His tongue slid against hers, and desire coiled through her body so rapidly she nearly fell to her knees. She knew her hands were everywhere, trying to touch him all over, but she could not help it. She closed her eyes to listen, not wanting to miss one single sound around them. He made a low groan as he pressed his erection against her, and she heard herself moan in return. Their breath mingled in hot pants. She inhaled deeply to absorb their scents. He smelled of sandalwood and brandy. One by one, she involved her senses to commit to memory every detail about this night. The way his hand felt as it grazed across her nipple, the sweet taste of him, and the brandy against her tongue. His hard arousal pulsating against the thin fabric of her pantaloons. He gave her one last passionate kiss, then he kissed his way down her face, onto her neck, across her collarbone to both breasts, onward to her belly, until he presented himself before her on his knees. With one swift movement, he brought her pantaloons to her ankles, then slowly rolled down each stocking. She heard him suck in his breath, and for a moment he knelt before her, hands on her legs, eyes closed, simply breathing. Perhaps he, too, wanted to memorize their experience. Did he think tonight would be their only chance? He stood and went and locked the door, then stoked the fire until a warm golden blaze filled the room. He turned the other lights down so that only the flames lit their surroundings. The plush red carpet was warm around her toes, and she wiggled them to dig in farther. She had said nothing for a long while. She found she did not want to ruin the moment with the sound of her own voice, but she wanted to tell him how beautiful he was, how there never had been a man in more magnificent shape than he. Her mouth would not move, though, so she hoped that her deep admiration would shine through her eyes as she let them gaze at him freely. He came back to her, took her by the hand, then led her to the center of the room so that they were closer to the hearth. Warmth radiated to her body. She pulled him to her and kissed him, while allowing her hand to trail down his chest to the fastenings of his trousers. She must have been working too slow for him, because he swiped her hand away and finished it himself. He removed the rest of his clothes, then pressed his body against hers so that they were skin to skin. His gaze caught her eyes and held them, the golden of his swimming with desire. Her heart beat so rapidly, as if she'd run 1,000 miles. With one hand, he grabbed her bottom and pressed her hard against him.
"I want you," he said.
She swallowed. "I want you," she managed in a hushed whisper. He brought her down on the floor next to him and continued his exploration of her body. His hands and mouth were everywhere, and sensations were firing so rapidly she was certain her body would combust. She writhed and moved against his touch, fighting for release. He inserted one finger inside her and she bucked off the rug. Slowly he moved his finger in and out and around, finding new sensations with every movement. With another finger, perhaps his thumb, he found that sensitive nub. The two at once created a contrast of pleasure that pulsated through her, building and building until she wanted to cry out. She bit down on his shoulder, and he moaned in response, and his hand kept up its delicious torture until she was certain she could take no more. Then her body froze as her climax shook through her. Her eyes closed, and she let out a cry, and then it subsided. Then he positioned himself above her, and she could feel the tip of him pressing against her. She slid her legs up until they wrapped around him. "Agnes,"
he said in a raspy voice as he pushed into her. Sharp pain rocketed through her and she clenched around him. "I'm sorry," he whispered, then feathered kisses across her face. "I'm sorry. It will ease in a moment, I promise." She nodded, then wiggled beneath him, trying to adjust herself to his invasion. "Oh, God," he panted. "You're so tight, so very warm and wet." Then he began to move, slow and shallow at first, teasing her sensations between pain and pleasure. Deeper and faster he went, and her desire began to mount quickly. Her legs tightened around him, and she pulled his face down for a kiss. She forgot about the remaining uncomfortable twinges and focused on him, his lips, soft and passionate, moving across hers. His body pressed against her, him making love to her. Pressure was mounting within her, and she had felt something similar before, that night in the garden. Only this was deeper, further away, yet more intense. Then everything shattered, and pleasure ricocheted through her body. She had barely come down from her climax when she heard his guttural moans as he spilled himself inside her. Several hours later she awoke. For the second time in her life, naked and alone in her bed, he had left her. Again. Agnes walked into the parlour downstairs after being summoned for visitors. She truly wasn't feeling up to seeing anyone, but her mother would hear none of it. "Oh, thank heavens you're all right," Justine said, coming forward. Matilda moved with her, and they both embraced her. "We were so worried," Matilda said. Agnes frowned. "But how did you know anything had happened?" "Lord Wakefield," Matilda said. "He was going mad looking for you. He was so very concerned." Justine nodded. "I had to leave before it was all over, but he and Matilda figured it out." She hadn't even thought to ask Fletcher last night how he'd found her. She'd been so damned thankful he had, and then he'd brought her home and she'd begged him to make love to her. Her cheeks heated at the memory of his hands and mouth on her body. "You must be so out of sorts from your ordeal," Matilda said. "Did he hurt you?" Justine asked, her fingers reaching up to Agnes's face before stopping and putting her hand back down. "Fletcher?" Agnes asked, then realized the ridiculousness of the question. "No, of course you meant Michael." She exhaled slowly, then had them sit where she told them an abbreviated version of the evening, where she had run into Michael after being so upset about Fletcher kissing Celeste. Oh, God, she hadn't even asked him about that last night. She was a damned fool. "Yes, I told Lord and Lady Summersby about everything, and they readily left the ball," Matilda said, once Agnes had gotten to the part of the story where the couple had shown up to take Michael into custody. "Is your engagement back on with Lord Wakefield?" Justine asked. "No," Agnes said. "Yes." A voice came from the door. She looked up to find Fletcher standing there. Her heart bottomed out. She came to her feet. "Fletcher, what are you doing here?" He closed the distance between them. His hand reached up and cupped her cheek. "Did you think I'd simply walk away? After last night?" She was vaguely aware that her friends had made their way to the parlour door. "We'll see you later, Agnes," Justine murmured. Then they closed the door and left. "Did you?" Fletcher asked again. She swallowed. "Yes, I thought you had left." His rich hazel eyes met her gaze. "Bluebell, it's time we do this the right way." He led her over to the settee and sat her down. Then he knelt before her. "What the devil are you doing here, Wakefield?" Chris asked from the doorway. The man might have an inch or two on Fletcher, but Fletcher more than made up for it in breadth and strength. "You know, I'm glad you're here, Chris," Fletcher said, coming to his feet. Chris's brows rose. "You are?" He stepped farther into the room, and leaned against one of the bookshelves on the opposite wall. "Yes. Understand that I'm here to ask Agnes to be my wife. I do not require, nor do I even desire, your approval."
Fletcher took a deep breath.
"This is Agnes's choice, and hers alone. You've been holding my job over my head long enough. But the truth is that I've loved her."
He turned his body and glanced at Agnes.
"For nearly 3 years, and I'm done pretending that I don't. Yes, I might have to sell my father's estate in order to finance our life, or maybe I have to find a different paying position. But you don't get to decide whether or not I get to have her. If she'll have me, I will spend every day of the rest of my life making her happy, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it."
Agnes came to her feet. "Christopher, is this true? You threatened him with his livelihood." Chris's expression slowly changed, and a smile slid into place. He clapped his hands a few times.
"Bravo! It's about bloody time, Wakefield. You love my sister enough to fight for her, enough to walk away from everything to be with her. You have my blessing, whether you want it or not."
Fletcher eyed Chris.
"Are you serious right now?" "Absolutely. Agnes deserves someone who is willing to fight for her."
He turned his gaze to his sister and winked at her.
"Her choice, and I'll leave the two of you to finish discussing."
Then he turned and left the room. Fletcher stared at the empty doorway for a beat before turning back to face Agnes. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with tears. "You love me?"
"Oh, Bluebell, with everything I am."
He cupped her cheeks and wiped her tears with his thumbs.
"If you'll have me, I'll spend the rest of my life proving that to you."
Her heart had stopped and started so many times as his words came out, she wasn't entirely certain she was still alive. Now it seemed her lungs had stopped working. She was dying right here in front of him as he poured his heart out to her. "But when you proposed the other night, you said nothing of love or affection."
"I had to appeal to your pragmatic side, as I knew you would not listen to the truth. But here is what I would have said had your heart been ready to hear. You, my beloved Agnes, are my greatest love. You are my heart's deepest desire. From the first moment we met, I have wanted only you."
"Fletcher, you still want to marry me? After everything?"
"Since the first moment I saw you."
She was quiet for a few moments. "You know I only broke things off because he threatened you. I was only trying to protect you. If he'd hurt you—"
She swallowed against the direction of her thoughts. He wasted no time in pulling her to him and lifting her up to reach his mouth. "I love you, woman. Do you understand that? Do you know how much?"
"I'm thinking that if it's as much as I love you, then yes, I do understand." His warm hazel eyes took her in.
"You have no idea how long I've wanted to hear you say those words."
"You do know that you don't need to rely on my brother for a position and income. I have my own money, not merely my dowry, though I suspect that's enough to set us up for a while, but also income from my weapon sales." She smiled at him. "I don't need anything save you, as long as you promise to love me forever."
"That is already done. You've held my heart for so long, and it is yours now and always."
He crushed his lips to hers, his tongue swiping into her mouth to swirl against hers.
"I don't know how much longer I can wait to be inside you. Perhaps I should get a special license so we can hurry things along."
"Technically, if we're officially engaged, then in some cultures that is as good as married. And I hate to tell you this, but I'm afraid my virtue has already been taken."
He gave her a mock gasp. "The scoundrel! Who was he, and I'll challenge him to a duel."
"I was defenceless against his advancements. He is the greatest lover in all of London."
"Only London?"
"Perhaps in all of England," she said.
"I love you, Bluebell."
Epilogue. A few months later. She woke to the feel of a warm hand sliding up her body to cup her breast. She arched into the touch and was met with a hard length pressed against her backside. Her nipple pebbled beneath the palm gripping her.
"Good morning, my saucy wife."
Fletcher's hot breath tickled the back of her neck. He ground his erection against her bottom. "You are insatiable." She rolled over and found his handsome face smiling down at her.
"For you, always."
"I love you."
"Excellent news," he said, "since I am rather fond of you as well."
She chuckled. "Cheeky man." She climbed atop so that she straddled his body. He hissed when her hot core slid against his erection.
"Ah, Bluebell, the things you do to me. So wet for me already."
"Always." She leaned down and kissed him, their tongues sliding together while she rubbed herself against him. "We'll have to be quick." She positioned her body over him and guided his hard length inside, moaning as she took him all in. "I have a ladies of virtue meeting in an hour." She moved against him, rocking herself in that way that felt so perfect, again and again.
"What were you saying?"
He reached up and cupped both of her breasts, and she arched into his touch.
"Something about a meeting."
"Right." He flicked her nipples and she cried out. "Lady Summersby has news about the mysterious Lady X."
"I want to hear about that, love, but I can't think when I'm inside you."
He swore.
"Yes, that's it. Find your pleasure."
She lifted herself up, then lowered again, impaling herself on his length. Pleasure pulsed through her.
"God, Agnes, I'll never get enough of you."
He gripped her hips.
"Perhaps we could discuss Lady X after you finish riding me."
"Excellent idea, my love." And she did just that until they were both breathless and sated. This concludes The Earl and the Reluctant Lady by Robin de Hart. Narrated by Rachel Beresford. Copyright 2018 by Robin de Hart. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Entangled Publishing, LLC, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.